என்னதுடா வெப் ஆஃப் சயின்ஸ்? பேரு தான் அது வெப் ஆஃப் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ். இது ஒண்ணுதான் இருக்கு.
ஆம்ஸ்டர்டாம் மட்டும் தானே.
இன்னொரு மதிய பேப்பர் ஒன்று இருக்கு.
மதிய பேப்பர் தான் இது.
நேற்று மதிய பேப்பர் ஒன்று, இன்னைக்கு மதிய பேப்பர் ஒன்று.
அது ரெண்டையுமே காலையில
பண்றேன். ஏன்னா மதியம் லேட் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா அவங்க பஸ் போயிடுதுல. ஆமாடா. ராம்சங்கர்னு போட்டிருக்கான்னு பாரு. வரேன். ஐயோ அங்கேயே நிக்கிறியா? எவ்வளவு நேரம் நிக்கிற? நான் தான் நீ நான் கூப்பிடுறேன்னு சொன்னேன்லடா. சாரிடா, கிளாஸ்க்கு போடா. நீ 11 மணிக்கு தான் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க உனக்கு. நான் வாங்கிட்டு வந்து சொல்றேன். அப்பயே ஃபோன் பண்ண வேண்டியதுனடா. சரி போ போ, கிளாஸ்க்கு போ. ஆதிலட்சுமி அம்மா ஃபோன் போட்டு எடுக்கணும். எல்லா டிஷும் நம்ம எப்படி எடுக்க முடியும்? எக்ஸாம் செஞ்சு சொல்றத நம்ம கேட்கணும். யாராவது ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்களா? ரவிக்குமார் சார் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாரான்னு மட்டும் பாருங்க. நான் அந்த பிபிடி ஓபன் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன், அதை போக முடியாது. லீமா, ரவிக்குமார் சார் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டா மட்டும் சொல்லுன்னு. ஜாயின் பண்ணு சார், சைன் பண்ணிட்டு சொல்லு. நான் பிபிடி ஓபன் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன், அதுல போக முடியாது. நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதான்னு பாரு. பேசிட்டேன் சார், அனுப்பிட்டேன். ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டியா? Hello, mic testing 1 2 3. Okay. Okay.
sir. Good morning, sir.
Madam, just 1 second, madam.
Okay, sir.
I'll forward so that we can come to a common conclusion. Done, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. Welcome, sir.
So just 2 seconds. Sir, good morning to all. I hope
Good morning, sir.
I am audible to everyone.
Good morning, sir. Voice is audible, sir.
Okay. So can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Or you have to give any introduction, or shall I go to my slide?
Yes, sir. Formal inaugural.
Okay.
Just for 5 minutes, sir.
No problem. I'll wait.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I am ready, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Indumati, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Ramco Institute of Technology, Rajapalayam. On behalf of Ramco Institute of Technology, I would like to express my great pleasure and welcoming all of you to this international conference on sustainable technology in civil engineering and applied sciences 2023, which is sponsored by TechApps Consulting, Chennai, Modern Scientific & Co., Coimbatore, AML, Indus Instruments, Pyramid IS Academy, and Chendur Builders and Traders. It's my privilege and honor to welcome today's invited talk Engineer M. Ravi Kumar, Senior Deputy General Manager, LNT.
I am borrowing, sir.
Bullet Train Project, LNT Heavy Civil Infrastructure, Bullet Train Projects, Chennai. Now I would like to introduce Chief Guest brief profile. He completed BE Civil Engineering, Madras University in 1999 and ME Structural Engineering in Anna University in 2004. He has working experience in 21 years, and he got award above and beyond Call of Duty in 2013-2014 LNT IPTL, and excellence in bridges and elevated corridors received from Dr. Mailsami Annadurai, ISRO Director, organized by Construction Industry Awards for the year 2016 and 2017. And he demonstrated India's first bullet train project with the deliverables good for construction drawings. And he demonstrated through deliverables India's first of its kind cast in situ RCC voided spine and wing integral 6-lane 1.3 kilometer elevated corridor, and delivered design and drawings for major bridges, minor bridges, flyovers, ROBs, and culverts. Total number of 400 structures for the construction with a statutory authority technical approval with a record period of 10 months, and successfully demonstrated the process of design war room. And he delivered the structural configurations with a reduction in the maintenance cost of 20 to 30% during operation phase. He also demonstrated digitalized processes, built drawings of 15 highway projects assets, and facilitated access to all the stakeholders. He successfully implemented a user-friendly checklist process system to the project operation team for passage of overweight consignment vehicles. He also delivered highway bridge manual needed for the preventive maintenance. He guided project work for undergraduate and postgraduate students. He delivered several guest lectures to the young engineers of various engineering colleges, deemed universities, and facilitating them in understanding the concepts of industrial practices adopted. I'm welcoming you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. A warm good morning to all my dear young engineers who have gathered in this fine morning. And I thank the head of the department of Ramco Institute of Technology and Dr. Karthikeyan and other faculty members for giving me this wonderful opportunity in meeting the young and upcoming dynamic engineers who have the vision to add value with respect to our nation's infrastructure developments. And today, my dear young engineers and my dear friends, today we are going to have a journey with respect to our country's first bullet train project. We are the L&T involved, playing a vital role towards the adding value additions with respect to our nation's infrastructure development. The infrastructure development, it may be with respect to road, bridges, metros, elevated corridors, and now comes the bullet train. Now, my dear friends, now in the next couple of years, by 2024 or 25, you will be seeing the bullet train flying in our nation with a high speed of 350 km/h. So the journey between Mumbai to Ahmedabad will be within 2 hours. Okay. So now I'm going to take you to this journey. So I hope my screen is visible. Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah. Yes. My dear friends, see, this is the slide which you have to get an idea where the batsman has to play his innings without losing his wicket and complete his task given to him in meeting his side winning. The same way, in our construction of bullet train project in our section, we have how this player is surrounded, all the 10 players on either side, and the front side is a bowler. So completely he's been surrounded, a pressure is being built on him. Even with that high pressure, he has to play his innings without losing the wicket. The same way in my section, in the construction of bullet train, on one side we have a residential zone. Okay. See, one side you have a complete residential zone. The other side you have a railway zone, existing railway tracks, live train movements, Rajdhani train movements are there, and it is a very busiest railway track. Okay, so within these two existing conditions, I have to play my innings of execution of this foundation, pier cap, and superstructure deck without causing any disturbance to the existing function of this residential zone as well as to the existing function of this live train movements, railway zone. I have to play my innings without losing the wicket, without causing any disturbance to the existing function, what is already fixed, what is already going on. But at the same time, with the high safety, I have to demonstrate my construction. Okay. Now I will take you to a small video of my alignment. Okay. I hope this screen is also visible, right? Yeah. Let me have some few minutes of travel along the alignment. This is in the Vadodara section for a kilometer of 8.2 kilometer length. Even though the length is only 8.2, the employer has given a construction period of 4 years, 49 months. Okay. My dear friends, this is the starting chainage of my section C5. It is divided between Mumbai to Ahmedabad. It has been divided into number of packages. In that one package is this C5 package, which is to be executed, the alignment passes through a very, as I said earlier, one side a complete residential zone, the other side existing railway train movements in terms of goods train, passenger train, then high speed Rajdhani Express is also moving on. Okay, so within this yellow to yellow, this is my right of way, ROW. The right of way is only 13.5 meter. Within the 13 meter width or 13.5 meter width, I have to complete my task. So this is my starting chainage, 393,700. Okay, wherever you are seeing a circle, this circle indicates a representing the foundation type called as Shinso, SHINSO, Shinso foundation. See why it is called as Shinso foundation. Okay. Yes, why it is called as Shinso foundation means if I want to, my right of way is very limited. If I want to construct a pile foundation, I have to construct a pile cap. Okay. And I have to do pile. This for pile cap with pile will infringe my existing railway track. Okay, so to avoid the along the center line of this alignment, the location wherever there is a site constraint, where you cannot go for a pile cap. Because of the site constraint, the employer has proposed a type of foundation called as Shinso. This Shinso is nothing but like a well foundation. Okay, it will be a deep well foundation. Okay, and there is no cap over this. The pier will be constructed. Okay, just for understanding, I am trying to bring the pictorial representation. Only foundation, this is a mass concrete. Okay, and over that pier cap, and my deck. My superstructure deck will be resting. Okay, so wherever there is a site constraint, there we are going with a foundation called Shinso. Okay. Now you can see wherever foundation is completed, it is showing piling complete. A rectangular shape is indicating it is a pile foundation. Circular indicates the Shinso foundation. So wherever there are no space constraint for the proposal of pile cap, the pile cap size is 10.5 by 10.5. Depth is varying from 2.5, 3, 3.5. Okay. Now you see this alignment crosses the existing flyover. Now whenever you are coming across this flyover, just for a better understanding, I am trying to draw here. From the top of the finished row level of this flyover, a vertical clearance where my deck sits. Okay, this vertical clearance, bottom of the deck to here, should be minimum 7.4 or 7.5 meter vertical clearance. That is the fixed one. From the finished row level to the bottom, it should be 7.5 meter or 7.4 meter vertical clearance. Okay. And the span, wherever the flyovers, the alignment crosses the flyover, the span will be in the 45 meter. Okay. Let's continue our journey. You can see physically how the site condition is very, very tight. So wherever my foundation is completed, you can say it is indicated as piling completed, piling completed. So I have to execute or carry out my work only within these two yellow lines. That is my right of way given from my employer. I cannot go beyond that. And most important thing is I have to very precisely ensure the safety. You can see the excavation of the pile also. Now the pile rig is mobilized and is carrying out its work. So at one point, this alignment crosses the existing river. This river is called as Vishwamitri. In other words, it is called as Crocodile River. Okay. My friends, you see this, the alignment, red line is the center line of the alignment which crosses the existing Vishwamitri River. In other words, it is called as Crocodile River because live crocodiles habitation is there. Now already to my right hand side, there is an existing railway bridge. Railway bridge are having a span of 20 meter, 20 meter, 20 meter. So it has 4 spans. Okay. So totally 80 meter. Now the alignment starts from 133 in such a way that 80 meter, in order to avoid intermediate piers, we have come across with 2 spans, 40 plus 40. So only 3 piers. So this P133, the next 134 and 135 will these are the 3 pier location which is coming in the Vishwamitri River boundary within that river portion. Now here the pile diameter is, we have a pile diameter of 1.2, 1.8 and 1.5. Now maximum the viaduct is constructed with a 1.5 meter dia and 1.8 comes wherever we have a critical locations like Vishwamitri and we have a high-speed railway station where there and all the pile is proposed with 1.8. Now here 1.8 meter dia is being proposed and the number of piles is 12 numbers. For a depth of 46 meter we have to provide. Okay. The pile cap size at this location is 17.1 by 12.6. 17.1 will be perpendicular to this alignment. Okay. This is say like this. So now when I go with this 17.1, I am getting into the embankment portion of the railway. Okay, I am going by 2 meter inside. So to ensure the safety of this live train movement existing embankment, I have to take care of this embankment sliding during the execution. So to avoid the sliding effect of the embankment, so I am going with a proposal of secant pile. Okay, this secant pile, see just like secant, I'll draw first a guide wall. Okay, now in that secant pile, we are going with 800 mm dia like this, continuous. One continuous pile will come. The one pile will be with reinforcement, the next will be without reinforcement, next will be reinforcement with reinforcement. So after completing this will act like a retaining wall in preventing the sliding of this high embankment, railway embankment. You may think instead of doing this, why we cannot go with the retaining wall itself? See, retaining wall also, we have to go for a foundation. Okay, a foundation has to be done. Even if I go with the L type also, it has to have a raft slab. For providing the raft slab also space is required. I don't have that much space to provide a retaining wall with a base slab raft foundation. So any engineering proposals, my dear young engineers, you have to bring your experience or bring your learnings in suiting the existing site condition within the given time period. So this is very, very important. How effectively and efficiently you are bringing the solution in suiting the site condition without disturbing the existing function and taking into account of the time. See, the most important factor in my execution is time. I am fighting with the time. My contract period is only 49 months. Within these 49 months, I have to effectively and efficiently fulfill all the execution of whatever they assign to me by following a high standard safety, taking into account of all the features, all the configurations, all the criticality of the existing site condition. Then I have to apply my engineering. That is very, very important. Location to location, the engineering solution may vary. Site to site, the engineering solution may vary. That's what I want to very, very pinpoint to all my young engineers who are involved in today's journey is you have to apply your engineering in suiting the site condition within the given time period, and it should be efficient and effective and cost effective. Any engineering proposal should be a cost effective proposals without compromising on the safety, design safety and execution safety. Okay, let's continue our journey. So here, as I said, 134. So with this proposal, the water movement there will not be any entrance to the water movement. Okay, because my proposed this pier is parallel to the existing pier location. So therefore, the water ventway is not disturbed. Since it is parallel, the original function of the river water flow is not being disturbed by introduction of this high-speed rail project corridor alignment. Okay. So we have here a zone called conformation core base CCB. It is something like local shed. Okay, where from this alignment for any servicing anything, this zone is being utilized. So we are coming up with this site hut where our skilled workers accommodation will be there. So the deliverable of design or drawings should have a very high precise detailing in meeting the site requirement, taking into account of all that safety. The safety is with respect to design safety as well as with respect to execution safety. Okay. So as of now, we are following a high precise safety, both design as well as the execution safety. Now, my dear friends, you see suddenly the alignment is going to crossing the live train movement. You can see the train is coming. So the alignment is crossing the existing railway tracks. Now, wherever the alignment is crossing the existing railway track, we are having a portal system. Okay, like this. See, this is only for understanding. It may not be to the scale. Okay. So you will have a portal. So when I am going with this type of portal, this portal beam, over this portal beam only, okay. This is okay, my box superstructure is going to come. Okay. Now if I draw, for understanding, if my superstructure goes like this, sorry. So my superstructure goes like this. Okay. By it is a pre-stressed concrete segments. Okay. Now you see this bottom of this portal frame, and there is a high electrified traction wire is also passing along this railway track, because it's all electrified trains, locomotives only. So my clearance between the bottom of this portal beam and to the wire, I have to maintain a minimum of 2 meter or 1.5 to 2 meter I have to maintain. So you just imagine how it will be. This portal frame is not going to be a precast. It's going to be a cast in situ. So I have to plan myself in such a way the live locomotive movements, a train movement should not be disturbed. There will not be any stoppage of the electric power along these train routes during the execution also. So in such a way, I have to plan my execution. I have to demonstrate my detailing part in such a way, taking into account of the design safety of the structure which I am going to build, and at the same time, the safety of the workmanship or execution without causing any disturbance or any damage to the existing assets. To the left hand side, residential assets, to the right hand side, the railway assets. Okay. So this is how the site condition is. Let's move forward. All are pile foundation. You can see here the live electrification post. You can see. Okay. You can see that live train movement is there. So goods train movement. So during execution also the train movements will be there. Okay. So my pier will come like this. Portal. Okay. So a red color line is the center line of the alignment. You can see there is an existing railway underbridge. So wherever I am having a site constraint where I cannot go with the pile cap because of the site constraint, I am going with a proposal called Shinso Foundation. Okay. So as I said earlier, wherever the alignment crosses the existing flyovers, there I have to maintain a vertical clearance. See, the alignment comes across the water tank. This will be demolished and handed over to us. so that the construction can move forward without any disturbances. So within yellow to yellow line, the ROW right of way, everything will be cleared by the employer, and as a contractor, we have to execute the given pier cap foundations. Okay. Now comes the existing railway station. This is the existing Vadodara railway station. This is passing, the alignment passes through the existing car parking area, where this is the Vadodara railway station, is a very busiest railway station. So the movement of the passengers, the cars and other vehicles will be always there. So I have to plan myself for diverting traffic diversion, and as well as without causing any disturbance to the passengers movement. And I have to plan in such a way this car parking is temporarily shifted. So all this I have to discuss with the other agencies, other departments. It may be with the Vadodara Municipal Corporation, DMC, with the existing railway departments, and I have to plan in such a way that execution is taking place without causing any disturbance to the function of the local function. You see this alignment crosses. So when is crossing this area, we have prepared a traffic management plan, and we got approval from the local traffic department also. So the engineering solution may not be common for the given task. The solution should be with corresponding to the site condition. Accordingly, you have to modify, you have to apply your skill of engineering, then get it done. The ultimate aim of the solution should be the work progress should happen continuously. There should not be any hamper. So what we are seeing this area, we are now entering into. This is a portal system again, 301, 302, 303, 304. Approach section towards high-speed rail, bullet train railway station. This is the area from pier number 305. You will be having nearly 432 meters length. You are going to have a railway station for this bullet train. Okay. Now here we are going to have the length of the piles in the proposed railway HSR. HSR means high-speed rail station is nearly 52 meters. Okay, with a 1.8 meter dia, and the ultimate bearing capacity given is nearly 5,110 metric ton, nearly 51,100 kilonewton is the UBC. It's a very high UBC, and it's a very long pile, 52 meters pile. So right hand side you can see our batching plan. Okay. So now right hand side, left hand side, as I said, my railway track, right hand side, the existing we have our municipal roads where traffic movement is happening. So I have to manage my engineering in such a way the work progress has to happen according to the site condition. That's what again and again I keep on insisting on that point. The participants who are taking part in this journey, you have to bring all your experiences, all your learnings in ensuring that the clearances are made for the progress of the work. In such a way, you have to develop your plan, your solutions. Now you are getting into through the residential zone. Okay, the alignment. Now we have in this location pile cap work. Pile is completed, pile cap work is happening. In some locations, piling is in progress. So whenever I'm doing piling, that should not disturb the function. Means not only the function of the zone, the railway as well as residential, there should not be the existing work should not cause any damage to the buildings. In no way the damages should happen due to the construction work within this yellow to yellow or right of way. That also I have to take care. Okay. So my alignment passes through existing goods. That's what you are seeing right hand side cargoes has been kept. So there they have given a 180 days block period. One line will be blocked for 6 months. So within that 6 months, I have to complete my up to pier cap. I have to execute. Okay. That is so this is Shinso. Because the alignment crosses, I cannot have here this is a live track movement, rail movement. So in this where the alignment crosses, there it is called because of if I go with a pile cap, it will infringe the railway tracks. So to avoid this infringe, we gone with the 6 meter dia. This is a 6 meter dia. That is called as Shinso. Okay. Now we have this is another portal. It's all this. Once again, I'm just drawing for the understanding. Everything up to this is pier, then pedestal over this deck. I have to complete my portal beam from foundation to portal beam within the 6 months. Nearly 16 locations are there. All the 16 pier locations, I have to complete foundation, substructure pier cap, everything within this 180 days. Beyond 180 days, then the employer will put additional cost. So our planning should be in such a way that we should be well prepared to face all these challenges. Okay, you can see this is Shinso. Wherever there is a constraint in providing the pile cap, there we went with the Shinso foundation. You can see the entire alignment of this section is moving along the existing railway tracks only. So you can see the imagine you can imagine a day where continuously, these are all single pier. Okay. Completely a single pier will be constructed. You just imagine. The height of the pier are varying from 19 meter to 23, 24 meters height. See here, the soil condition is we are having a foundation depth varying from 35 to 52 meter length. So because of the soil is not in a favorable condition characteristics, the foundation is a deep foundation only. No shallow foundation, no open foundation, all are with pile foundation. Okay. So we did a geotechnical investigation, studied the soil characteristics. Then based upon the soil characteristics, the pile length is foundation is fixed pile foundation. Now the length of the pile is based upon the soil characteristics location to location. So in some locations, few locations, we have started peer construction progress also. See, once again, the alignment crosses the existing. This is the Rajdhani route, Delhi to Mumbai, Rajdhani. So, where the alignment crosses the existing railway track, immediately your portal system comes into picture. So we have a existing canal. Okay, so the foundation is being proposed just before the canal start and after canal ends. So no disturbance to this lined canal. Okay. Now this section ends. Now another package starts. The subsequent package is also being carried out by L&T only. So you can see the developments in the next package, which is also being carried out by L&T. Okay, so the piers are constructed. So almost the first level of concreting, almost for a length of 14 meters, the concreting is been completed. See the package which we have been traveled so far on both sides, one side residential, other side railway track. At some location of the alignment, both sides exist live railway tracks. But if you see the next package, where we say we are only executing, it's a green field. So here the plan of execution, the design detail, the design plan, everything will be different. So according to, again and again, we keep on insisting that according to the site condition, my dear friends, you have to plan your deliverables and you have to demonstrate the construction sequence and execution. The progress should not disturb. In such a way, we have to plan suiting the site condition without causing any damage or disturbance to the existing function of the assets. That word is very, very important. Okay. Fine. Okay. So This is the slide gives a picturization of my section. So this slide gives the overall alignment of the details involved. How many ROBs the alignment crosses on RUBs, the river. So we have seen all these things in our video, alignment video. So this slide will give you overall picture of the component, how many piles, pile cap, pier, segments. We have nearly 3,585 segments. All are pre-stressed segment, single cell, double cell. Okay. So this is my station chainage. I hope within the given time, I tried my best to take the engineers. So this slide gives you an idea of my alignment crosses the existing railway crossings. Okay. So the plan of executing the portal pier, one option is this one. This is another option. So finally, my dear young engineers, see, we try to do as our Henning Hodgson said. I want to end this journey with these words. We try to do difficult things. We don't shirk away from intricate new tasks. Okay. Thank you, friends, for this wonderful opportunity. In a short time, I tried my best to taking you all to the journey of this construction of bullet train, country's first bullet train project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We had an excellent session and take the honor of proposing the vote of thanks on this session. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Engineer M. Ravi Kumar, Senior Deputy General Manager, L&T Bullet Train Project, L&T Heavy Civil Infrastructure, Chennai, for accepting our invitation for invited talk to this international conference and delivered talk on challenges in the bullet train project, for addressing the research scholars, faculty members, and students. Once again, thank you, sir, for spending your valuable time with us and sharing about bullet train project. Also, I extend
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Also, my extend thanks to our principal, Dr. L. Ganeshan, for his support and guidance for arranging this international conference. I wholeheartedly thank our head of department, Dr. S. Dharma, sir, and the faculty members of our civil department for your valuable suggestions and help. Finally, a big thanks to all the faculty members, internal and external participants. We hope you benefited from today's invited talk. I wish you all success to your future. Once again, I thank everyone present here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ravi Kumar, sir.
Good morning, participants. Jai Shankar, sir.
Good morning, madam. Jai
Good
Shankar
morning,
here.
sir. Yes, sir. Sir, you can share your presentation, sir.
Okay, I'll share the presentation. Madam.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, is that the screen is visible?
Yeah, sir. It's visible, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just let me give a small introduction. My name is Jai Shankar. I'm from Indus Instruments from Chennai. We are the authorized distributor for the three major products, as you see in the slide, Leica Geosystems, Geomax, and Stanley from the Indian brand, actually. We have these three major brands, and just to give a small introduction about each and every brand, their existence in the market, and where we have supplied, and what is the range of products available. As you know, Leica is a #1 company, and everybody knows in the civil engineering field that Leica is about 200-year-old organization, and it's basically from Switzerland. And you can say that this Leica manufactures a wide range of instruments, right from you are having the smallest laser distance meter, which we have already supplied to Ramco Institute about a couple of years back. And we have the lasers for leveling, and we have the lasers for leveling as well as for machine control also. And we have the surveying instruments like total station, and we have the GNSS receiver, we call as differential GPS receivers now. And we have a wide range in the scanning also, like conventional survey is being dealt by right now with the total station, now with the GPS receiver. Now it is moving to the next technology, you know, the terrestrial radar and the mobile radar actually. So Leica has a wide range of all these equipments. And we are a part of Leica, and we are the distributor since 2011. Dealing this products coming under the construction tool division. So in this construction tool division is basically called as yellow product division of Leica. And we are working on this from a smallest instrument called laser distance meter, which I explained to you in the previous slide. And here we have instruments right from you are having the 40-meter instrument to 300-meter instrument. And all these instruments have the advantage of having an inbuilt Bluetooth. That means you can transfer the data to any latest your Android or your mobile tab. And you can have the on-site map generation directly. So that is possible. You have a direct CAD output. Even last week, we supplied one of the instrument to PSG College of Technology from Coimbatore. There, they would like to see this product direct transfer to a CAD drawing file. So we have supplied one of the laser measuring instrument. And so these equipments are now like handy equipment, which you see. And now the technology is moving to the next called as 3D mapping device also. The slide you can see on the right side, you have a laser measuring instrument, which is a 360-degree rotation instrument, which can be used for on-site mapping and everything. Can capture about, as you see, 680,000 points per second. So this data is like a cloud data. And this cloud data is being processed to the software, and you can get the complete mapping of the surface, the complete modeling of the structure. Similar equipment, you can say the high-end scanner, we supplied terrestrial scanner to IIT Madras way back about 7-8 years back. And this product is being used for one of the restoration of Kedarnath temple by IIT Structural Department. Actually. So this is about a small brief about the laser distributor. Then we have the rotating lasers and multi-line lasers. And these instruments are also used for various construction applications. Whatever I'm discussing is all based on the construction applications. So here you have seen one in the instrument called line laser, which is a green line laser, which is basically used for transfer of reference line and everything. And similar, I think one of the product was supplied to your institution also from another manufacturer we have supplied. And Leica is also into the same segment. More than you can say 27 years they are in the manufacturing of these multi-line lasers. And of course, we have the total station, and the construction total station is basically equipment. which gives you onboard graphical output of the data and the report generation and everything. So you can have like a volume calculation, report generation directly on the screen itself. This is the advantage of using a Leica machine. So these are the small product range what we have in the construction tool division. Here, next product we have the slide. You have the product from Geomax, and Geomax is also dealt by us from 2011. And this product is also coming from the same Hexagon group of Leica. And Geomax is a company where we have the complete manufacturing of all the surveying instruments. And surveying instrument in the sense we have the auto levels, digital theodolite, total station. Again, you are having the GNSS receivers and the mobile scanners. We have the terrestrial scanners here actually. So what you see in the slide, you have the leveling instrument, which is replacing all your conventional, your dumpy level, which is used by the institutions. So now people are, you go into the field, you see only this auto levels actually. The next we have the total station here. All the total stations what we have in Geomax has got the latest data transfer through Bluetooth to your mobile. That means you have a software in your mobile called XPAD. And this XPAD software helps you to on-site map generation directly. And we have recently shipped 2 instruments to your institute. And we'll give a 30-day trial of the software during the training program. So this is available as a lifetime license software, but that is a little bit expensive software. And we'll give a 30-day trial to you so that you can use it. And this will help you that you can have a map generation on the field. No need to take the data in pen drive or through transfer to cable, or you need not have a laptop in the field also. So all the things you can command through your mobile itself, you can take the data directly. So next we have this GNSS receiver, and GNSS receivers basically we are now moving to the next segment. Total stations are used only for small construction sites. The next is the technology. We have the GPS receivers for large scale mapping, and next we have the terrestrial scanners also, which is used for like mine planning and everything actually. So total stations, as you see, we have a wide range of instrument. The Zoom 10 is a manual machine up to Zoom 95, which is a robotic machine actually. So as mentioned to you, this we have the Bluetooth facility, which I explained to you, on-site map generation using the XPAD software. So the GNSS receiver is now the next segment, which I mentioned to you. The model Zenith 60 is very popular, introduced way back last year, January. And I would say that we would have supplied more than you can say about 130 to 140 receivers so far in the southern India actually. And this Zenith 60, we would have supplied around 25 sets of receivers so far. And the advantage of this that these receivers are basically tracking all the satellites. You have the GPS, GLONASS, and the BeiDou, the Chinese satellite, and you have the German satellite as well as the Indian satellites also. And the advantage of one more thing is that you have an L-band facility. That means L-band facility means you can work as an independent receiver also, independent unit, and which can be connected with a Hexagon, that is your Leica TerraStar network. With a yearly annual subscription, so that you can use like an independent receiver, or you can register into a course network of Survey of India. So the Survey of India established a lot of reference stations throughout India. Right now it is functioning in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. Slowly it will be established in Tamil Nadu also. So once you establish in Tamil Nadu, you have to pay a nominal fee per annum. And you can get this receiver, a single receiver connected with a course network. Then you can acquire the data with about 2.5 to 3 centimeter accuracy. But normal accuracy of this differential GPS, that means you have a one base and another receiver. Then you get up to like less than 1 centimeter accuracy. And next, the advantage is that you have to stand just for a minute, and you can get the data very fast, even under thick vegetation also, and even near to tall structures. All this possible with the initial measurement unit facility available in the instrument, which has got a facility like you can tilt the pole even up to 60 degrees, and you can acquire the data actually. And all the instrument now, the technology like it's a fully metallic construction body with IP67 rating. That means it is completely shock and waterproof also. And with the swappable batteries, that means 2 batteries are available. It gives you like 1 full day backup actually. So this is about the GNSS receiver of Geomax. And we have the wide range of instruments supplied to various organizations from Leica and Geomax. Like one is the L&T. L&T has a manufacturing unit in near Chennai in Kanchipuram, where we supplied one of the robotic rotor station for one of this Mumbai Ahmedabad bullet train project. All the fabrication of structures is done using the Leica robotic machine. And research organizations we have in the Shah Center, Sriharikota, they are using our Leica rotor stations. And educational, of course, IIT and Anna University, PSC Tech, which I mentioned to you, a nearby institute, NEPCO. Now we are proud to be that we are supplied to your Ramco Institute also. And we have given some proposal for a differential GPS also, and we hope the management sanctions. And kindly give us a time, we can show the differential GPS technology to you also in a convenient day, so that the people can appreciate the technology now. And government departments, we are given to the Rural Development Agency in Tamil Nadu way back 3-4 years back, and like Kerala government and other people. These are the main key customers where we have supplied our instruments. And coming back to the third segment of our Indus instruments, we have the product from Stanley. Stanley is an Indian company in India and basically from Delhi, a company called Asian Contact Limited. And we are associated with them last 4 years or so. And we have the wide range of instruments in the detection category, like in civil engineering application. We do the survey above the surface using the total station GPS. Then we have the LiDAR technology, now the drone technology and everything. And now below the surface, we have the instruments called cable locators, which is now the basically a requirement from any construction site. You have an existing site, you need to know what is the underground cable and what depth the cables are going. So this is done using a cable locator. And we have the ground penetrating radar. Like it gives you, the cable locator has a limitation. It can give only like dead or metallic cables or your power cables. And PVC, like other utilities, cannot be mapped using a cable locator because it works on electromagnetic mechanism. And we have a ground penetrating radar, which gives a scanning of the surface. And like it can be used for complete mapping, and you can fix an RTK GPS. So you can get the data along with the GPS coordinate also. And about 1 year back, we supplied to the L&T in Chennai. For one of the project, we supplied the ground penetrating radar. And we have the third segment in the Stanley division for civil engineering application. We have the non-destructive testing instruments like digital rebound hammer. And we have the rebar locator, ultrasonic pulse velocity meter, and thickness measuring instrument, moisture meters, like these equipments. So this is also a category which comes under Stanley. Coming to a small introduction about cable locator, this instrument gives you a mapping of the surface, like any dead cable or any power cable is there, from 2 meter depth to 10 meter depth. And basically it has got an inbuilt compass also, like you can, it can be used for tracing the path of the cable. That means you can about a few kilometers of cable or a long distance pipelines for pipeline survey and everything. You can connect the generator. You can see on the right side there is a small box you can see. So this generator can be connected to induce a local signal, and that with the help of the local signal, the existing pipeline can be traced even up to 7-8 kilometers also. And complete mapping of this your utilities can be done because it has got an inbuilt GPS, and this inbuilt GPS can give up to about 2 to 3 meter accuracy. You can do the mapping of the utilities also. So next we have the ground penetrating radar. As you see here, these are integrated antennas. Like you have 2 antennas, 4 antennas, and you can go up to say depth of about 3 meter up to 10 meter, even up to 60 meter also, depending on different type of applications actually. Like if you want to do a underground utility mapping and everything, you can use the basically with 2 antenna GPR. If you have 4 antennas, you can do it can be fitted into a vehicle also. Then you can move it, and then you can use your complete mapping of the surface, like metro survey, archaeological survey, geological mapping. There are many sub applications of GPR. Coming back to the category non-destructive testing instruments, we have the instruments from Stanley manufactured by Prosec, and we have the manual hammers as well as the digital hammers also. And we have the rebar scanner, which can give you the location of the rebar and what is that depth the rebars are there, and can be used for correction, and the diameter of the rebar, everything can be detected. And we have the ultrasonic pulse velocity meter from this company called Solgio from Italy, and it can be used to check the homogeneity of old structures, concrete structures, piles. All this can be done with the UPV meter. ultrasonic pulse velocity-meter. And we have the moisture meters to detect the moisture of concrete, wood, and display of humidity. This is again from company from Prosec actually. So these are the category of instruments we have from the Stanley for the non-destructive testing instruments. And where we have supplied this instrument, like as mentioned, IIT Chennai has got the GPR with them. Way back about 4 years back, they have supplied. The Stanley has directly supplied to them, and which is having a penetration up to about 50 meters or so. They use it for geophysical surveys. And L&T has purchased for one of the project in Himachal for mapping of the surface ground penetrating data. And cable locators are mainly used by many divisions in railways. And we have a huge potential railway where we supply, like Madurai division, we have supplied Nagarkoil, Trivandrum division, where they used to map the signal and telecom cables. And industries like, you can say, Hudson has got all the factories equipped with the cable locators. Basically, it is for the safety division, safety department actually. And construction, we are given to PSK and many architects also, as you see in the list. Industries like Ashok Leyland and Titan. Cement factories, we are given for Dalmia India Cements. So this is a broad of the customers of Stanley, as well as introduction about our product from Leica, Geomax, and Stanley. And this is short to the presentation. Give us some time. We will have a detailed talk with your department sometime after this financial year is closing. And we'll come with few products where we can give a live demonstration to you. And thanks for principal of Ramco Institute, head of the department, as well as Professor Mamalan, as well as Mr. Chokalingam also to give me this time so that I can talk about my product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will arrange the separate session, sir, for detailed discussion. Thank you, sir. Jai Sangat, sir.
Fine, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning to Nandal present here. Tamilarasan, sir. Sir.
Good morning, Tamilarasan, sir.
Good morning, madam. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sir, shall we start the session, sir?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Good morning to one and all present here. Myself, A. Lima Margaret, Assistant Professor from Department of Civil Engineering, Ramco Institute of Technology, Rajapalayam. On behalf of Ramco Institute of Technology, I would like to express my great pleasure and welcoming all of you to this third session of International Conference on Sustainable Technology in Civil Engineering and Applied Sciences, organized by Department of Civil Engineering and Science and Humanities. Let me begin by thanking our institution for their untiring efforts and support in making this event a reality. It's my privilege and honor to welcome Dr. K. Tamilarasan, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Vailtech Rangarajan, Dr. Sagundala, R&D Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, the session chair for this third session of this conference. Welcome, sir. I'm most delighted that he has been able to accommodate this event over online platform for the next 2 hours. Once again, I welcome you, sir. And I extend my heartiest welcome to Dr. G. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Senior Grade, Civil Engineering Department, and Mr. R. Muruganandam, Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering Department from Ramco Institute of Technology as an internal session chair. On behalf of the institution, I extend my heartiest welcome to all the presenters and participants for this session. Thank you for adding value to this event by your presence. Now I call upon Dr. G. Karthikeyan from Department of Civil Engineering to give a brief introduction about our session chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. K. Tamilarasan, sir, he is currently working as an assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering from Vailtech Rangarajan, Dr. Sagundala Institute, R&T Institute of Science and Technology, Avadi, Chennai. He has completed Bachelor's in Civil Engineering at Tyagarajar College of Engineering, Madurai in the year of 2012 and Master's in Environmental Engineering at Anna University, Tirunelveli in the year of 2015. He received his doctorate in Civil Engineering as a full-time scholar from Anna University in the year 2019. He has 5 years of teaching experience in World Tech Institute since from the year 2019 onwards. His major areas of research includes bioenergy generation from waste biomass, wastewater treatment, bioelectricity generation via microfuel fuel cell. He has published more than 25 international journals, 4 publications in international conference proceedings, and also presented more than 11 papers in both international as well as natural conferences, and published totally 5 book chapters as of now. He has served as a reviewer for the journals Materials Express from American Scientific Publishers and Environmental Management from elsewhere publications. Dr. Damilarsan sir guided many postgraduate and undergraduate projects with most of them being published in peer-reviewed journals. Currently, he is guiding 4 PhD scholars for their doctorate research work. He has received an appreciation of NPTEL Discipline Star in the year 2022 from NPTEL. He has completed more than 75 certified courses from various platforms like NPTEL, Coursera, etc. So with this brief introduction, once again, a warm welcome to you, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for this brief introduction about our today's session, Chair. Participants, before starting the session, I would like to share few instructions to the presenters. Time for each presentation will be 10 minutes and 3 minutes is allotted for questionnaire. So I make sure that slides for your presentation which can be completed within 10 minutes, and you are requested to follow the timing allotted strictly. Don't interrupt or create any sort of audio or visual disturbance to the presenters as well as participants. If you are having any doubt or facing any issues, kindly share that in chat box. When the questionnaire session has started for a particular batch, next presenter should be ready with your presentation. The link for the feedback will be displayed at the end of the session in the chat box. For getting certificate, feedback is mandatory. So the certificates will be sent to your mail after the verification within 3 to 4 days after the session. Now, I invite paper ID CE 003 to present your presentation. Good morning, Ghazalal sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I am ready. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Whether I can share your presentation or you can proceed, sir?
I will share it. I will share it. No problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it
it's
is visible.
sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper today in your international conference. My paper starts from one major problem in Jordan that we are facing, the shortage of water and the high cost of water production in Jordan. It makes me to think how I can help my country in order to reduce the cost of the producing water by using the floated solar energy, water desalination, using the floated solar energy in south of Jordan, Aqaba port that we have. My colleagues here, Dr. Moffaq, Dean of Engineering, and my colleague, Engineer Doa, they are with me in this paper. So I'm presenting the paper. This is, I choose this picture. The second picture here in the left part, it is a model developed in Jordan in cooperation with the phosphate industry and Arab Potassium Company, in order to use the floated solar panel in Red Sea. The major issue that, as I mentioned, that we have faced, the water for drinking is, in general, is very less in all over the world, and water distillation, removal of the salt from the seawater to obtain the fresh water is, we call it as the desalination. The cost of potable water and clean energy today, I can say it goes costly, but once we go for renewable energy like wind energy, solar energy, in order to decrease the bill of electrical power run by government, so while we are searching other resources in order to decrease the cost of the water production by using water desalination, so the floated solar panel comes cheaper by time. The use of solar still in Jordan reduced, and dependency on oil and gas and power, electricity from government. So solar still have advantages using solar energy, low cost and maintenance less, and even impact, it is friendly with impact in the environment. So no impact against the environment. And if we can see the number of population today in increasing, and I can say, as per United Nations report, a population of 1 billion people has no access to potable, safe, clean water around the world. So engineers put their efforts to sort out the ways to get clean energy. That's why I prepared this paper with my colleagues in order to help my country in order to make the cost of the water less by using solar energy. There are two types of solar still, passive and active. I can say that it requires an additional source of thermal energy. So there are a lot of things we can say about solar energy today, and the project of solar energy and increasing in all over the world. People, they are using solar energy in different ways, but in our case, in Agapa Gulf, Red Sea, we are using floated solar panel in order to offer the company who will produce the water by desalination cheap power. So the solar here, there are 4 types of panels that we have used. There are crystal solar panel. This is what we have used. And in order to make the things as a model, we developed down in the picture. You can see the model that we developed, that we can use it in the Red Sea in our project, pilot project. And you can see that the type of solar panels today, the industry, the technology is increasing, and the cost, even each panel will be less by time. So every month the cost of solar energy is decreasing. In the beginning of before 20 years, the solar panels are increasing. Today it is decreasing. Water and energy sources are scarce in Jordan, and because of shortage of resources, because of the cost of the water very high, cost of the energy very high, this methodology, this technique will make our water production available with the quantity that we want, and the prices of meter cube will be less. I can show you here years of study here. In 2017, 18, 19, that water quantity and energy consumption and electricity cost. So you can see the cost in increasing. That's why we are thinking in order to minimize or decrease the cost of the water production with different ways, why we choose the water desalination using floated solar energy. Here it show you here the water energy and the cost. Year 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, and it shows that the cost because of the energy produced by government using oil, petroleum. So the prices of oil is increasing, and even the water bill is increasing, and the water electricity bill again increasing. So by using floated solar panel, it will decrease the cost of water production. We found 1 square meter of floated solar panel can produce 5 liters of pure water every hour. It's possible to provide clean water from desalination to large number of people by using different units of floated solar panels. So the aim of the paper is to reduce the cost, and by studying the existing cost of water in Jordan, we found that the electricity power is the highest bill as main factor which affects the prices for water production. So if I reduce that bill by using floated solar panels, renewable energy, it will be in time decreasing the prices. The investment of the project of seawater desalination using floated solar energy can play back after 5 or 10 years. It will be cheaper than any water production using oil as electricity. So the seawater desalination solution are energy efficient and required within integrated energy recovery technology. So we can use some units up to 100 meter cube. It will produce around 26,000 gallons. And we use under 3 kilowatt per meter cube while we are using renewable energy from floated solar panels. But in case if I am using the power from government, electrical power, each meter cube require 10 kilowatt. So the cost of electricity in Jordan very high because we are using oil, and that's why we compare the use of solar floated panel. So it's required only 3 kilowatt per meter cube. In UAE, in Abu Dhabi, they have started since almost 2011. So they test the model in different places, and they found that this shows that the negative impact of the desalination process on environment can be reduced once they enhance the methodology and the techniques that used, so they reduce the impact against the environment. Some of the main benefits of solar desalination include solar desalination plants use free solar energy. So I can use it as free, because if I am using the one solar energy unit for 25 years, the operation will goes up to 25 years. So if I divide the cost on 25 years, it will be very cheap and available. Solar desalination plants are inexpensive. It is not expensive comparing with water production by using electrical power run by the government. Plants can be easily set up either on the beach or even offshore. Low maintenance cost in comparing with the traditional system. Environmental friendly. Solar desalination problem will be less. So if I compare in general how much I decrease the cost of the water production by using desalination, it makes the methodology and technique followed by us cheaper and available, and it will enhance the water production with cheap price. Let us to start the journey of benefiting the solar water desalination. From here, we can study all around the world their experience on this, and I can show you on coming slides how the water desalination developed by using solar energy. So the water desalination is the best way to produce drinking water. So I need to use this desalination water by using solar energy. So with the problem fresh water scarcity in Jordan, in current, and even in other countries, they are facing this problem. So this technique will be effective while we are making the water desalination using solar energy available and the prices convenience to the consumers. So let us to go for key factors from different places in the world. So the accumulative solar energy capacity in all over the world, I can show you here, it is around 850 gigawatts. So if you see here, we start in the world from 2011 up to 21. So we found that in increasing. So the total annual global solar energy capacity in increasing. So I expect after 10 years, the number will be duplicated more than 3-4 times, because every country now, they are thinking to use solar energy in order to produce the water and water production, and even they use the solar energy and water pumping to the customers. So the bill will be reduced. Bill of water will be reduced by using solar energy. Here I can see the annual global solar energy production only 4.4% up to now. It is total global energy comes under this technique. So the number increasing, the percentage in United States in increasing. Some countries, they reach even 14%. So I can say that some countries, they are focusing in using solar energy, like in Jordan, we are now designing one big plant for water desalination, and the cost will be, after the water will be produced by this technique, will be cheaper for our customers. If you look here in the renewable energy in all over the world, the numbers and figures before 10 years are very less. Today, the number is increasing. So we expect, as I mentioned, after 10 years, the number will be duplicated even 2-3 times. So we expect all engineers, they will think, who are dealing with this issue with water production, they will think in the way how they will offer clean water for drinking and with convenience prices and less cost by using solar energy, free energy, free cost. Even here, 5 countries, if I take China, United States, Japan, India, and Germany, you can find the quantity even here with the energy. They are the highest. So I can say they are participating in producing, like China, United States, and Japan, India, Germany. They are producing energy, clean energy, renewable energy, and they are using this. They are using this in different ways. So here I can show you in this slide from 2012 up to 2021, like Luxembourg, Yemen, Chile, Jordan, Australia, and even the world. You can see that, for example, Yemen, they have started almost 5 years, and they are increasing, and they become, with their water production, they are using renewable energy with help of Germany government, and they are producing a lot of water for drinking, and it's available by using solar energy. So once those countries, they get success in producing water by using solar energy, it means every country can use it and can reduce the cost. For example, in Jordan, we reach 11.7%, and Australia 10.9%. And we expect in next coming 10 years, we will reach, in Jordan, we plan for 35%, and it will be as a ratio. And we are planning to achieve that plan and to achieve that target. And we hope that we will build a lot of stations of and units of solar water distillation using solar energy. Here you can see the capacity of gigawatt in India, China, even in different, the biggest solar plant in the world. I can show you here, India and China, Egypt, they have the highest, and they have even biggest solar plant. Here I can, the comparison desalination techniques using renewable energy. And if you can see that it is an increasing, if you take this comparison before 10 years, it will be very few percentage, but today the percentage is increasing. And you can, so you can follow the other countries who get success, like China, USA, even India, even Jordan, even Yemen. They get success, Germany, they get success in using solar energy, renewable energy to produce drinking water. So I hope from this paper to encourage and to encourage engineers to think in using this technique, and to encourage other countries to start. If they didn't start yet, they can start now much better than later on. So they can offer their customers, their population, water, clean water drinking available from resources where from the Red Sea we cannot buy the water, so it's free water, and we make water distillation from Red Sea without paying any money. It's solar electricity from solar in renewable energy. It is cheaper and it's like free. If I can say after 10 years, once I built the unit for solar energy, once I use the equipments, the machines, the system, after 10 years, the cost will be very less, very less. So water is free, energy is free, so the water production will be very cheap, and even we can use the energy for water pumping to the customers. So the energy today, the renewable energy today, plays a big role in order to decrease the prices and to make our life easy, and the water with the quantity that we want, it will be available. And the technology used in water desalination, it is in an enhancement in everywhere. So every country, they are enhancing their way of water desalination. You can see here even here the number and capacity of desalination plants by region in 2019, and number desalination and desalination capacity million meter cube. So here you can see in the world here, you can see even East Asia in increasing, Middle East again in increasing, Latin America, is there again. And if you can see North America, they are increasing comparing with other countries. So once we use different, let us to say different ways of using renewable energy, whether hydraulic or renewable energy from solar or wind energy, or from hydrology, or from different resources where the energy today using the oil, it is expensive, And we don't know, after 10 years, the oil will be increasing and the cost will be very high. So the best way is to think in using renewable energy, especially solar panel, solar energy. So by using the floated solar energy, here you can see the global solar water desalination in the world with different regions. So the forecast year from 2027, this is the planning year, the next, in the right part, you can see the countries and the world, they are planning global solar water desalination plan, how every country and every region, they are planning up to 2027, it will be, they will achieve their target that they have put it down. So they are working in order to achieve that target. In Jordan, as I mentioned, our target is to reach to up to 35% solar energy or renewable energy used in water production. So in time, by years, people and everywhere, they will reach to produce the water with cheap cost of electricity. It means we will offer water for drinking for our population, because we are taking water from the Red Sea very cheap without paying any price, just to remove the salts and the water desalination. It will be clean water and available with the quantity that we want, that we need. So I will conclude with Jordan. Already they established one station in Aqaba port with water desalination plant. So this plant, it was working with oil. Today, this model is using floated solar panel, and the water desalination in Aqaba now, it is in functioning as pilot project, and we are getting one company who are helping us, Arab Potassium Company. They are producing water, clean water for drinking by using solar floated panel. Thank you for all of you. I hope that I gave something to our engineers, our generation, our students, our experts, in order to think in how to minimize the cost of water production. Sir, Dr. Kathikian.
Thank you, sir.
Any question?
Yes, sir. Tamilarasan, sir.
Dr. Muhammad, sir.
Yes.
Sir, our work was fabulous, sir. So you are done so much of things, sir. So I have few questions, sir.
Yes, please.
So because we heard about our Jordan and this particular region of water, seawater having more salinity than our Indian Ocean, like that.
Yes, we have.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, how much TDS you have to receive in the raw water, sir?
How much?
Total TDS, total dissolved solids.
Yes, we have only one, as I mentioned, we have one project now. They are producing 5 million meter cube per year.
Okay. Sir, I'm asked any initial characteristics like total dissolved solids. How much dissolvable content of solid content is there? So that's why I'm asking, sir.
They are producing water from Red Sea, from the same place as Gulf Aqaba, by using water desalination, and they are developing their way of, once they are using floated solar panel, they are developing the water desalination from heating the, from sun, heating the existing water in order to remove the, what they call, the salts and others. They are using the power comes from the solar panel in order to make the time required for heating and evaporation less.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
They enhance the
Thank you
methodology by using floated energy. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, any other questions from any other participants? We can go for a next.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I invite paper ID C006 to present your presentation.
My presentation is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, sir, it's visible. You can start your. Wow.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. Before that, I have to thank for ICS TCS team for my paper. So today we will discuss about the effect on stability on asphalt using 0.86 space mass and saline tube paste. So I'm Ananda Kumar, Assistant Professor of Department of Civil Engineering, Vivekananda College of Technology, Paramat, Tiruchendur. So before that, this is for accumulation of solid waste in a society. So in COVID situation and after that till now, the face mask we have using the day daily. So these waste we have dumping in your society, and as a human daily we can use it and throw it from the road nearby the area. So the pollution was day by day will increase. Okay. So this is for the status from the quality waste in India. This picture is taken from the Google form. This is clearly mentioned that the face mask is 101.3 about the 96.8987 face mask is ready. Okay. So this is our abstract. So nowadays, the enormous use of biological waste for a single face mask and tube. This is for non-degradable materials. So these non-degradable materials you can use in or prepare to the solid materials in my research work. Okay. So as a result, the flexible payment are made from various types of papers. You can use in the single-use face mask case the proportion. Sir. Hello? Okay. My voice is audible?
Yes, sir, it's audible. You can proceed, sir.
Okay. Okay. The single-use face masks, you can use it 1 to up to 2%, and saline tube paste is 0.5 to 2.5%. So why are taking single-use face mask means we have to using single-use face mask and saline tube paste in medical that means hospitals. We can be using the day by day we can increasing the usage of these two materials. So we are using the possible replacing of coarse aggregate asphalt in the flexible pavement, and we can using the metakaolin materials. This is the filler materials, and one more thing, the M-sand is these are the two filler materials we can be using. Then after that we can testing for the we can take in the scanning electronic microscope, that means SEM analysis for PhD College of Technology, and then we can use the 4 materials and 5 ratios of we can done our projects. So these are the introduction for our the highway infrastructure is a main role for our India. So many of the roads, we, for example, state highways or national highways and village roads, we get rutting problems is very higher to the day by day. So this rutting problem is mainly created the cavities. That cavities we can pour in the roads. That cavities are the voids to be filled. This metakaolin are to be filled the mask, faces mask and saline tube paste. Okay. So to these materials we can use to increase the strength, and waste materials can reduce them our society. These are the main objective for our research work. So these are the literature review. That literature is mainly focused on the material study. So I have taken 34 literature review. So for first 2005 to 2022 up to 34 literature we can using this that means studying research work. So finally we go for the status of these are the material study of waste materials in asphalt mixture. So around the 34 literature you can downloading 2005 up to 2022 material study was studied. First of all, the CR means the crumb proper. The crumb proper you can use in the 5 repeated times around in 2008 and 2014 up to 2017, 20 and 22. So these are the cumulative studies of the material using on the highways stability check projects. So the main objective and the aim is convert the biomedical waste to the value-added products. You can utilize the face mask and saline tubes, and you can improve the durability and stability and reduce the waste of in our environment. Okay. This is very, very cost-effective material because the saline tube and face mask you can partially replacement of force aggregate. So you can this is the cost-effective of projects. These are the scope. So it can be reduced the amount of aggregate and bitumen used in flexible payment to enhance the environmental generated revenue. This is non-biodegradable waste of contributes to land pollution. So it's efficiently management to the achieved by the road construction. Then it's occupies a large area of road and reduce the amount of bitumens because already we told that I have told that the rutting problem is the main problem of the highways in highways or state ways and roads, etc. So this cavity portion we can fill these filler materials of our waste materials. So this is our methodology. So methodology means first of all the material selection for the preliminary materials and waste materials. The waste materials for face mask and saline tubes and the filler material you can use in the metacoagulant. And aggregate size was 6 to 12 mm and M sand and asphalt binder. The asphalt binder grade is 80 by 100 grade of bitumen can using. Then the sample type is conventional and mixed 1 up to mixed 5. The additive content, the mixed proportion is F means face mask and ST means saline tube. Is constantly adding the 50% of metacoagulant for all mixes. Then we can study the stability testing in Mosel testing machine, the discussion and conclusions. So these are the material description. The saline tube and face mask we can collect it on the medical college with the help of our students. Then coarse aggregate and metacoagulant, bitumen and M sand. So this is for a preliminary study for aggregate and bituminous materials. So the aggregate for specific gravity test on aggregate. This up to trial 1 to trial up to 5. This the aggregate specific gravity is 2.5 to 3.0 for transportation in specific gravity. But I have calculated the aggregate of specific gravity test means 2.60. It's formally defined with the mass of unit volume aggregate divided by the mass of equivalent. You know that. Then this is for water absorption. The test procedure is based on the IS 2386 part 3 1963. The value is the water absorption is 2.22%. So this is for impact test of aggregate. The optimum impact value of aggregate is 29.26%. Then this is for crushing value. The crushing value up to the range between the 40 to 45, but the ideal number of aggregate crushing value is 43% of using aggregate 10 to 12. This is for the bitumen test. The specific gravity bitumen test for using the range between 0.97 to 1.02. So at 25 degrees centigrade. So the specific gravity of bitumen is 1. Then this is for softening point. So softening point temperature, the test results for 45 degrees centigrade, trial 1, 2 and 3. The optimum, that means average result is 45 degrees centigrade. This is for viscosity. So viscosity, the temperature range between 60 degree and 135 degree. Which corresponds to the temperature of the road surface during the summer and mixed temperature respectively. So Finally, we got the ideal result of bitumen viscosity is 126 degrees centigrade. We can multiply the output of the results. And penetration test. So the penetration test because the specificity of bitumen is 36. The bitumen grade up to 80 by 100. So the bitumen test we get using the 5 seconds up to the 25 degree temperature. Then the binder content value is 6.65. This value is optimal level of the 6 to 7%. These are the ductility. The ductility, the range up to the 75 centimeter in our using bitumen size. So these are the main part of preparation of the non-degradable materials, for example, face mask and additives. Before using that, the two materials we have to using boiled in hot water at nearly 140 to 150 degree. After that, we have dried in sunlight, and then the melting of the these face mask and to dry these small pieces of cutting into the partial replacement of aggregate, and even similarly we can using the selective also. So this is the making process of asphalt. So the melting point of process of bitumen, and before adding the bitumen, aggregate and selective and the waste materials we have to mixing it properly. After that, we can using the melted process, melted bitumen and mixing in proper. After mixing with the bitumen, is the consistency very very important. During the mixing process, the selective and face mask is binded in surrounding the aggregate. So this is main important during the mixing. This is the demolded specimen. The first species is 1% of the specimen. After that, we can implement the curing process with water bath. The temperature is 40 to 50 degree. Then this is for cast specimen ready to test the muscle test. So it implemented, and after that testing the samples, we can proceed that. So these are the SEM analysis. The SEM analysis, the two pictures we can take in, the selective and face mask, the binding behavior, we can analyze these pictures. This magnification is 100 micrometer. So finally, these are the result of conversion and the mix 1 to 5. And the mass stability, the mix number 1 and 2 is a nearby value of 23 and 25, the difference between 2. But the maximum actual stability we can obtain for the mix 2. That means 1.25% of mask, face mask and selective for 1%. This is the optimum value. Then flow value for 2.014 compared to others, this is very very low. But the flow value is 2.014 is enough for the flexible pavement. Then martial coordinates. The martial coordinate means the proportion of stability and flow. It's mainly resistance to the shear stresses and then deformation. That means a permanent deformation, and then the permanent rutting resistance. The binder content is 5.03 compared to mix 1 and conventional. The 5.03 is very low compared to mix 1 and conventional. But the binder content is 4 to 5% is enough for that payment structures. So mix 2 is the optimum value. We can conclude that. So these are the graphs. 4 parameters. The blue for mass stability. The mix number 0F, 0S means 0 for that means face mask and selective. 1% of face mask and 0.5% of selective. And the result, the optimum result is 1.25 face mask and 1 selectives and 50% of the metacovalence. This is the optimum value of our research work. So finally, we got to go for conclusion. The replacement of 1.25% certain face mask selectives, the aggregate improves the performance. We can explain that the flow value of asphalt mix is 1.25 and 1.6 has the best performance. That is the optimum value of the performance. The adding 1.25% of selective face mask and selective resulted to increase the strength and stiffness, because the stability of muscle stability is increased from mixed design to around 25 kN. This was the attributes the fact of excessive waste inclusion of loss of strength and stability of strength. And it reduced the the design of flexible pavement, the setted face mask saline tubes, that means 2 weight material is a binding material. Then the aggregate sample specimen is 2% sample face mask and 2.5 saline tubes replacement of higher flow value. So overall, this mix 1 to 5. The optimum value is mix number 2, 1.25 and 1% of saline tube. This is for our result, my research work. Then after that, this research is going to next level, when added to the one more biodegradable materials, we can continue going on this research work. So these are my reference sections. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Anand Kumar.
Sir, please, sir.
Very interested topic you have taken. My question is, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Please, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are taking two kind of samples, right? One is mask, another one is saline tube.
Yes, sir.
So what is the sampling method you have done in this to collecting these two things? Can you elaborate?
Sir, our institution, one of the medical college nearby our institution, sir. I have go to for students to hospitals and using the waste materials for saline tube and face mask day by day in our dustbins.
Okay. The quantum of thing daily collecting.
After that, these waste materials go to our lab.
Okay.
Sir, one day nearly 100 and plus face masks I have collected, sir.
Daily.
Yes, sir, daily, sir. So one of the medical college and nearby running, sir.
What's the college name?
Vivekananda Medical College.
Oh, okay.
Tirchangodu, sir.
Okay.
Right, sir.
So, what is the mechanism to convert saline tube into thing? Simply boil or sterile? After sterile, you are doing anything for melting for saline tube and mask?
Sir, first of all, yes, sir. First, the two materials boiled in 100 to 120 degrees centigrade, sir. So after that, we can dry to the direct on sunlight, sir. So then this face mask directly going to the. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So next we can go for the face mask to go for melting process, sir. After melting, we have to using the solid particles and simply cut with the small pieces of asphalt, for example, 3 mm to 5 mm, sir.
So asphalt, your thing is somewhat in powder form, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you have done any composition analysis for saline tube, the mixture of saline tube and face mask? Component analysis is nothing but your nitrogen, carbon.
No, sir. No, sir. Simply we can using the asphalt, we can fill the voids in between the flexible pavement, sir. Okay. This is what's going on, sir. After. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anand Kumar, sir, and Tamilarasan, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I invite paper ID CE037, Ms. C. Madhurita, to present your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm presenting the screen.
Okay, ma'am. You can share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. My name is C. Madhurita. I am from RMK Engineering College. My topic is feasibility study on bamboo as reinforcement in concrete. Team members C. Madhurita, R. Roshni, AC Kathy, mentor Ram Shankar sir. Introduction. Bamboo is a natural fiber that has been used as a construction material for centuries in many parts of the world. It has gained increased attention as a potential alternative to the steel reinforcement in concrete due to the high strength and low weight and sustainability. Bamboo is characterized as a renewable and biodegradable and energy efficient natural resources. It is an environmentally sustainable building material. When considered the relationship between the tensile resistance and specific weight of bamboo, which is 6 times greater than for the steel. Objective. In this study, focus on the selection of right species of bamboo as a sustainable replacement for steel reinforcement in concrete to study the different physical and mechanical properties of bamboo for using bamboo as better reinforcement material. Selection of bamboo. The bamboo is selected based on the color and age. The bamboo show a brown color with at least 3 or 4 years old is selected. Diameter. Use of one with large harvesting. Try to avoid those bamboos that are cut either during the spring and summer seasons. Species. Among 1,500 species of bamboos, the most one must be selected. The test of species are required as reinforcement material. Bamboo characteristics. Bamboo, lightweight and relatively flexible, make it particularly attractive alternative for residential construction in systematic regions. Compared on the mass as per the volume, basic to the concrete. Steel and wood, bamboo is the second to the concrete for the strength and grade first to the stiffness. The bamboo are typically fast-growing perennials. Some species grows much as 30 centimeters per day. Bamboo does not have bamboo does not have rays. That where wood does not mean that the stress applied to the bamboo is evenly distributed for the surface. The mechanical properties of bamboos. These are the mechanical properties of a particular species, Bambusa vulgaris. Literature study. These are the literature study we done. In the first paper, we come to the conclusion that it is the possible way to use a bamboo as a reinforcement material. In this second paper, the behavior and mechanical properties of a bamboo reinforcement concrete member are determined by the testing and analysis. In the recent discussion on bamboo reinforcement concrete paper, we conclude that the additional values of the terms of cost and management and the environmental sustainable building material. Bamboo reinforcement concrete preparation process. Bamboo species are selected and harvested and curing and treatment and cutting and raising and surface preparation and concrete mixing design and placement of bamboo reinforcement. The raw bamboo is selected, then it should be cutted and splitted. Then the bamboo splitted part should be dried and treated by the preservatives, and then the bamboo is framed, then the concrete is added to that. We can get the perfect range of bamboo reinforcement concrete. Various tests on preparation of bamboo reinforcement concrete. Test on physical properties, density and moisture content test. Test on ordnance property, compressive strength, tensile strength, flexible strength, bond strength, stiffness strength, thermal strength. Test. Advantages. Bamboo is very strong natural fiber. It is economically acceptable as a reinforcement. As compared to the steel, bamboo are light in weight. Bamboo is highly flexible as it has a hollow structure. To increase the future flexible strength of a bamboo, thickness reinforcement beam that the waterproofing agent with more bonding should be applied. Shock absorbing capacity of bamboo is very high. It is environmentally friendly. Bamboo is easily available in nature. Application of bamboo reinforcement concrete. We can use in many ways, but morely they're using in flooring, walls and pathways and sideways. But we can also use in slabs, foundation, tiles, beams like columns and roofing also. These are the pictures of how to use bamboo reinforcement. Conclusion. Bamboo is highly recommended in modern days construction due to the cost and efficiency and sustainable property. Bamboo is gained attention as a potential reinforcement material for construction structure due to the properties such as high strength to the weight ratio, renewability, and low carbon footprint. As the use of bamboo as reinforcement material could potentially reduce the environmental impact of concrete construction while also provide a local, available, and renewable material for use in construction. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good work. Even I know many of them nowadays using bamboo as a reinforced material, but it still it's not a field applicability, right? Even though they are using a small kind of structure only, they are used bamboo related things. As partial replacement, like
yes, sir.
For a large scale area, why they are not offer bamboo? Even it's more strong.
Yes, sir. We can use it. Many of them does not have any idea about using bamboo as a reinforcement because all our things still will be giving you a better strength and it will give a long time. But bamboo, if we treat them in a correct way and constructing in a proper process, it will also give you a better strength, sir.
Any identified any cost related area, cost effective, any natural material is cost effective, but when compared with that remaining partial replacement of natural material, have you identified any cost analysis for this one?
No, sir. We are just started it, sir, the project. We will be doing it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhurudha ma'am and Tamilarasan sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I invite paper ID CE038 to ready to present their presentation. Shruti ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am SB Shruti from RMK Engineering College, and I'm from Civil Engineering Department. And my team members are Ranvi, Shri, and Pranavi. So here my topic is creating land use and land cover map for Nellore district using Google Earth Engine. The main objective is to specify how the Nellore district has been divided into different types of land use and land covers. First, here in this project, we are using a platform called Google Earth Engine, which is a cloud-based geospatial analysis platform, which acquires satellite images of our planet, and with the help of those images, it will give the output in the form which we are required. And it accepts in the form of code. The code which we are using here is JavaScript. This is how the platform look like. And here, land use refers to the land, the usage of land, how it is used by the humans for the various purposes. For example, land, the particular land may be used for agricultural purposes or residential area or commercial developmental areas. Whereas land cover refers to the particular land, how it is covered according to the physical and biological thing. Like the Earth's surface may be covered with physical and various biological covers. For example, a particular land may be of forest land, wetlands, or water bodies, etc. So here the problem description is the usage of land may be changing from time to time. So we can't predict how the land may be changing from particular. It may be of water bodies at present day, but after 10 years it may prosper or it may degrade into barren land, or it may undergo drought because of some human consumptions or weather conditions. So because of these changes, sustainability will get disturbed. So here, how we are just classifying, how we are getting land use and land cover map for Nellore district is with the help of a process called image classification. Image classification is nothing but it is grouping of images with the help of the pixel points, which means every colors will be having different shades. So by grouping all those different shades in one type of pixels, we'll be getting this image classification of the particular area. There are two types of image classifications. One is supervised and another one is unsupervised image classification. So in supervised image classification, users will be giving inputs to the machine learning models as the already known data. So the machine will learn all those data of the data given by the users, and according to it, it will points out the pixels. Like it will it will give all those shades different type of numbers. And unsupervised classification is here we will not be giving, the user will not be giving any inputs. The machine itself will group similar images based on the features and characteristics. For example, from satellite image, if it is, if a land occurred as gray color, means it will be grouped as any commercial or residential building. Likewise, if it is in green color, means it will mention it as agricultural land or forestry. Likewise. So here, this is the methodology how we have acquired the LULC. Land use land cover map for Nellore is first the study area is Nellore district. Next step is to next step is to bring the Nellore district by giving a code from JavaScript. Will be acquiring the boundary of the Nellore district in the Google Earth engine. This is how it will be getting the Nellore boundary in Google Earth engine. Next step is to filter study area. Here, by cutting all the other nearby areas, will be filtering out the study area with this type of margin, and the specified date must be given for which day we require that LULC map. So next step is merging and clipping. Here, every satellite images will be in the form of tiles. So we will not be getting the exact boundary of Nellore on one picture. So in our project, we got totally 3 tiles of Nellore. We got 3 tiles. So by merging all those 3 tiles and clipping from nearby areas, we have got the false color composite of the Nellore here. So this is how it will be looking from the satellite image. This is the false color composite of the Nellore, in which we have given the user inputs for the machine learning model. So next is to train the creating the training data. Here we will be creating some training points for manual pointing of the each and every lands like barren lands, water bodies, agricultural land, and urban lands. Here, the red color refers to the urban land. This is the training points which we have created for this Nellore district. And blue color represents the water bodies, yellow color represents barren land, green color represents the agricultural land. After training the classifier with their manual input, we'll be getting this as the output. So this is the land use and land cover map of the Nellore district. I mean, the green color areas are agricultural lands, and all those red color points are urban, and yellows are barren lands. Blue colors are water bodies. So in addition to this, we have calculated the area of each and every classification. So this is the area we have got. For urban land, it is 989 kilometers square, and vegetative land, it is 9,387 kilometers square. Barren land, 2,172 kilometers square, and water bodies is 872 kilometers square. So the conclusion is, with the help of land use and land cover map, by using Google Earth Engine, we'll get to know how the land changes from one time to time, and we can get the approximate value of the, area cover of the particular type of land, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am? Ma'am?
Tamilarasan, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So you can start.
Shruti? Can you hear me?
Shruti, ma'am?
Shruti, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, so at last you are finding the land use land cover map. So can you, how much we can able to understand if you are put the table column, how much area in acres in agricultural land, and how much area we have a water body, and how much area we are having any barrel lands or mines, because Nellore area very much known for the tiles and quarry area. So you can identify that kind of area. Now we can easy to know total square kilometer like that. How much that kind of data have you identified, or just you can find you may find this area for agricultural, or this area or water body. You just identify the source location, or you are calculating any other.
No, sir. We are just identifying those agricultural areas.
Shruti, you can present the final
water
table.
Body.
Final table you can present. You can show the values.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Yes. So remain. This is overall land, barren land like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Square kilometer.
Yes, sir.
So in this thing, for remaining area for like that, you have any mines, quarries? That's I am asking.
No, sir. We haven't calculated those.
Because for that your selected area was mainly focusing on that particular region for mines and quarries. That's why I'm asking. Okay, no problem.
Okay, sir.
In future, you can add this thing also.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shruti ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tamilarasan sir. Now I invite paper ID CE008 Ms. R. Padmarani to present your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. You can share your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. I will share, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
It's visible, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My project is an experimental study on total replacement of sand with plastic paste and crusher dust in paver blocks. And I'm R. Batmarani, working as an assistant professor in Sri Bharati Engineering College for Women, and my co-author is Mrs. P. Denise Flora. So these are the content of our presentation. So introduction. Concrete paver blocks were first introduced in Holland. These blocks were rectangular in shape and had more or less the same size as the bricks. During the past 5 decades, the block shape has steadily evolved from non-interlocking to partially interlocking to fully interlocking to multiply interlocking shapes. Consequently, the pavements in which non-interlocking blocks are used as designated as concrete pavement or non-interlocking concrete pavement are those in which partially, fully or multiply interlocking blocks are used designated as interlocking concrete block pavement. Interlocking concrete block pavement technology has been introduced in India in construction a decade ago for specific requirement of footpath, parking areas, gardening areas, etc. But now being adapted extensively in different uses where the conventional construction of pavement using hard bituminous mix is not feasible or desirable. These are the paving block shapes using interlocking. There are 4 basic types of paver blocks. Type A paver blocks with simply plain vertical faces which do not contain any key joints. And type B paver blocks is alternate plain and curved corrugated vertical faces which is key to nearby paver blocks. And type C paver block have all faces curved or corrugated which is easily key to the nearby paver blocks. Type D paver blocks is mostly L and X-shaped paver blocks which all faces curved or corrugated which is also key with each others and nearby paver block patterns. These are the types of paver blocks with different types of materials used. Plastic paver block, concrete paver block. So concrete paver block is mostly widely used in India for gardening, footpath, etc. Third one is clay paver, rubber paver block and stone paver blocks. So stone paver blocks is used for high traffic areas also. Literature review. So these are the literatures I have gone through for my projects. So first literature is Sharman Sainz, Power and Swang Anand Buch. This paper discussed the results of an experimental study conducted on fly ash, plastic strip and wires plastic. And the use of plastic in concrete paver blocks is aimed at reducing aggregate content and leading to better economy and durability. In this paper, he used plastic in the range of 20 to 40% of plastics to increase the strength of the paver blocks. The strength may increases from 30 to 35% of the replacement of plastics in aggregates. And the second literature is named reuse of plastic waste in paver blocks. And this main aim of this project is to replace cement with plastic waste in paver blocks. Here we use the quarry dust and polyethylene tetrahydrocarbonate to be used for the replacement of cement to eliminate the CO2 emissions from the concrete making process. The utilization of waste plastic in concrete also increases the compressive strength and also decreases the disposal of the plastic waste. In this project, 3 replacement levels were conducted: 10%, 20% and 30% by weight of the aggregates are used in the preparation of concrete. The maximum compressive strength occurs at 30% replacement of polyethylene tetraaldehyde is obtained. And the third literature is Niveda C. Rutia M. presenting about production of plastic paver block from the solid waste. In this paper, quarry dust, fly ash and polyethylene tetraaldehyde is used as an replacement of fine aggregate. So maximum compressive strength occurs at 30% of polyethylene tetraaldehyde and 25% of fly ash is obtained. And this paper concluded that solid waste can be also used as a main constituents for the preparation of paver block with increased strength, and also it also reduces the disposal waste of plastic. So from all these literatures, I can conclude that the replacement of plastic waste up to 30 to 40% aggregate increases the compressive strength of paver block. After 40%, compressive strength is little bit increased, but the water absorption of paver block is also increased. Quarry dust has good filler properties and it can be used as a filling material with admixtures. The use of plastic waste in concrete will not only be used as its safe disposal method, but may also improve the concrete properties like tensile strength, chemical resistance, drying shrinkage, and grip on short and long term basis. From this, we got idea to total replacement of fine aggregate with PVC powder and quarry dust. So quarry dust similarly has the good filler properties. We use a total replacement of fine aggregate with both of it. To overcome poor workability properties, we use our water reducing admixtures, and also with the use of admixtures, we also get the good performance concrete. In this project, we use cement of OPC 53 grade and the mixed design of M20. Remaining slides will be handled by Mrs. P. Dennis Flora.
Good afternoon all. I am Dennis Flora from Sri Bharati Engineering College for Women. Material study, cement. In order to attain the good mechanical properties, we are using ordinary Portland cement which satisfy the requirement of IS code 8112. In construction industry, the main problem is demand in fine aggregate. In this project, we are totally replacing the fine aggregate with polyvinyl chloride and quarry dust. Polyvinyl chloride is a synthetic plastic polymer after polyethylene and polypropylene. Its mass produced is the third largest quantity in worldwide. Next, we will move on quarry dust. It is obtained by product of the mining and quarrying industry. It also be used as a filler and filling material. It can be used with natural sand to increase the durability of concrete. It also decreases the amount of water needed to set the concrete. This shows the properties of low density polyethylene. This melting point is 150 degrees Celsius. Thermal coefficient of expansion is 100 to 200 in 10 power minus 6. Density of the LDPE is 0.910 to 0.940. Tensile strength of LDPE is 0.20 to 0.40 Newton per mm square. This shows PVC powder and quartz sand. This is properties of quarry dust. We done basic test. Specific gravity of quarry dust is 2.62. Grading zone is zone 2 of soil. Fineness modulus is 2.952. Water absorption is 1.80%. Table 3 shows the properties of fine aggregate. For fine aggregate, we done this basic test. Specific gravity of fine aggregate is 2.62. Fineness modulus is 4.6. Table 4 shows the properties of coarse aggregate. For coarse aggregate, we done this basic test. Specific gravity of coarse aggregate is 2.75. Fineness modulus of coarse aggregate is 5.5. Water absorption is 0.9%. Next is mixing proportion. For this paver block, for sand, totally we are replacing PVC powder and crusher dust. First set, we took 15% PVC powder and remaining 80% crusher dust. For next set, for sand, modified value of 55 powder at 7 days. At 45% replacement of PVC compressive strength for paver block with coarse aggregate attain a maximum compressive strength of 58.56 megapascal. But the water absorption value decreases with increase in addition of PVC powder and crusher dust. Paver block with coarse aggregate gives better water absorption properties than pavement block without coarse aggregate. For further studies in the same project, use of pozzolanic material and a rubber clamp can also be used. These are my references. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Any ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, that ratio for plastic waste and crusher dust, how will you arrive, ma'am? You are show some literature, sir. But
Yes, sir.
literature, you are taken from the literature, or you have to study any composition for plastic waste and crusher dust?
Sir, we are getting this ratio from study. After that study, we are making 5 to 6 ratios, sir. From this ratio, we finalize that 15, 30, and 45%, sir.
Okay. So
After
55 and
45%,
45.
the values goes down.
For your literature you have studied, now how much they are having the percentage for plastic waste?
They are using plastic up to 50%, sir. But maximum compressive strength is occurs at 30 to 40% only, sir.
Okay. Then for replacement, which plastic waste you are taken and the collection materials?
Sir, we are using polyethylene type of plastic waste, sir. So we are getting.
You are collected from anywhere else, industry or commercial buildings?
No, sir. We get it from powder, sir. Direct powder. We got it, sir.
You are purchased, right?
We are purchasing PVC powder, sir.
Okay. PVC powder, but source plastic waste. I don't know that meaning.
So the PVC powder.
How much it cost for 1 kg?
The cost per 1 kg is nearly 20 to 30 rupees, sir. We are getting this plastic PVC powder from plastic waste, sir. The use in PVC powder, it's obtained from the plastic waste from industry, sir. So its cost is very less.
Industry?
Sir?
Industry name? Any they are producing any raw material?
No, yeah. The industry name is not striking, sir. I ordered it from internet, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next paper ID CE009, and the authors are Mrs. R. Mogana ma'am and Leela Bharati ma'am to present your paper.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. You can share your presentation.
Window, full screen, entire screen. Is that visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Is that visible, ma'am? Is that visible, ma'am?
Now it's visible, ma'am.
Okay.
Put your screen on a slideshow, ma'am.
It's already in slideshow, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Good day, everyone. So, myself, Leela Bharati from Mepkoshlang Engineering College. I am doing my research under the guidance of Dr. R. Mogana from Mepkoshlang Engineering College. The topic of my research is sustainable utilization of plastic wastes for the impact-resistant green panel applications. This is the problem statement of my research. The two main challenges of the current human society is
Leela, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupt. Please put your presentation in slideshow mode.
Is that visible to you, ma'am?
It's visible, ma'am. Screen is visible, but please change it over to full screen mode, slideshow mode. Press F5 key.
இது ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. திருப்பி அங்கே போய் ஷேர் பண்ணாதான் அதுல இருந்து ஷேர் ஆகும். இப்போ கிளிக் பண்ணி ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
Now kindly click the present now and put it on entire screen mode.
Share. இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. present இப்போ screen. இப்போ F5 பண்ணுங்க.
Is that okay, ma'am?
Now it's okay, ma'am. You can.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the problem statement of my research. The two main challenges of the current human society is waste disposal management and the global warming. As we already know, the cement concrete industry is responsible for 7% of total greenhouse gas emission. On the other hand, the waste plastic disposal rises to 370 million metric tons per annum with overall this years. So if the trends continues at around 2025, the waste disposal of plastic will be reach around 11 million metric tons of the directly to the environment. So among them, only 9% of plastic wastes has been recycled, and the remaining 91% is landfill directly to the environment. So based upon this research problem, I have framed my objective as to check the viability of using plastic pellets as a partial substitute for fine aggregate in the geopolymer mortar, as well as to develop a novel impact-resistant panels with the geopolymer mortars by using plastic wastes. The scope of my research is, at the end of the research, high impact resistant structures of geopolymer mortar with the help of plastic wastes will be built. So it will be implemented directly into the field, such as bridge structures and deck slabs, etc. And these are all the literature survey. So I quickly move on to the summary of the literature. So these are all the summary of the literature. So what I have inferred from this literature survey is, so we can use the plastic wastes in the geopolymer construction as a fine aggregates without affecting its mechanical strength. The only condition is the plastic waste dosage will be limited to up to 10%. And if we are using the plastic wastes as a fiber, it can considerably increase the impact resistance as well as the ductility characteristics of geopolymers. And it shows lesser degradation in the geopolymer matrix. The only thing is the fiber gets pulled off if due to the insufficient bonding of the matrix. So the research gaps I have identified from the literature survey is the impact resistance of the plastic wastes while using the partial substitute of fine aggregate in the geopolymer. It needs to be explored further, as well as the abrasion resistant characteristics also explored further. So based upon this, I have framed my own methodology into 6 segments. Literature survey, as I explained before, in the material procurement and characterization, matrix study, testing of matrix, interpretation of results, and conclusion. So in the material procurement, I have used glass of fly ash and GGPS as a binder material for producing the geopolymer matter. And for control matter, I have used OPC 53 grade cement. And for fine aggregate, as I already told, to reduce the exploitation of natural river sand, and I have used the plastic pellets as fine aggregates. The plastic pellets I have used in the study is derived from the waste plastic ends. To differentiate the alkaline media, I have used both the alkaline media, that is potassium-based activator as well as the sodium-based activator. To enrich the workability of the mortar mixture, I have used polycarboxylic ether as a chemical admixture. And in the material characterization, so these are all the physical properties of the binder I have used in this work. So I have conducted basic physical property testing such as sieve test, standard consistency, initial setting time, final setting time, etc. as per the coded provisions of ASTM.
And using the SEM and ETAX result, I have obtained the chemical and morphological characteristics of the binder I have used in this study. So in this, we can infer that the fly ash having the minimum calcium content of 2.76, which is lesser than 10%. So it is classified as class of fly ash. The major component in the GGPS is calcium. So it is sufficient to build a CaSH gel as well as the NaSH gel in the geopolymer structure. And to confirm the particle size distribution pattern of the plastic pellets, it was compared with the reverse sand. So this is the plastic pellet I have used in the study. And the physical properties of the aggregates I have conducted in the plastic pellets is compared with the reverse sand. So what I inferred here is, when compared to reverse sand, the plastic pellets having the lower density. So based upon literature survey, I have constrained the percentage of using plastic aggregates as 5% by weight. So this lower density does not affect the geopolymer density. So the mixed composition. Based upon the trial and error process, I have finalized my mixed design. So totally 3 sets of martyrs were prepared. So set number 1 consists of the cement martyr, and set number 2 for potassium based geopolymer, and set number 3 for the sodium based geopolymer. So in each set, with and without the plastic pellet addition was incorporated in this study. So totally I have prepared 6 types of martyr mixtures. So this is the casting and curing operations, and in the curing we have adopted oven curing technique. So it was conducted in oven for 100 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. So the oven curing process and the temperature and duration was finalized based upon our previous studies. In the testing and results. So based upon this finalized mix, we have prepared the martyr mix. So the workability of the mixture was found out based upon the ASTMC 1437, that is flow table test, and the hardened property was found out using the compressive strength test. So this is the results obtained from the workability and compressive strength test. So what I inferred from this result is, so we are while comparing the workability percentage of the various martyrs, so while incorporating the plastic pellets, the flow percentage was considerably increased. So let me explain the reason behind this. The plastic pellet was naturally hydrophilic in nature. So the water absorption in this fresh martyr is very less while incorporating the plastic pellets. This is the reason why we are getting the increased percentage of flow in the workability test. So on contrast, in the compressive strength test, while incorporating the plastic pellets, the compressive strength was reduced. The reason behind this is the insufficient bonding between the plastic aggregates as well as the geopolymer matrix, so is responsible for the reduction in compressive strength. But in our case, we have limited the usage of plastic pellets as 5% by weight. So the loss in compressive strength was not so significant. So it is fall under only 13 to 14% loss when compared to the control mixture. So for the same finalized mix, we have I have prepared a panel as well as the cylinder. So for that, I have conducted the split tensile strength as well as the flexural strength. So on contrast to compressive strength, what I have observed here is the split tensile strength as well as the flexural strength of the mortar was increased while incorporating the plastic pellets. So what is the reason behind this? Is means the plastic pellets was overlapped naturally the plastic pellets was elongated shapes in nature, so it was overlapped over the split sections of the mortar, so it resists the splitting of the section as well as the cracking of the panel. So this is the reason behind the thing. So we got the maximum tensile strength as well as the flexural strength irrespective of the type of mortar when compared to the control mixture. So we are reaching the maximum tensile strength as well as flexural strength in the potassium based geopolymer mixture. So for the same mixture, I have prepared a mortar cylindrical disc as well as the core test. For that, for conducting impact resistant as well as the abrasion resistant test. So this is the result I have obtained from the impact resistance. So based upon the code ASTM B2794, the impact energy calculated at the occurrence of first crack as well as the collapse was tabulated in this. So the ratio between these two energy levels was termed as ductility ratio. So we can easily observe that while incorporating the plastic pellets in the C1, GK1 and GS1, so the ductility ratio as well as the impact energy was considerably increased when compared to the control mix. So the placed plastic pellets was acted as a effective pressure distribution media at the time of impact energy distribution. So that is why we are having 3 to 4 times improved energy absorption at the time of impact applying impact load. And in the ductility ratio also, so we can observe the pattern that when comparing to the control mix, each and every plastic incorporated mixture having the improved ductility ratio, that is drastic improvement. So what is behind this mechanism means the plastic pellets drastically transforms the brittle media into ductile one. That's the reason behind it. So the plastic pellet incorporated mortars showed maximum number of deformation before collapse. So it can be easily adaptable for the ductile structures. And in case of abrasion resistance, so the plastic pellets, so what happens means while mixing the plastic aggregates in the geopolymer mortar, so due to lower density, the plastic aggregates will be accumulated over the surface of the mortar. So if we are giving the external abrasion, the projector plastic aggregates will be offering external resistance to the abraded surface. So that is why we are having minimal abrasion loss while applying the abrasion forces. So based upon this results, I am having the following conclusion. So as I already mentioned, the hydrophilic tendency and the lesser water absorption of the plastic aggregates resulted in the improved workability of 4 to 10 times than the control specimens. And also the insufficient bonding between the plastic aggregates as well as the geopolymer mortar resulted in the reduction in the compressive strength. But as we are constraining the percentage of adding the plastic aggregates into 5%, the reduction of compressive strength was not so significant. On the other hand, while the elongated plastic aggregates overlapped over the split sections, and it offers 12% improved split tensile strength and also the improved bearing strength also. So in the ductility also, the effective redistribution of stress offered by the plastic pellets resulted in the improved ductility ratio of 3.7 to 3.8 times higher than the control specimens, and it offers maximum displacement, that is maximum cracks and deformation before the collapse. And the projected plastic pellets aggregates over the mortar surface offered 22 to 32% reduced depth thrust due to abrasion. And with this improved ductility, energy absorption and abrasion resistance of plastic aggregates, the feasibility of using geopolymer mortar in the impact resistant structures such as pavement, bridges and hydraulic structures can be constructed using this plastic pellet incorporated green panels. And also the use of plastic aggregates does not only improve the ductility and energy absorption, but also it will be the key solution for reducing the exploitation of natural resources such as rivers. And these are all the reference I have made for this paper. And, any queries?
Sir?
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Ms. Mogana, ma'am.
Leela Bharati.
Ma'am, have you mentioned the activators? How will you find the activators, ma'am?
Sir,
where
actually,
you are getting
sir, activators, it is commercially available activators, sir. So geopolymer means we can either go for potassium-based activators, that is potassium hydroxide and potassium silicate, or we can go for sodium hydroxide or sodium silicate. In this case, I have used both the type of activators.
So why we go for alkaline-based activators? There is any purpose for that?
Actually, sir, in the cement concrete construction, the binder used is cement as well as water. But in case of geopolymer construction, we are completely eliminating the cement with the help of aluminosilicate precursors as well as activators. The aluminosilicate medium is fly ash and GGPS, and the alkaline medium here is potassium or sodium based activators. So what happens is this aluminosilicate precursor will dissolute into the alkaline media and produce a polymerized structures, that is KASH gel or NaSH gel, instead of our conventional CSH gel.
So activator is you mentioned plastic is hydrophilic in nature.
Yes,
bind
sir.
with water.
Yes,
Then
sir.
what is the phenomena of activators?
Activator means actually we are using the plastic pellets as
Either we are having any have you find any hydrophilic nature or hydrophobic nature?
Actually hydrophilic nature, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Leela Bharati ma'am and Tamilarasan sir. Next, I invite paper ID CE018, Ms. GS Brinda ma'am to present your paper. Brinda ma'am?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Uploading my presentation.
Yeah, ma'am.
Ma'am, the presentation is visible?
Yeah, it's visible, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My topic is on effect of water quality on the strength of concrete. And I'm from Department of Civil Engineering, Acharya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. And my co-author is Professor Amreshwar sir, same Department of Civil Engineering, Acharya Institute of Technology. Yeah, actually nowadays what we are facing is the scarcity of water, especially for the use of construction. So what we have done in our work is the effect of water quality on the strength of concrete, different types of water from different category like potable water, sewage water, and lake water we have collected, and we have done mixed design for the for M25 grade, and then we have tested for strength of the concrete, both compressive and tensile. We have concentrated more on the compressive strength of the concrete. And here, as we all know, concrete is one of the oldest material, and especially because of this versatility, steadiness, and then sustainability. So whatever the area, wherever the area we are using concrete, that plays a very important role, especially in the construction. We are mixing the aggregates that is sand, both as well as fine and then coarse aggregates what we have. In our study, the main objective is we to determine the physical parameters of various water samples that we have collected, and to determine the compressive strength of the concrete at various curing periods. So as I mentioned in the slide, we have collected a water that is we have used a water. One is a potable water and sewage water of our college only, before treated and after treated. And then Chikpanavara Lake, it is nearby to our college, as well as Hesrighatta Lake, the two lakes water sample that we have collected, along with potable water and sewage water before treated and after treated. So methodology that we have followed is collection of water sample from different sources. As I mentioned, 5 sources we have selected: potable, sewage water after treated and before treated, and then Chikpanavara Lake water, and then Hesrighatta Lake water. So then we have tested samples, physical, chemical, and biological parameters of those samples, and collection of materials. The second, that is cement, fine and coarse aggregate, and basic test on those materials we have conducted, and designed for M25 mix concrete, and then casted the cubes, and then we have tested those cubes, whatever we have casted. So here some basic test results we have for fine aggregate and coarse aggregates. So the specific gravity of fine aggregate we got 2.64, and specific gravity of coarse aggregate 2.79, and specific gravity of the cement what we got as a 3.15. Then these are all the physical, chemical, and biological tests we have done for the various water samples. So pH value for potable water we got almost 6.9. It is almost equal to neutral. And sewage before treated is 7.6, after treated 7.9, Chikpanavara Lake 8.8, and Hesrighatta Lake 7.7. And various parameters and results of those, that is total hardness, chloride content, nitrate, total alkalinity, dissolved oxygen, that is DO, acidity, COD and BOD. These were all the tests that we have conducted for various samples. So acidity is almost nil for all the samples that we have collected. But when it comes to pH value and other parameters, it is hardness and all. In some that actually variations that we have observed for sewage after treated and then Chikpanavara Lake, usually the results whatever we got is that is not a good water quality that we got, especially for Chikpanavara Lake. That we have concluded that there is a more pollution that we are going to observe in this observed in this Chikpanavara Lake. And then whatever the cube, using the water what we have collected from all the sources, casted a cube and cured in that same water. So compressive strength and tensile strength also, of course we have tested, but we more concentrated on the results of compressive strength. We casted a cube of 0.15 by 0.15 by 0.15 of meter of cube, and then cylinder of height 0.3 meter and diameter of 0.15 meter, and the results for 7 days compressive result what we got is 17.20 Newton per mm square for potable, and sewage it is 12.85, sewage after treated is 16.55, Hesrighatta Lake 16.04, and Chikpanavara Lake what we got is 12.12. Actually least compressive strength for 7 days what we got as a Chikpanavara Lake water. And then 14 days of compressive and tensile strength result that I have kept in the slide. So it is increasing actually compressive strength 23.44 and 17.42, 22.54, 21.83, and Chikpanavara Lake water what we the result compressive strength is 16.34 what we got. And now 21 days we have tested compressive strength of the concrete is 24.31, 17.70, 23.36, 23.34 and 16.58 for the respective water samples. And finally 28 days compressive and then tensile strength what we got is potable water almost we got a 24.93 Newton per mm square, and sewage before treated what we are observing is that has not reached the compressive strength for the mixed design what we have done for M25, and sewage after treated is reaching 23.93, Hesrighatta Lake also 23.15, but Chikpanavara Lake that what we have got is 17.11 Newton per mm square. And this is the graphical representation what we have given. So you can observe Hesrighatta Lake, potable water, sewage after treated, before treated, and Chikpanavara Lake. The strength actually 7 day strength is very less in Chikpanavara Lake, and 14, 21 and 28 days also it has reached what I have just represented in the table, that is 17.11 Newton per mm square. And the tensile strength, the same way, tensile strength of the concrete also graphically that we have represented here. And then just a comparative along with the properties of the water and compressive strength, just a comparison we have done, graphical representation and comparison that we have done. Compressive strength and pH value whatever we have taken along with that, just a graphical representation. pH value is almost, that is 6.9, 7.9 with the results what we got, water quality result what we have tested. So it is almost the Chikpanavara Lake what we have, it is basic, alkalinity is more actually. So the compressive strength is very less we are observing. That one of the parameter we can consider, that's why the compressive strength is decreased. And here compressive strength of the concrete versus nitrate value, again the Chikpanavara Lake strength is very less. And then total hardness relatively, but here also what we have is strength actually that has been increased, but still because of hardness content that is more in sewage before treated, and then Chikpanavara Lake is hardness is way more. But still, after treated, whatever we got as 570, the hardness what we got, the compressive strength, anyways, it is reaching finally. And alkalinity, compressive strength versus alkalinity, and this is the graphical representation what we have. And here also you can the alkalinity is more that is in Chikmanavara Lake as well as in potable water, but still the compressive strength whatever we have that we got less in Chikmanavara Lake. And graphical representation of compressive strength versus chloride value, this is the representation what we have. And finally what I try to conclude is actually the concrete specimens whatever we have tested for 7 days, 14 days, 21 and then 28 days, almost the compressive strength equal to or at least that have reached the 90% of the strength except Chikmanavara Lake water. And compressive strength obtained from the concrete mixed with the potable water what we have 13.5% more strength than the cubes that are made with the Hesraghatta Lake water. And the concrete made with the sewage water after treated have slightly less 28-day compressive strength compared to Hesraghatta Lake water. So from present study, you can say slightly acidic, alkaline, salty or brackish colored or foul smelling water should not be rejected outright. This is important because of water shortage in many areas of the world. So 28-day compressive strength of concrete specimen with treated sewage water is less percentage compared to Hesraghatta Lake water. And actually, see what I suggest is whatever the water which is having not a good quality of water what we have, it is outrightly means rejecting those type of water using in a construction. It is not good actually, because whatever the water shortage we are facing in many areas, the polluted water what we have taken means a whole test whatever we have done, the Chikmanavara Lake is actually it is a completely polluted one. Of course, we didn't get any good compressive strength from that water, but when it is compared to an sewage water after treating, and then Hesraghatta Lake water also little bit it is polluted, but of course we can use that water for the construction purpose. So scope of work is again behavior of steel with different qualities of water can be studied, corrosion or rusting of steel with different qualities of water can be studied, and the water qualities of other streams, lakes and rivers we can take, and we can do the compressive and tensile strength of the concrete. So thank you. These are all my references, and thank you. I thank the team of conference for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. Thank you.
Brinda, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, in on table, have you mentioned some of the values, permissible standards, sir?
Okay, sir.
After sewage treatment by them. So, if potable water means you are assuming a drinking water, right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, in this table, we are mentioned COD less than 1, BOD less than 1 milligram per liter, right?
Yes, sir.
For potable water, these two contents are not less than 1, that is 0.
Okay.
A single, that one mistake I found in your thing. So
Okay,
kindly
okay,
correct
fine.
it after
Sure,
this.
sir. Thank you so much for the.
Because even one bacteria is there means we could not able to call it as a potable water.
Okay, okay. Yes,
That's why
sir.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
But anyway, at last, what is your which lake you need to prefer for?
Sir, anyways, potable water is preferable. Fine. Apart from that, actually, Hesraghatta Lake I prefer, because almost the strength what we got is almost it is reaching 23.93 for the mixed design of 25. And of course, we can go for after treated also. There is impurities are there still, but still when it comes to construction, of course, it is also reaching 23 point something Newton per mm square of strength. So I suggest apart from potable water, because now scarcity whatever we are facing for the water, so we can use even the polluted water. Too much of pollution, of course, we are going to avoid because of so many consequences we are going to face while achieving the compressive strength of concrete. But still, we can go for Hesraghatta Lake and then sewage water after treated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Brinda ma'am and Tamilarasan sir. Now I invite paper ID CE033 to present their presentation. Sudhakaran sir.
Thank you.
Kindly share your screen.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Sir Gasalal, sir. Sudhakaran, you can share your screen.
Hello? Is it for me?
Sir Gasalal, sir. Sudhakaran, you can share your screen. Sudhakaran? Sudhakaran, your voice is not audible. Kindly share your screen. Your voice is breaking. And screen is also not visible. Sudhakaran? Give stop presenting, and one more time you can share your screen. Make it fast. Then Lakshmi ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You can share your screen, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Sudhakaran, kindly give stop presenting. You can proceed after this Dhanlakshmi ma'am presentation. Sudhakaran, kindly give stop presenting. Ma'am, your presentation is not visible. You can share your screen.
Ma'am, already shared, ma'am.
But your presentation is not visible, ma'am. Share your entire screen, ma'am. Otherwise, I can share.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, wait a minute.
Whether it is visible, ma'am? Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay, ma'am.
Please try to finish within 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. My topic is a study on non-destructive test and flexural behavior of geopolymer concrete using different fine aggregates. Introduction. My topic is polymer concrete by using waste materials. Reduce environmental pollution is the main target. Geopolymer concrete is construction material and an alternative to Portland cement concrete that is 100% replacement for the cement by using fly ash for the geopolymer. So it comes under the category of green concrete as well. Use of the geopolymer raises the demand of cement, which is responsible for the high CO2 emission. Geopolymer was the name given by for the Davidovich in 1978 to materials which are characterized by the chain of inorganic molecules. Here we are using inorganic molecules means we are using the alkaline activators in this concrete. So here the main chain formation is the major role. Geopolymer cement concrete is made from the utilization of the waste materials such as fly ash and granulated blast furnace slag, silica fume, etc. For the proposed work, the main is to avoid the CO2 emission by eliminating the full usage of and to reduce the conservation of land resource, to minimize the exploitation of the rivers, to promote usage of rigid marine sand. We are easily able to identify the problem methods, and we can readily reduce environmental pollution in the city. And my objective is to study the behavior of geopolymer mortar made using combination of rigid marine sand that is collected from Chennai port, the Dugri port, and normal manufactured sand used to determine the mechanical properties of the geopolymer concrete using combination of both the rigid marine sand and the name sand, and find out the durability studies, including correction and the flexural behavior. The main part is flexural and the non-destructive testing parameters were determined. These are the materials used in this work. Coarse aggregate. In this coarse aggregate, there are three types of coarse aggregate were used: 7 mm, 12 mm, and 20 mm coarse aggregate was used. Fly ash, class F fly ash was used. The materials were collected from the thermal power unit, and GGBS is locally available. And the super plasticized master gelenium sky was used. Then rigid marine. The alkaline activator chosen is sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide. Normally, sodium is potassium is used. Comparing with the cost wise, we go for sodium hydroxide and sodium potassium. The plain activators. We go for the geopolymer concrete because the geopolymer concrete is economical, low energy consumption, because we are using only the waste or industrial byproducts only. So it comes under the category of economical and thermally stable, because using the thermal power plant, that is fly ash, we are using in this work. So it is thermally stable and easily, and for workability also it is normal and eco-friendly. And the necessity of the alternative binder was worked out in this project, and all the materials are cheap and best. The comparison of the concrete in the normal conventional cement concrete. For geopolymer concrete, there is no addition of cement. Geological material is main constitutes the 100 of silica and alumina parameters materials only used. Then polymerization process is happening because the addition of alkaline activators. The polymerization process is carried out with help of temperatures, elevated temperatures. Elevated temperatures only we can achieve highest strength, but by addition of GBS we can easily achieve this even at the non-curing temperature. Is the main constant act as the binder material, and hydration is happening to the target strength, and the water curing and membrane curing only adapted, but in concrete the curing, ambient curing, and normal curing are adapted. Then scope, the main scope to be that here we are using alternatives for reversion. The alternate material why we proposed means the capacity to raise the capacity of the reverse, and it is in ambient cooling with alternative gates with fly ash. The technology for alternative construction materials is growing nowadays. Further, the use of geopolymer concrete with 0% cement environmental issues related by the CO2 emission during the cement manufacture. Then what rigid marine sand is nothing but rigging is the removal of sediments and from the bottom of the rivers that are easily dumped in the environment and in the seashore area. So utilizing that kind of waste and this information, properties of the rigid marine sand and river sand is more or less say In addition to that, select content is higher with the so it is best option to use the geopolymer compound as a fine aggregate material. Then production, the fly ash is a waste material and the customized it is very cheap for this. They are using low class A for use because the fly ash having a internal structure and easily get bonding and strength also will increase. Higher strength depending on its use because the fly ash is also acts as a viscosity modifier. In the geopolymer compound, we can easily achieve the strength as well. This is the physical and chemical property of the fly ash. The specific gravity is 2.3 and the consistency, the percentage bulk density is 1.05 gram per cc and fineness is less than 90 micron. Of the fly ash is within the permissible limit. Then GGBS here in silicious material content, the fly ash and GGBS were chosen. In this 20% of fly ash was used and GGBS is 30%. It is obtained by punching molten iron flat product of iron and steel making industry, and it is a granular product that is then dried and ground into a fine powder. GGB helps to enhance the yearly strength of the concrete as well to improve the durability.
Kindly go with your conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate, that 16% was used in this investigation. Then this is the physical property of the M sand. Both M sand, rigid marine sand values are more or less same for the river sand. So we can easily adapt it in this work. Then mixed design, there is no codal provision for the geopolymer compounds. It is designed from based Rangan and Jido et al. Our work is first is non-destructive rebound and ultrasonic pulse velocity test were conducted. This is our mixed proportion. Here D denotes the strength and it is a very.
Your presentation is not visible, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Now it's good.
No, ma'am.
Sir, Tamilarasan, sir?
Yes, sir.
Shall we conclude the session, sir? One presenter will join in the next session, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We request all the participants to give our valuable feedback in the link provided. Certificate will be provided to all the papers author within 3 to 4 days. Let's formally close this session. Thank you once again. On behalf of Department of Civil Engineering and the entire fraternity of our institution, first of all, I extend my sincere thanks to Almighty for making today's session 3 a resounding success. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our session chair, Dr. K. Tamilarasan, Assistant Professor from Department of Civil Engineering, Vailtech Rangarajan, Dr. Sagundala, R&D, Institute of Science and Technology, who spared his time to grace this occasion and shared his valuable inputs to this session 3 presenters over online platform. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to our principal, Dr. L. Ganesan, Vice Principal Dr. S. Rajakarnagaran and Dr. S. Dharmar, HOD of Civil Engineering Department, for their encouragement and constant support to conduct this session for our conference in a well-defined manner. Also, I thank all the presenters of this session for your active participation. Last but not least, a very big thanks to all the participants, faculty members, and students who attended this session. Kindly fill the feedback form, which is posted in chat box. Thank you. Thank you all.
So, good afternoon, sir. Swaminathan sir, shall we start, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, sorry for nearly 7 minutes delay, sir. Really sorry for the inconvenience.
It's welcome. I'm also, I would also like to hear your speech on the papers. It's very nice.
With pleasure, sir. With pleasure.
Dhanalakshmi was presenting something on that alternate materials. It was nice to hear.
Yes, sir. Let us start the session, sir. So, good afternoon to one and all present here. So, myself, Chokalingam, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Ramco Institute of Technology, Rajapalayam. So, on behalf of our institution, I would like to express my great pleasure and welcoming all of you to this invited talk of International Conference on Sustainable Technology in Civil Engineering and Applied Sciences, ICSTA 2023. So, during this session, we have a renowned resource person, Mr. V. Swaminathan, sir, is currently working in Larsen & Toubro as Deputy General Manager under the division Building and Factories Independent Company. He joined as a junior engineer during the year of 1996 and worked in various project sites, especially in planning and execution, and functioned in various capacities. Since from the beginning, he has been involved in various roles such as project planning, execution, project coordination, strategic planning, quality, contracts, procurement, internal controls, and so on. So, Mr. Swaminathan sir is a certified ISO International Standard Organization, ISO 9001 lead auditor and auditor for EXIM Bank Business Excellence Awards. Through internal training and development, he has procured more than 1,000 execution and planning engineers for planning, building, costing, and finishing skills. He has developed ATL courses on project costing for internal training and development. He is also taking sessions on project planning and costing to NICMAR students. So right now, he is a panel member for campus requirements for undergraduation and post-graduation, including Indian Institute of Technology and National Institute of Technology. So with no further delay, we would hear from you, sir, especially on the topic cost management and sustainable technology. Now the session is over.
Thank you.
I will carry your PPT on behalf of you. We will share from our side, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah, good afternoon all. Before I start this session, it's an honor for me to attend this session. I am very pleased to hear all of you. Yesterday itself, I was actually, due to time shortage, I could not join yesterday. But still, whatever Dhanalakshmi was presenting, I was saying it's a good paper presentation on alternate materials. It's nice to say, because now why I chosen that cost management topic itself is, when you want to sustainable technology, it not only, calls for any alternate material or, only by technology or any sources. But it's very important that how cost effective we are. Whatever the sustainable market is the scenario, because I was in contracts and I know how the clients are dealing with projects negotiation and all. So during that, we find very difficult, for during negotiation to finalize the project. Earlier days, in fact, before a decade, I can say, we will used to go to client and in 1 or 2 sittings, we will conclude the project. But nowadays, it goes for 10, 15 negotiations. 15 rounds of discussions are happening. Still, they want further, they go up to even our SNS level. That is, he's a CEO and MD. So they used to go to that level and negotiate. So the market is very volatile, and it's become a customer market now. So it's very, very important. Any business to sustain, the cost is very, very important now. So that's what I thought. It's a good topic to interact, and moreover, many of professors are also listening to me, and a lot of students are listening. So it's a nice occasion to project on how cost is important to all of us. So let me start with my presentation. So what we are going to see is now importance of cost management. So am I audible to everybody? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are perfectly audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Because last increase in cost may happen at any stage. You must have heard about that. Whatever the project so far is executed, the project may be budgeted with 100 crores in a government projects. You may find some delays. 24 months project will go to 48 months or 60 months, something like that. So the cost increase is inevitable. So you have to see that how effective we are controlling the cost so that we are within budget and try to complete within budget. So to have that effectively, to do that, cost is something different from cost management. So cost management is across the cycle of the project. We should estimate at all stages. We should go on, review. First, what we are doing is any project we used to start with the budgeting. This is going to be my cost for this project with so much quantity and all. But later on, what happens when the drawings are released, when clients' requirements are come, always there will be some variations and all. So every moment we should estimate that what it is, and up to conclusion, the contractor who took the project from the client, he must have quoted with some X profit margin. But when the duration goes on, he may be in increase in overheads and increase in material cost, increase in labor cost, increase in plant and machinery cost. So everything, it leads to due to environmental conditions or due to any kind of natural calamity. So many things happen in the project cycle. So in that every stage we should analyze as a project manager or project planning engineer or project costing engineer. You should work out every month at least. Okay, we should know what level where we are and what is the cost, what we budgeted and what we are today. So that should happen. And always for the balance works, that is estimate to complete, what we used to call. So what is the balance? Suppose 100 cubic meter concrete we had in a project. Suppose we completed 30 cubic meter, means for 30 cubic meter we must have spent X. So that X is valid for balance 70 cubic meter, or that X plus is going to cost. So that is very important to go on analyzing and estimating properly where we will end up, whether whatever the profit margin we worked out, whether we are going to achieve it. So otherwise, what is the increase, why it is, and how to put a claims from client to sir. It's a question of survival. Every contractor, you leave it L&T or Shapurji or NCC or XYZ. Even there are a lot of A grade contractors, B grade contractors in government departments. So you know that how far it is very important for a contractor to make money out of this project. So for achieving that, and also from contractor point of view, I'm telling, same way from client perspective, they may have budgeted some X amount by taking loan from other banks and other things. But they are also, they are much worried to how to finance the project. So that perspective, if you see, at every level, this cost plays a vital role. So what is that mean by cost management is, it's a process of planning and controlling the budget. Nothing but controlling the budget, how to do within that cost. And also it assists in predicting the business expenses so that one can limit their spending within the budget. That is, somewhere some scope is increased, somewhere something is, materials are increased. So how to cut the cost in the balancing work. Whatever is spent is spent. You cannot do anything. So balancing how we will make up within the available money. So that's what, because the project should not get stopped. So we should complete the project within the budgeted cost. That's what, or how to remobilize some kind of addition of finance, how to make it. So for planning those things, it is continuously, it should be monitored. And also for cost management, for business involves different cost accounting method. There are various individual companies, if you take L&T, we are doing with the EIP. Our own portal is there. We are entrepreneurship portal is there. We are making that. And other companies, something they will work out with some other costing methods. So every individual will have that, their own thing. And how efficiently they are doing. Reducing the cost or restricting within the budget, how they are doing. That is called the cost management. Next, please. Why it is required? That's the next question. What is the cost management we said? Then why it is required? Basically, anything you do, the costing management, if you do, it decides your what is the cost. If you say product, how much it is. Suppose you take one shirt, some seller is doing. So whether we can sell, manufacturing cost is how much, profit margin is how much, the trader logistics cost how much, and what is the ultimate end seller cost, what is his profit. So adding all together the cost. So that whatever the final seller can sell the shirt for 100 rupees means the cost should be, removing that profit, the cost should be within that. Otherwise he cannot sell because nobody is ready to do business in without margin, or unless otherwise people are ready to spend on social CSR, that is corporate social service, they are ready to do without margin. But as a company, and that also is a balance sheet, or individual who are doing a business, everybody wants to get money, the profit. So that survival is there. So costing when you do, it helps you in pricing the goods and services correctly. What price you can fix up, what margin you can get, and aligning the business strategy of an entity. Like if you do for 5 years business, what each year you are doing profit. So after 5 years, where you want to be? Maybe first year you start with 100 crores turnover. In 5th year, I may be doing with 500 crore turnover or 1000 crores turnover. And how to increase your resource base, how to increase the staff strength, how to increase the plant and machinery, all depends on your accounting, how you are doing the cost management effectively. Otherwise, what happens? You must have heard about the bankrupt. Now, so many companies are bankrupt. Why? Because they are poor cost management. So because of which they are facing the problem. And next one is the pricing should not be too low nor it should be too high. If it is too low, what happens? Your margin you will not get. It will be bankrupt. If it is too high, what happens? If you price it, suppose your cost is 20 rupees. If you want to sell that product 100 rupees, there will be no buyer. So ultimately you have to use your own product with you. Nobody else will buy your product. So you should know what should be your proper pricing. Then only you can sell in the market and your survival depends on that. So you should fix that correctly. Then also it should be very, very in market how you are sustaining. That is your competitive market, because suppose you take one shirt, everywhere so many 100 manufacturers are there. So if you want to number one out of 100, you should be not only competitive, you should be very quality oriented, and you should make the business sustainable. So it is very important to have that cost effective. Then it's also certainly required for success of any project or any business, right? When you are doing the project, the post 24-36 month project, you are monitoring the cost effectively, you are completing the project. Not only you are succeeding the project, also you are getting the customer satisfaction, and you are improving the confidence of your resources, that is staff, whoever is working, how many people you employed, and your contractors, and so many people are involved in any project, government departments, so like that. So your cost management everywhere, it is very, very important, right? That's why we should need cost management. It is very important to sustain in the market. Next, please. Continuation to that, before you take a project, you have to plan what is your budget. You should work out the estimate of that. We used to know anything, many of you may be known, you must have constructed your own house. So what we used to do, before we start anything, we will work out how much is going to cost. Suppose if you want to construct a 1,000 square feet building, immediately you will call the contractor, what is that, how much it cost. So what you will do, you will think whether we will procure material and we will give only for labor contract, or we will give entire contract, let him manage the labor, resource, everything, or how to give. So like that, for how you are deciding, you are basically collecting a quotation, you are estimating, you are checking that whether it is go for it or not, how to plan for the financial things. So for each and everything you need an estimate. So any project, it should give you the estimate what is that. Next, not only that, and if you do the proper cost management, the cost overruns you can stop. It will be within the budget. And next is when you know the scope of the cost, then the business can bear, then it becomes relatively easier to set goals and accordingly work for it. So when you do the cost management at regular intervals, you can predict where we are going to end. If it is your own project, how to finance or how to do it, or if it is going to be client financing, you can tell appropriate time to client that this is our instead of 100 crores, it is going to go 150 crores or 120 crores. So please be ready with the finance. Later on, otherwise the project will be disturbed. So it will be easy for you to smooth run of the project. Next is, it also brings about better planning and financial management. And decisions will be easy. If you project everything appropriate time, it will be across people. Some projects may be decision authority 2 levels. Some project the decision authorities may be 10 levels. Sometimes it may be a joint, some partners or people may stay in the overseas. So for each and every one of them, it is easy to decide. Next, please. So it should be strategically done. So when we seen last slide, we must have explained about that what cost management strategy should be done. So what is strategy? Strategy is nothing but it's a process of effective management with use of resources. So whatever, suppose one project you are going to start. So you have to strategize how we are going to execute, within how many months, what financial planning we are going to do, like that. When you make that within that cost, this is the cost you decide, your budget is ready, then you have to strategize that. The business strategies can be implemented by the organizing during the following situations. What are all the situations? First one is when the market factors affect progress of organization. So the market, what it is, what do you mean by that? When the market factors affect the progress of organization means, suppose for example, you take in the civil engineering, you must have planned with the concrete cost of 5,000 rupees per cubic meter. Suddenly what happens? Your cement prices are going up, or your aggregate prices are going up, something like that. So what happens? Instead of 5,000 rupees, it is going to cost you 6,000 rupees. So 20% increase. So what you will do? So for that, how to control that? You have to strategize. Whether we can plan earlier, in godown, cement godown, we will allocate, we will store huge quantity of cement, what is required for the project in the upfront. Or aggregates, we will store some materials upfront. Something like that. You should strategize because you are the person who knows where you are constructing the project, what strategy you are going to implement for control on cost. So you should strategy, you should adapt. Then the organization is not able to achieve its stated outcomes in the business. So you are failing. You suppose, for example, you are making that project up to basement, I will complete the construction within a month. You are planning as per your master schedule. But you are not able to do it because of rain or because of local strikes or something like that. It is increased. It is going beyond a month. So what do you have to do? Again, you have to analyze why it is done. How we are going to overcome this difficulty. So you should work on that. Then analyze that. What you can do next month, you can put additional resources, and whatever the second month progress you are supposed to do, you can put extra resources and complete that. That is one way of strategizing the things. Then the consumer satisfaction, that's also equally important. You can't deny that. Next. Strategies can be adapted on following situations. What we are trying to say is where you can adapt the strategy. First thing is to create goals of the business to reach priorities. So when you want to do, suppose you want to do a hospital building. If you take one of the hospital campus you want to develop, like a Vellore, big hospitals are there. You have multiple Apollo hospitals in Chennai. Like that, you want to develop a hospital complex. So you have to priority you should do. Which building, whether you can go for across overall project or you want to go for a phased manner, and depends on it the money resource, how the funding is available. So it depends on that. So you should prioritize. Whatever you want to do, you should give how you want to go about. Then to ensure that the organization meets the necessary mission, vision and goal priorities that create the success of the organization. So you must have heard about that even in your colleges. every year or once in 3 years or 5 years, your top management will ask for you to change the vision or mission. So there will be one, A4 size, they must have written what is the vision of this. So you're in the topmost person must have signed on that. So vision statement, mission statement, especially the whatever the public limited companies, it is very mandate. They should have that and give it to SEBI since they are public limited companies. So it is very important for them. So every individual organization will have that. What goal they want to achieve. Even some of the interviews, people used to ask, after 5 years, what do you want to be? So it is individual vision. Every individual got that. Nobody can stop. Every individuals are having freedom to set their goals, set their vision, set their mission, everything. So that is very important. Strategically, we should improve. Then ensure the maximum value is added from the effective use of assets and resources of the organization. So you must have heard about there's some certain companies. Some companies will be there. You can say even for example L&T you take. It is very much staff oriented. People those who are working in L&T or suppose working in Shapoorji or working in other companies like Ashok Leyland. You must have heard that. No. Our company is very much on staff oriented. They used to support. They used to provide welfare. So how it is, how you want to do that. So that way, how effectively you are using your resources. Then strategic planning. Strategic planning is nothing but a long-term planning. So strategic planning helps in making effective decisions, whether this can be through a change in marketing or advertising channels. How strategically you want to plan. Suppose you must have heard about the organization which are coming out with the complete, you must have read in the articles and some of the papers also. Regularly nowadays it is coming. They have come with the reduction of staff. 15,000, even Accenture, morning I read that 19,000 staff they are going to reduce. So it's a part of strategic planning only. So they plan that my strength should be this much in 2 years. Either it can be increase or reduction. So it is possible across. So in that one of the resources is staff resource. Maybe they must have a strategic plan of increasing the turnover from 100 crores to 500 crores. So like that, every individual organization has that strategic plan for once in 5 years. In L&T, there is a Lakshya. They call it as once in 5 years. They will have. We used to have a strategic plan. Every 5 years, after 5 years, what we want to do, how to even the technologies, what latest technology we are going to implement, how we will ensure that the technology is implemented without hurdles, and how much staff strength we should have, how we are going to recruit it, what are the colleges we are going to select for that. So that much detailed strategic planning we used to do. That is called, Lakshya we used to call every 5 years. So like that, the strategic plan helps in making effective decisions. Why it is called planning? Because once you do some planning, you are forced to review that at frequent intervals. Then only you can find the results. Otherwise, what happens? Just it will go in the only paper. You will not expect any result. Next, please. And also you can say cost control and cost reduction process. That is also throughout the project or throughout the year. You have to go on considering that. Suppose suddenly you planned for 10% margin. In that process, continuous cost monitoring and cost control measures, if you achieve one more percentage profit, 10 becomes 11. So for that, some effort is required. Nothing comes without effort. So you should go on working that what achievements you can do or how you can reduce the cost by way of cost monitoring. And by strategic planning, what you can do. So it can be as the ability of business or organization to meet the short and long goals of the organization. That purpose only the strategic planning is required. Then cost management is a part of strategy only. So the cost management, strategic cost management is considered as a procedure in which the cost of organization are reduced without compromising the value that is added to the business. So nowadays it becomes part and parcel of life everywhere, because nobody is ready to spend money what is earlier 10 years back. So now everybody is reducing from their overheads and they want to be in market. So if they want to be in market, definitely they should work out and reduce their overheads, come out with the price which is affordable in the market. So that's very important. So when suppose as I told you the same example, when if you go to market, if you want to buy, you yourself is thinking that how quality should be right, it is required, but at what price? If something is beyond reach is there, you are not going to even see that. People will not go and ask. So it should be reachable. The reachability is very important. For that, it should be cost effective. Next, please. So the strategy in cost management is nothing but first you have to analyze what is your existing operation. Suppose you are doing a business of construction. So you should study what you are doing in the business construction. Whether your first what it is, getting the job is the first. As a contractor, you should first get the job. Then only you can feed your staff, workmen, machineries, everything. So you have to get the staff. For getting that job, you should be competitive. You should correctly quote your tender. Otherwise, what happens? Because you know that tenders are approved based on the competitiveness. That is L1, we used to say. L1, H1. You know what is the lowest one, what is the highest bid. So if you want to be competitive, if you want to be L1, then your prices should be properly worked out and you should be very, very competitive. Not only that, after you get the job, you have to execute the job. So during execution, what you have to do? Whatever the prices you have taken, whatever the budget you allocated for execution, it should be within the budget. Otherwise, what happens? It will go for sixer. You will be nowhere. You will be screwed and you will be bankrupt. So you will not. Your resources will go from your pocket. So you will not be sustained. You can't sustain in the market. So you should be very, very cost effective. So you have to first analyze where we are today. Then what you have to do, your competitors, how they are doing. Suppose if you are in a construction business, you are a contractor in CPWD or PWD. So you should try to compete with the competitors and analyze their data. Comparatively, suppose X is the company and another Y is like that, many companies are there in the market, in the CPWD or PWD. There you have to analyze how other contractors are performing, how much profit they are making, and where they are competitive, where we are not competitive. So you should always try to analyze. Then only you will understand why we are not able to perform. Suppose currently you are you are doing a business from 1998. So now, 2018. So now we are in 2022. So last 4 years, how the business grown? Suppose the first year you did 100 crore. Next year it go on reducing 10 crores. What will happen? Your resources you have to demobilize. You have to retrench your staff, retrench your machineries. You have to reduce your workmen. Otherwise you can't sustain. But instead, if your turnover is increasing, you started with 2018 100 crore. In 22 you are doing a business of 500 crore. What is the strength? So you are better performing. You are increasing your staff, you are increasing your resource part, everything. So you have to continuously analyze where we are with competitors. That is very, very important to improve the cost effectively. Then identify strategies to reduce the cost. So where exactly you can reduce the cost? For example, material, how to reduce the cost? You can do wastage reduction, or you can do better negotiation, or you can go for a bulk procurement. So many strategies are there. So you have to work it out where exactly you can do better. Then keep track of progress. So whatever you are trying to monitor, you have to keep track where you are. Next please. So what are the factors that affect cost management? How it can affect? One is technology, the growth in technology. Now you need not ask. Day by day, there are some lot of
Hello, sir. Your voice is not audible, sir.
Sir,
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Sanjay Kumar from TC. I joined, sir. I've joined just before, a while ago.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So after the invited talk, we will start, sir.
Okay.
It around take only 10 minutes, sir. Okay.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Intermediate, there was some disturbance.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So the factor growth in technology. So technology, I need not tell you. Being in the academic, you know how fast the technology is improving day by day. Then global and overall domestic competition. Nowadays, a lot of tenders. It's become an international bidding. So if you go for 500 crores even job, we are facing international competitors in domestic also. So we should be not only technology driven. It is also you should be how you have the latest plant and machinery or latest technology tie-up, what specialization you have, like that. And also, growth of manufacturing and service sectors. So these affect the cost management very, very fast. So you should be in fingertip, you should have the detail. Then only you can survive in the market. Next, please. So what are the cost management techniques? When you talk about cost management techniques, it is on the first one, as I told you, it is on technology part. Next one is time management. It's very, very important. Everything you should do on time. If you miss the time, even nowadays the tenderings are happening, tender submission is happening through online. So they will highlight that it is on, the tender submission is on 24th of October, 10 a.m. So if you go by 10:01, that's all, finished. You are out of the tender. So you should be the time management is very important. Next is inventory management and material optimization. So inventory management is nothing but simply procure and keep the stores full. The material which is required 10 months after that, if you buy today itself and keep your stock, what will happen? Your finance charges. Who is going to pay you? So you have to unnecessarily increasing your inventory and your cost is increasing. Nothing is free in this world, please understand. So inventory control also you will properly monitor. So whatever you are simply keeping idle, that charges interest. So definitely you should not keep your inventory more. And also the material optimization. So as I told you, you have to estimate how to reduce the wastages of material, like for bulk material of concrete mixing or the finishing in tiles. What is the wastage? So everywhere the wastages, it's a huge component. So you should, but labor cost we can't control. It's very difficult because it is increasing day by day. But in material, we know it is in our own hands. So how to reduce that material wastage and how to optimize the effectiveness of usage of material you have to see. That is one of the very good area where you can optimize your cost. Next, please. Next, we talk about outsourcing. Everybody knows now what is outsourcing because they don't want to keep the fixed cost. So the outsourcing means every staff level or workman level, even we are giving the piece rate subcontractors not to keep that, monthly burden. So everything is outsourced now. It becomes easy that so many agencies are there. So whenever you want, you can hire them. Whenever you want to fire, you can fire them. So hire and fire concept, it is now there. Next is what? Market sense. What is market sense? It is critical to be updated with the market trends. What is the trend today? Now people like, especially if you want to go for anything ornamental thing or what is a day-to-day movement. You should see what people want. Even in the cinema, you must be heard that. So what the trend? What kind of public audience, what they like. As per that, they have to take the cinema. Otherwise, what happens? It will become flap. Whatever they spent now, there will be loss. Huge amounts there will be loss. So you should always, go with the market sense. And one needs to be constantly in touch with the vendors and see that renewal of contracts take place with the trend in prices. So you can't keep simply, sir, I signed for 10 years contract. Nobody, it is a very long term. So you should closely monitor when your prices are low, when your prices are high. So you have to monitor and do that. Then it shall help in negotiating for the best available prices instead of dragging the set prices of long-term contracts. In some cases, your long-term will work. Some cases, long-term will not work. So you should read it properly and take the decision. Next, please. What mistakes you are not supposed to do in cost management is you should not think that I am investing this much, it is not giving me immediate result. So what is that is the technology. Whatever you are investing in technology, it is a long-term process. So it will help you to reduce your cost one day. So you should not avoid funding of new technology. So you should always, as the market continues to innovate to meet the demands, investment in latest technology is crucial. That's what it says. So avoid making the mistake of investing little or nothing in technology. So we have our own R&D department as L&T. We go on spending a lot of money for that. So like that, every even production companies like a Tata or Bajaj, or you take any company, they are having their own R&D division. They are spending a lot of money for the latest innovations. Then lack of predictability of expenses. And one more thing is you should always have a team to work out what is going to be my tomorrow's cost. That's what it says. Another mistake to avoid is not to predict the expenses of the company. Many don't estimate the cost of project and strategy implementation. It may lead to loss, therefore make forecast before carrying out the plan. So as I told you, the continuous working of what today, where I started, where I am today, it is very important to analyze, and how to perform in the future. So that analysis will help you to sustain in the market and also to achieve your budgeted cost and peacefully take your margins what you planned. Otherwise, it will become very, very cumbersome project, and you can't sustain in market. Next, because you have to sustain. If you have the job, then you can think of new technology adoption or whatever you want to implement. It is possible. Your company itself not standing means what you will do. Everything goes for 6. So you can't. You have to plan for sustainability. Next. So its conclusion is nothing but every business faces challenges, risk, and ways of doing things. But cost management remains to be a core value that can drive success. Even you must have heard that in the COVID, how many business gone for success? So many companies are closed. By reading that, it's really hard. It was very painful. It is. We must, especially roadside vendors. So many people are suffering, and they could not even the bread and butter who are winners. They lost because of the conditions what they put by the government. So no vendors they were suffering, like for even they are hungry. So many people died. They cannot sustain. So it is very important for so a lot of challenges may come. That now the scenario is there. For IT market was boom for some time, but now it is down. So like that, you should always have the strategy how to come out of the situation what is there today. So for that, planning is required. Planning and cost management is very, very fundamental thing you should for sustainability. So next is the differentiation and competitive advantage for higher growth comes from its ability to innovate. So for example, I will tell you, few years back we were doing with completely labor involvement, the material shifting, even the block work, painting and all. But now we invented the robotics. So with we have plastering machines, robotics are doing. Even the brickwork is done by robotic. Even the the concrete production is done by robotic machines. So a lot of things have come up now. So how do we are reducing that manpower strength, and we have introduced IoT to monitor the plant and machinery, the productivity, what is happening, and the security measures for avoiding that, putting the 20 securities or 30 securities in the project. We are putting CCTV. So we have digitalized that. So we are reducing the manpower. We are saving a lot of money. Not only that, instead of putting 30 people security and taking care of material, if you put a CCTV of 2 or 3 with the correct locations, you can save a lot of money. Not only to that, everything is recorded. If you say after 1 month you want to see what happened, that 8th of March what happened, if you want to see in the month of 10th of April, you can rewind it and see that what happened from your CCTV. So otherwise what happens, if you put 30 people, you have to call that fellow, somebody might have resigned, somebody may not be there. So you will held up with the data problem. But in digitalization, the best advantage is you are not only saving money a lot, but also you are having the record. So the record maintenance become easy in the digital part. So you should become a digital champion. Next is effective cost management for business supports and supplement business innovation. So when you are cost competitive, when you are able to get money, suppose you are getting a profit 10%, no company is reluctant to spend 1% out of that for the innovation. So always what a person, even individuals, if earlier what I was doing, I had one camera, I had one radio, I had one TV, I had one this thing. But now after mobile comes, we could able to operate everything in a single handset. So you are not running behind camera. So it is now reduced. So the innovation is very, very important for a day-to-day life. Then last but not the least is what one should know is that there is no magic stairway, neither in life nor in business. Therefore, embracing a proper cost management framework is the ultimate key towards building a sustainable business. So what I would like to say is, you have to go on analyze. Analysis of cost is very, very important in your personal as well as business life. So that if you do that, there will be no surprises. You can coolly you can do the business, and timely you can wake up, and you can put your claims, you can sustain in the market. Whoever the shareholders or your employees or whoever the resource you are having, they also can lead a good life, happy life. So it's very, very important for each individual one of us, the cost effectiveness and cost management, right? So that's what I want to tell you here. So as a L&T, if you ask how you are doing, we are having our own standards of cost management. I'm in this esteemed organization for the last 27 years. I am leading, taking care of cost management in vertical. So it is yielding results. So every individual, we go with the budgeting properly. So that's what I request all of you to do that. And I hope that whatever you had this 30 minutes would have helped you a lot. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your excellent session, sir. We will take up a couple of questions, sir.
Yeah, please.
So, dear participants, if you have any questions regarding this invited talk, our resource person is ready to answer your queries. Either you can post your thoughts in chat box, or you can unmute yourself and directly ask the question to your resource person. Sir, in the meantime, I am having one question, sir, from my side.
Yeah, please.
So, as you said during your starting time of lecture, you said that, for example, if you're going to carry out a government project, for example, you quoted 5 years back, as you said, the same example 2018. Initially, you quoted 100 crores. So, project duration initially, what you quoted is 4 years. For example, we are considered 4 years. But accidentally, the project is extending. So, how we will manage the cost in terms of government projects? If it is a private concern, means to my knowledge, we can tell our current scenario and we can ask that private concern, all the materials are increased. So obviously how to increase the cost like that we can ask. But at the same time, government project, initially you quoted some amount. If you're going to increase the amount, definitely they will ask why you are increasing the budget. So in that case, how you will manage the project? And due to unavoidable circumstances, the project duration is increasing for a couple of months or a couple of years. So based on your experience, can you share your insights, please?
Yeah, it's a nice question, sir. It's a valid question. If you see many of the government projects, if you see the statistics in any forum, it says that 85% of the projects are a time extended and cost extended. So how you will manage is during taking the project itself, we will see what kind of escalation this project has. Especially when we go for government jobs tendering, we will go with certain contractual clauses, whether escalation is there or not. And if the things are very, very stringent clauses, and if escalation is not there and all, we will not go to that project at all. We will not be bidding for the project. But if the escalations are allowed, then we will go for the project, because material escalation, labor escalation, everything will be there. So it will not be a burden for us. So we will decide during tendering itself whether to quote for not code or not based on the escalation class. So with the escalation class, we can able to finish that within the acceptable cost.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So the concluding remarks of your invited talk is cost management is part and parcel of the project as well as human life.
Exactly.
So even in human life also we have to concentrate more on cost. Nowadays every product cost is increasing. So it's a part and parcel of even project, even for human life also.
Yes, sir.
It's a part and parcel, sir. So
Absolutely, you're right.
the biggest takeaway is we have to optimize the cost, sir. That is the biggest takeaway of this invited talk, sir. Either in terms of project, even for human life, the biggest takeaway is we have to optimize the cost wherever possible. We have to optimize it, sir.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for sparing your time, sir.
Yeah.
So I am very honored to propose the vote of thanks, sir.
Yeah.
So I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to. Yes, sir.
Once again, sorry to interrupt. What I request is thanks for your question. I would like to all the participants. I expect some questions. Not even now. You can whenever you find time. Please write. I given you the email ID, so you can send it to us. I am ready to answer those questions.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. We will collect the queries on behalf of the participants. We will mail you, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you for the insightful session.
Yeah. Thank you.
So now I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. V. Swaminathan, sir, Deputy General Manager, Civil Buildings and Factories Independent Company, Chennai, for accepting our invitation for delivering the invited talk on cost management and sustainable technology, for addressing the research scholars, faculty members, and students. So once again, thanks for accepting the invitation, sir, on behalf of our institution, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, I extend my sincere thanks to our training and placement officer, Uttara ma'am, as well as our head of the department, Dr. Dharma, sir, for their solid support for arranging this international conference. Finally, a big thanks to all the participants for hearing this invited talk. So as the resource person said, you can post your queries to our conference mail ID. On your behalf, we will consolidate all the questions and we will send to the resource person and we will answer you in a couple of days. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the participants are requested to give the feedback in the Google form link, which is posted in chat box for this invited talk. So now let us start the session 4. Murugan sir, please carry on, sir. Sanjay Kumar sir, good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Okay, sir. Services. Okay. Slides. Entire screen. Okay. My voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Perfectly audible.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Mr. R. Muruganandam, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Ramco Institute of Technology, Rajapalayam. On behalf of Ramco Institute of Technology, I would like to express my great pleasure and welcoming all of you to this 4th session of International Conference on Sustainable Technology in Civil Engineering and Applied Science 2023. It is my privilege and honor to welcome Dr. R. Sanjay Kumar, Associate Professor, Civil, Tyagarajar College of Engineering, Madurai, the internal session chair for the session, Mr. T. Chokkalingam, Assistant Professor, Senior Grade, and Mr. A. Manikamamulan, Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering, Ramco Institute of Technology, as internal chair. Now, I invite Mr. T. Chokkalingam, Assistant Professor, Senior Grade, Civil, to give a brief introduction about our session chair.
Thank you, sir. Let me take this occasion to introduce our session chair, Dr. R. Sanjay Kumar, Associate Professor, Tyagaraja College of Engineering, Madurai. Dr. Sanjay Kumar completed his undergraduation BA Civil Engineering from Epcot Engineering College during the year of 1997 and post-graduation in ME Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering from College of Engineering, Guindy during the year of 1999. He completed his doctorate of philosophy in geotechnical earthquake engineering from Anna University, Chennai during the year of 2017. Dr. R. Sanjay Kumar sir has over 24 years of experience in industry as well as academia. He published 3 journal papers and attended 21 seminar conferences, proceedings and workshops. He delivered guest lectures in various institutions in the domain of geotechnical engineering. Sir is a member of Indian Geotechnical Society, Trichy and Chennai chapter. Dr. Sanjay Kumar sir has been involved in various consultancy projects in geotechnical engineering domain and completed consultancy projects for worth of 10 lakhs. So with this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. R. Sanjay Kumar sir to act as chair for this session. Welcome you, sir, to act as session chair for this session, sir. First of all, big thanks for accepting our invitation, sir, to act as session chair.
Yes, sir. Thanks for a nice introduction, sir. It's my pleasure joining you all, sir. Thank you.
Let us start the session, sir.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chokalingam, sir. Before starting the session, I would like to share few instructions to the presenters. Time for each presentation will be 10 minutes and 3 minutes is allotted for questionnaire. So make sure that the slide for your presentation which can be completed within 10 minutes. You are requested to follow the timing allotted strictly. Our moderators will give you alert message and signal for time left. Strictly the allocation of time must be followed. Don't interrupt or create any sort of audio and visual disturbance to the presenters and participants. If you are having any doubt or facing any issues, kindly share that in chat box. When the questionnaire session has started for a particular batch, next presenter should be ready with the presentation. You can close the presentation only after the moderator's announcement. Once you finish the presentation, you need not to be present in the online platform. However, based on your interest, you can listen to the other presentations too. The link for the feedback will be displayed at the end of the session in the chat box. For getting certificate, feedback is mandatory. The certificates will be sent to your mail after the verification within 3 to 4 days after the conference. All the presenters kindly share your PPT to muruganandam@ritrjpf.ac.in. I will post in chat box also. The first one, Mr. M. Pechikannan. C004. The paper ID is C004. Mr. M. Pechikan.
Sir, you please share your screen, sir. C004, you can take over the screen, sir. Sir?
Yes, sir. Sir, நீங்க பிரசன்ட் பண்றீங்களா சார்? நாங்க பிரசன்ட் பிபிடி ஷோ பண்ணுமா சார்?
பிபிடி ஷோ நான் பிரசன்ட் பண்றேன் சார்.
ஓகே சார், ஓகே சார்.
ஓகே. Screen audio, sir.
Yes, sir.
Screen is visible?
No, sir. Sir, if you have any trouble, means please
sir.
tell sir. I will present your PPT.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. I will show.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, you can present, sir.
You can start, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, thanks. Good afternoon to all. This paper title is Study on Characteristics of Fly Ash and Chemical Properties of Soil, Water for the Potential Sustainable Agricultural Use. Next slide. Next slide. This title main contents of introductions, materials and methods, result and discussions, conclusions and references. First of all, introductions. Agriculture contributes a crucial part to the entire life and foundations of country and provides food, raw material and employment opportunities for the populations. At present, coal provides 53% of the world's electricity. The coal production was 793 in 2019, an increase of 3.7 from 2019. In India, coal-fired plants generate 70% of their electricity. Sir, fly ash is a fine powder that varies in color from tan to black, controlled by unburned carbon. Typically, lighter colored fly ash corresponds to higher lime content due to lower amounts of unburned carbon. Potential use of fly ash can assess through characterizations. It helps to identify the trace elements. The chemical and physical properties of fly ash depends on the source and type of coal. It is mandatory to improve sustainable and eco-friendly fly ash utilizations. Next slide. Next, the materials and methods. The collectives of materials and some methods varies. The normal average, experimental sites. The normal average rainfall is 906.62 mm. The district receives a major portion of the rainfall during the northeast monsoon. The region has a subtropical climate, 2,378 degrees Celsius, an average for the minimum and 3,395 degrees Celsius, an average for the high. In the Virudhunagar district, the agriculture is the main sources of employment. Material collections. Generally, the electrostatic precipitator is generally used as the stock to collect fly ash from the gases. Two fly ash were collected for characterizations from the Tuticorin Thermal Power Plant and Srivadi Thermal Power Station, Sivagasi. During the study period, soil and water samples were collected from experimental sites. This is a sample picture of experimental site figures in fly ash. Characteristics of fly ash. First one, scanning electron microscopy and energy reserve X-ray spectroscopy. SN is used to investigate microstructures. An electron beam generates signal to scan the sample surface to analyze the microstructures. Another one, X-ray diffractions to assess the crystallizes and structures of fly ash samples with an X-ray diffractometers. Other one is Fourier transform. In fact, this is to conduct non-disturbed analysis of sample to study the composition structures and chemical and biological type of molecules. The next slide. Physico and chemical properties of fly ash. Properties of fly ash depends on the quality of coal used, combustion process, weathering particle size, and collector setup and ash age. Other properties of soil samples 0 to 30 centimeter in depth, location of the site mixed thoroughly. Another properties of waters, largest consumer of fresh water, contributing to water scarcity, and irrigation purpose poor water sources and moist farmers to increase yield. Okay, so next slide.
Let's go for result and discussions. As far as structural studies, the scanning electron microscope analysis was performed using a EVO anechoic electron microscope to determine surface morphology. The second was elemental composition of layers. The methods use various techniques so layers contain some essential and beneficial plant nutrients as determined by AEDS. Otherwise, X-ray diffractions. The crystallized nature of the composite materials were investigated using X-ray diffractometer was recorded in the range of 80 to 100 degree. Next slide. Next, Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The functional group of measured using Fourier transfer infrared spectrometer, IR tracer 100 and the FTR spectrum between 400 to 4000 cm on range. The bonding and structures of layer sample analyzed by Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. That is pH and electroconductivity of layers. The testing of layers is directly related to the availability of macro and micronutrients. The classified into three categories, namely slightly alkaline, value of 6.5 to 7.5, moderately alkaline, value of 7.5 to 8.5, and highly alkaline, greater than 8.5. Next slide. Sir, next slide. Good. Sorry, in the soil analysis, there are different soil collections, tested their properties due to rich in calcium carbonate, fruit trees, vegetables, coconut, maize, corn, cotton, sunflower, and in first soil sample. I recommended to green nature and cow tongue man into the soil for the better growth. And this analysis of water sample. The collective water sample collected and tested to understand level of the irrigation water quality parameters that may help to analyze plant growth and reactivity with soil and fire. Conclusion. In our project, conclusion farming is non-portable nowadays due to high cost of fertilizers and other difficulties in the agronomical process. It is essential to produce an alternative to chemical fertilizers to get higher agricultural productions and increase crop yield by utilizing natural resources such as organic matter. As it also needs to create awareness about chemicals used in farming practices that lead to unsustainable agricultural environments for the farmers. So there is an urgent need to produce alternate fertilizers because of the high quantity requirement and cost, and players may alternate with chemical fertilizers. As the sample players acquired from Utilitarian thermal power station consisted of glassy, hollow, spherical particles which were xenospheres, as is thin wall and hollow spheres. The Sripati power plant layers contains that most of the particles in the raw layers are irregular in shape and solid particles. Some particles are spherical and hollow. The sum analysis of both layers shows that layers contains spherical and non-spherical particles of different size. The X-ray diffractions analysis of layers shows that the major phases present in layers are pores, anthros, and lead, and a minor percentage of habitat and canary. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. These are your project few references, results. Sample results Arduino DC and Webber GT influence of layers on soil physical properties and term crash sovereign journals of environment quality. Another one Pamboth H. Fabrici S. Lawrence G. Perituit soil amends for sustainable agriculture, microbial organic fertilizers, soil use and management. Other one CO plant and DC motors own availability as influenced by sir.
No, sir, no, sorry. We can proceed.
Okay. Influenced by applications of layers to soil. Soil Science Society of America proceeding. Another reference dash is SAGOS 2017 effect of fly ash amendment and growth of mustard in apple environmental science. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Sir, shall I ask, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pechikan.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, a doubt for me. Are you a faculty from engineering college or a student, sir?
Engineering college faculty, sir.
Faculty. Sir, are you from civil engineering department?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir. Your topic is study on characterization of fly ash on physiochemical properties of soil water for potential sustainable agriculture use, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the topic itself is deviating from civil engineering because it is more agriculture oriented, right?
Okay.
We just don't study about the application of or utilization of soil for agriculture purpose. We civil engineers focus on study about strength and behavior of soil for the purpose of constructing foundation, for constructing other structures, etc. Right? So we focus only on the strength characteristics of soil, the behavior of soil when it is subjected to load. Okay, in that aspect we study about soil. So you are more towards agriculture. I hope many of us in this group are not aware of agriculture purpose. And though you have studied about utilization of fly ash, right? Are you going to utilize fly ash in soil, sir?
Sir?
You are going to study the effect of fly ash on soil, right? When it is disposed of in soil, what will be its effects, physiochemical effects, and what will be its effects on agriculture use, right? Am I right, sir?
Yeah, right, sir. Right, sir.
You have started with studying about the characteristics of fly ash. That is two different fly ashes obtained from Thoothukudi power plant and another power plant, right?
Yes, sir.
You did some chemical analysis.
Yes.
And you haven't actually gone into your topic. That is how far the fly ash brings about changes in soil properties so that agriculture will be sustained. You haven't touched upon that thing.
Okay, sir. I will improve, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so, sir. I will collect another paper and.
I don't find any technical input, even though if it is in agriculture purpose. I don't find any technical input in your paper, sir. You have to look at that.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Sir, internal expert, sir, your opinion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Sir, I have a question, sir. Mr. Pejikam, sir. As you mentioned, fly ash you obtained from two different agencies. The agencies such as Thoothukudi Thermal Power Plant and Sivagasi. Can you elaborate on the type of fly ash, sir? As per Indian Standard Code, we have two different types of fly ash. Which type of fly ash can you collect it? Can you elaborate on it?
Sir, fly ash is coal and many type of projects.
Yes, sir. As you mentioned, it is going to obtain from a thermal power plant. I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
But as per Indian Standard Code, there are two different types of fly ash, class C fly ash and class of fly ash. Which type of fly ash you used for your experimental study, sir?
Sir, only collective sir, and
okay, sir, you please check on it, sir. And at the same time, as Sanjay Kumar sir said, you touched upon the introduction of the test only, but the experimental data for the tests what you carried out is not available in your presentation, sir. You told a lot of tests such as XRD, FTAR, as well as SEM images and all you showed. But the FTAR results, XRD results of the fly ash and all, you not at all projected in your presentation, sir. So as said, you please work on the same and you enhance your experimental findings, sir.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. M. Pechikan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
paper ID CE011. Mr. Mani Arasu, sir. Mr. Mani Arasu, sir.
Sir, can you hear me voice, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear my voice, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Presently, I am working with two screens, sir. One is mobile, one is laptop.
Okay, okay. I will.
So can I share my video through the PowerPoint through one of the links, sir. One of the source. Another my audio will be followed by the other source, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Is it okay, sir? Okay.
Sir, there is a feedback from your device, sir.
Okay. Now it was the entire screen. Can you see my PowerPoint, sir? Can you see?
Sir, it seems audio problem from your side, sir. So if it is okay for you, we can share from our side, sir. Is it okay, sir, Maniar, sir?
So I am okay. Audio is okay, sir. I am okay.
Yeah, now it is okay, sir. Earlier it was some error is there.
Sorry, can you see my visual, sir? PowerPoint first slide.
Yes, sir. I will present your PPT, sir. No worry. Yeah.
No, just I modified some of the slides. That's why I am presenting myself.
Okay, sir. You please carry on, sir. You please share your screen, sir.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone who present from remote places. I am myself P.R. Manirase, working as a senior lecturer, the esteemed Ramco, one of the Ramco Institute of Ramco Industries is called the PAC Ramasamy Raja Polytechnic College Rajapalayam, where I am working as a senior lecturer in civil engineering department. So I proudly I'm trying to explain most of the information, the data collected for the project, one of the projects which we carried out last year under the leadership of R. Vignesh, a student, finalist student. He is now working in the Ramco Industry Limited, Amaski, Madhya Pradesh. He is currently transformed to Gujarat, looking for all construction activities under the Ramco, sir. So let us move to the topic. My topic is assessment of non-motorized transportation.
Sir, your PPT is still not presented, sir.
PPT is not slide. Okay.
Yeah.
What
You
I
please
can
share
do,
your
sir?
screen and you please share your screen, sir.
1 minute.
Going to share from your another login.
No, 1 minute. I
Yes.
check my.
Take your time, sir. Take your time, please.
Okay. Share.
Yes.
1 minute. Sorry, that is my fault, sir.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
Okay. Now you can see, sir. Just slide there, sir.
Yes, sir. You please make it slide show, sir. Yes, sir. F5.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
now
fine.
it's okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Perfectly all right. Please go ahead, sir.
All right, perfectly all right. Okay, sir. Just now I told me all the information about regarding myself and my projects. One of the project of Vignesh under him. We carried out the assessment of non-motorized transportation on education zone. One of the education zone, Rajapalayam town. So let us see, straight away go to the, what is the background of the studies. See, everyone knows about, there is a urbanization taking place all part of the world. Every part and parcel of making it to the urban. So obviously, they're developing a lot of sophisticated road networks. Also, they invented a lot of Wi-Fi road mode transport like cars, bus transport, etc. But fuel that consume a lot of consumption also rises in the street. Also, the emissions also corresponding the let out or carbon emissions also goes on increasing through the statistics. Everyone knows. So, how to tackle this problem is a question mark, big question mark. So, every country, every nation has tried to solve this problem. We too, as an Indian, we too also try to evolve some kind of some kind of amendment or standards to frame in order to bring out this carbon level for our country. This is nothing but under the Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India. So we in 2016, our ministry has as published a transportation guidelines document, which comprises of the step-by-step guidelines for those who are seeking for implementation of non-motor traffic at a regional or local or metro level. Which basically it consists of five steps program. Start from assess, enable, plan and design, invest, and implementation. So within the time limit for a month of 3 month project duration, with the team members of six person, we restrict ourselves. Our scope of the study is restricted to assess the first and foremost steps which involve with this motorist subject, non-motorist subject. So we limited to assess the understanding about the current non-motorist scenario which prevailing into one of the study area, one of the education zone, one of the education zone in Rajapalayam. So this is our scope and limitation of the studies. I would like to express this initially. If you see my study area, if you Google map, it is clearly says that we chosen as a Ramasamy Raja Trust, our own Ramasamy Raja Trust. It is started about, it's already passing through the 70 ways of education service. They are rendering for the more than 70 ways of servicing in this Rajapalayam town. So this particular zone comprises of various different level of institutions, such as from Polytechnic College, schools, both for girls and boys, but also ITA, Industrial Training Center, other elementary schools, two elementary schools. So it's about 29 hectares if you measure roughly through the Google map. So my study area limited to not only for the study area, along with you can also see a national state highway which is running from Rajapalayam to Alangulam. That is also taken consideration for study in order to existing condition about this study area. So this is our study area. So next, what we are going to do is, as I said, TAC Ramasamy Raja Salai, where our Rajapalayam mill, as established in 1936, was established in this particular corridor. So along this corridor, we can find out this education zone. So which runs through the east-west direction. It basically acts as a collector for our study. So what do you call our road is our user of this study area. Okay. Expose for that. What we did was we gone through all the institution collected. So what are the mode of traffic, share of traffic, such as cyclist, auto, two-wheeler, car, etc. In every institution. We finalized, we analyzed finally. There are about number of cycles have been almost 30 to 40% of the population of this study area. So our focus was that particular time was we are focusing on the mostly time about cyclists. How cyclists are facing this problem, this particular study area, in order to bring out this in relevant to the sustainability. Okay. So what we did was, in order to finding out the socio-economic characteristics of the cyclist user, we derive a questionnaire which has been given by the guidance, non-motorist guidance. Based on the guidance, we prepare the questionnaire form to utilize to collect the data from the road user, especially cyclists. So in order to find out the socio-demographic characteristics, so trip generation, trip behavior changes also. And also we have considered our total sample size, which is more than the 1% of the total population, which has been given by the universal consideration. So we have taken the more than 1% of the population for our sample size. These are some of the here I'm presenting a local language, a Tamil language based question paper, so that the students can be easily give the response by understanding very quickly, and also the appropriate analysis further can be followed using this question. This question is comprised of genders, educational, origin, destinations, and also whether people are facing any accidents, and also what is the nature of the is there any facility for the cyclist, or what is the condition of the roads, or what is the other problems facing. So these are our questions basically comprises of So our students are asked to go to each and every institution and collect the feedback. Based on the feedback, we analyzed or categorized in the Excel form and find out the percentage, total numbers, etc. This particular bar chart which shows the number of staffs and number of non-motorized vehicle. If you look at this, most of the around all the institutions, around more than 30% of the population, 30 to 40% of the people use the non-motorized transport, especially cycle. This may be due to the socio-economic status. Since Rajapalayam is a growing country, basically textile-based labor, agriculture-based workers, people socio-economically driven activities, and also the government, Tamil Nadu government has applied or initiated issuing the free cycle to the people, government people, school going people, now to continue their education process. So this might be studied further studies. So this will be involved further studies. So our study will be what is the condition the people are facing. That is my limitation, sir. Next one is, so future of the survey, if we collect all the data, so as I said, we have followed the more than 3.23% of population, we have collected the sample size. Also out of 4 institutions, non-motorized, almost 50% of the people, they are facing a minor accident while driving, usually coming to the college or schools. So this is a very shocking observation, finding in our studies. So 50% of the people are minorly, they are facing the problem. It may be due to road, vehicle maintenance, etc. So, and also non-motorized use of our institution, such conditions, the roadside, the existing facility is not up to the mark. So it seems to be a very bad condition. So there is no any road marking or road segregation, etc. Let us see. So these are all indicated in the corresponding slides. Let us go to the other part of the studies, which is nothing but, as I said initially, the all-along road is passing parallel to this, passing through this as act as a feeder. So we want to be study about what is the traffic conditions and also what is the road inventory survey. So road inventory survey, what we did was we employ electronic distance measuring instrument in order to finding out the road width, carriageway width, shoulder width, and also complete right-of-way width. So this will be much more accurately. We are finding out in tabular form. We collect the data, all the data. Then all the data has been compiled in each and every 200 meters. We put our findings. What is the average road width of the shoulders, average width of shoulders? What is the right-of-way, which means total width of the road? Whether it's a major element, whether major road element or road crossing is falling, so a particular stage. And also any schools or colleges entry or falling this particular stage. We are also finding out, put in a tabular form. So we started from 0 to around 2.2 kilometers stretch. We have completed our road inventory survey. So this particular tables indicate our findings. So next one also we drawn to the scale using the AutoCAD in order to further analysis, exact dimensioning further. So the site plan has been prepared using AutoCAD plan. Okay, fine. Next, as far as traffic study concerned, what we did was at the time of our project work, Tamil Nadu government, especially public works, the road department has carried out the traffic survey for periodical studies. So we collected the 2 days data from this survey people organized by survey people, which has been employed by the highway people. We analyzed, we are collecting this data, traffic data, then we convert it into passenger car unit. Everyone knows that. So traffic has been expressed in passenger car unit. So one car is equal to one bike is equal to 0.5 PCU. It has been given by the highway people. So based on the coefficient, we convert all the traffic and plotted the graph. We find that there are about 2 peak period, morning peak period, evening peak period. among the two periods, cyclists, the green color, the top one is a total PCV value on each and every hours based one. If you look at this below one, green color, which indicated the number of cyclists passing through this road, which almost 20 to 30% of the total volume of the traffic. This is also giving a good indication for how we have to give importance to the cyclist, even though we are not giving much more importance as far as we are not giving importance. So it's time to think about them for cyclist facilities. So this data will imply the importance of the cyclist. So this particular road is leading to the not only school but also various industries, Ramco industries, as I said initially, Ramco cotton mills and Ramco Sudarsanam cotton mills. So many mills are situated along this road. So this shows people are still using the cycle as this particular day-to-day work. So around 200 PC passage on peak hours period we observe. Okay, sir.
Sorry for the interruption. Please end the presentation within 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'll try to finish, sir. No problem. Almost nearing, sir. So existing scenario, we practically gone through the places and we find some of the problem. They face the problem as absence of bus facilities, lack of cycle tracks, shoulder encroachment, access of lane discipline among the students on road user, and uncontrolled street crossings. Especially no traffic policies are involving this during the peak hours. Cluster formation, people has to be psychology for going as a group. And also there are unmaintained roads is also fall for same the particular stretch of road. So these has to be addressed and this has to be given importance to this for the cyclists. So what I try to conclude that, as I said, so we initiate we complete the initial step of the non-motorized process, that is the assessment has been carried out with taking all the traffic and the road inventories. Based on our finding, further study has been recommended, like an enable plan and design, invest as per given to the particular documents. Also, since why we are stressing this particular point is, this particular education zone, most of the 50% of the motorists, non-motorists are facing accident or minorly. So time to government has to think in order to the government or NGOs, non-government organization or well-wisher from Ramco institution or something, they will be give consideration, more importance given consideration for further studies in order to bring out the solution for or implement the various schemes. So in order to why we are all doing giving importance to is in order to better the world, not only for Rajapalayam, it's a small stepping stone to finding what the pedestrian facing in Rajapalayam town. This same concept, same studies has been implemented for the other cities also in order to bring the world become most beautiful and better world for the human people. Since human value is more than anything in this world. Thank you for your giving this opportunity. Also in foreign countries, I simply quote that. So they are giving a lot of importance to the cyclist. So especially cycle lanes has been implemented, but slowly Chennai, Mumbai city, people are trying to implement this cycle track, separate cycle track. But still, we have to give more importance to the other major towns, minor towns such as Rajapalayam, Madurai, Virudhunagar towns too. So with this conclusion, I conclude my speech. So what I did was, we have referenced so many articles, even though many journals paper, by we impressed most of the studies has been followed the non-motorized transport guidelines documents published by Ministry of Urban Government 2016. And also we formulated the question paper also by adhering the question samples given in the documents. So and also thanks for Ramco Institute of Technology for giving this opportunity. If you have any suggestions and queries, I try to level this to give your answers. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Participants, Sanjay Kumar, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, it was a nice presentation, Maniar, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your compliment, sir. I forget to state about myself. I did my ME in Anna University, sir, urban planning in the year 1993. Then I did my RIT New Delhi. Then I got the opportunity in working in the Ramco Institute of Technology. I was served as a surveyor, sir, basically model survey. Now I'm looking for all the CAD engineering, sir. Survey traffic is my specialization, sir.
Very good.
So
sir.
everybody, I want to be a sustainable transport to bring out the small country, small town like Rajapalayam town, sir. Thank you, sir.
So you have basically made a study about the road users within Rajapalayam city. That is where the Ramco group of institutions are located. You have made the study. To what stretch of road you have made the study, sir? You haven't mentioned about the stretch of road wherein you have collected all these traffic data.
Yes. So you can see this slide. If you look at the slide, I bring out, you don't notice about my study area. This is my study area. The yellow color marks which represent the satellite image, which represent our location of all the institution. Along our institution, there is only one major corridor which runs parallel to which goes to the Alangulam one side. It's a state highway. Basically, it's a state highway where all the because the state highway acts as a feeder road for our education zone. So that has to be studied carefully. What is the facility? Other roads also carried out, but within our time limited period, availability resources.
Sir, so you have taken. So you have collected all these data for a traffic pattern study has been made in that state highway connecting that. Rajapalayam,
volume count, road inventory, etc.
What stretch you have collected?
Yes, sir. We are taken to the starting point, around 2.1 kilometer. We are taken. The stretch is 2.1 kilometer, which is nothing but we are taken both sides offsetted. So 200 meters from this side, it starts from our education where our education zone started. So we are taken 200 meters away. That's it. Also where our education zone end up in that particular set. That part has been taken for studies.
So basically, for 2 kilometer stretch, you have done all these traffic study, right?
So you can see also you can see also road inventory perform a road inventory statement, which clearly indicated about 2.2 kilometers study has been carried out for the study.
Yes, understood, sir. Understood. Then you have collected some feedback questionnaires.
Socioeconomic, yes, sir. Feedback survey.
Feedback questionnaires has been collected. You said that you have collected more than 1% of that population. Population of what, sir?
Yes, sir.
Population is it the population of?
No. Population of our study area. Population of study area. But initially, I told that our total population. So our institution wise, 1 minute. This is our population, sir. If the number of students put together, if you put together students or staff is put together, out of which we are taken as a population for the study.
Okay. So basically, you have obtained feedback only from the students and faculty members working in Ramco group of institutions.
Most of the faculties are not using the cycle, but our focus on the cycle is those, especially the students from both girls, boys, IT people, polytechnic college, the people also.
Okay, sir. Finally, what you are concluding, sir? What is it?
Conclusion, I think, but this study has to be carried out further. This is a very large study, sir. We can't say immediately what is the conclusion, but that's initiated. What is the existing problem has been implemented. The further study is something like that we have to carry it out based on study. So enable or institution cooperation, how bring can industry or government cooperation, that has to be carried out further. So that has to be carried out, sir. We have highlighted what is the current situation people are facing. This education zone.
So you are saying
while you are preparing master plan for any towns, that people has to give importance our findings. They may be used our findings. Already Rajapalayam municipality are doing master plan preparation for entire Rajapalayam town. So that time our studies or the similar type of study can be useful for giving some implementation, some solution for this, or especially for pedestrian, where other foreign countries are carried out for their people.
So you are very much focused on cyclist, because you say that more than 30%.
Of course, cycles also, and also pedestrians also. This time we are focusing. Sir, this time we are focusing on pedestrians, sir. Last time it is very difficult to we could not able to get the information on all the pedestrians. One more studies we are subsequent studies we are carried out this semester. This semester, so it will be bring out what is the pedestrians are facing in a main corridor. This is our studies.
Sir, what are the challenges which you expect that a design engineer like you will face while implementing that is a safe mode of transportation for pedestrians or cyclists? What are the challenges?
Challenges. First and foremost challenges infrastructure or physical physical infrastructure means road with carriage with. Since our roads have been laid for for catering this is not for this traffic. This is for designed for old 20 years back traffic. Nowadays the traffic has been grown up. So there is a widening of road is very, very important as far as concerned. So and also the detailed the planning has to be emerging from the micro level to macro level. Everybody want to be from macro to minor level. So the planning has to be taken from education school to town. The planning has to be completely interchange. They have to start with from school to rather than town. But nowadays people are doing master plan from entire city. So that is not the ideal one. Also infrastructure and also lack of education, lack of traffic rules and regulation that has to be included. We have to educate the people, and also you have to convince the traffic police. And also different type of people are involving traffic police, administration, collectorate. So there are different mindset people, but we have to convince the people, so administration or politician. So these are some of the problems as far as India concerned. Other concern, Canada, to other country means there is no problem. But they go for their own standard and norms. But our country has a diversified, so every barrier has to be crossed over.
Okay, sir. Right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you on behalf of my own Polytechnic College program. I sincerely express to our Ramco principals and civil head of the department, Mr. Ramas sir, Professor Ramas sir, and also other colleagues. Even though I submit all my documents at a very later stage, but they have cooperated very well and also they implement very nicely. Thank you for cooperation. Thank you very much, sir.
Two suggestions from my side, sir. So in your presentation, there are some typographical errors, sir. So you please
I understand, sir. Okay. I understand. I make it correct, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And at the same time, you told that you conducted the traffic survey for a minimum period of 2 days. But I think so, as per Indian Road Congress, we have to carry it for a minimum period of 5 days. So maybe I am right.
This is for school days we collected, sir. Not to find. Okay, sir, you are correct.
Even though, yes, sir, I agree with you. You are for the school-going students, you calculated the non-motorized transport, but at the same time, the calculation of non-motorized transport for that particular 2 days is not sufficient. So, as you said in your conclusion, as you well said in your conclusion, you have to carry out the study on a longer period of time. So you please continue the study in your future also, sir.
The available resource, available time period, sir. We have to look for all the educational academic activities, sir. So even though it's very difficult, that is we have some hiccups there. So it's very difficult to collect all the data, go to the spot and collect the data. Yes, so whenever we have data, so as I told, there is a master plan is preparation that people are already collected some data that can be incorporated in future.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your valuable.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next IDC 012.
Okay, sir. I will share my screen, sir.
Mani, sir.
Hello. Now, sir.
Okay, sir.
Stop.
Arshini, please share.
Hello, good evening, sir. Sir, whether my screen is visible, sir?
No,
not yet, pa.
Now, sir? Now it is visible, sir?
Yeah, yes, visible.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. Today I am going to present about the study and evaluation of contamination of soil due to firecrackers in selected areas around Sivasi. And myself, R. Harshni, I am pursuing my ME Structural Engineering in MEFCO Shalank Engineering College. We are doing our undergraduate project in the areas of we have to find out the fire rock pollutant in due to effect of soil in selected areas around Sivasi. And the content of this presentations includes an introduction, literature survey, and methodology. What are the experiment work we have to carry out, and recent and discussion of the work. And finally, we have to interpretation of our test result and conclusion of the work. And some of the references we are used for the study. And in introduction part, we are living in this peninsular region of South India, near southeast of Western Ghats. In Sivasi, there is a lot of fire rock pollutant is incorporated into the land. Due to this incorporation, the soil will cause pollution. It will affect a lot of harmful pollutants such as copper, nitrogen, aluminum, etc. These are the soil pollution causes the air pollutant and also affect the agriculture purpose. So we have to quantify the effect of soil pollutant due to fire rock pollutant incorporation, and also these soils can be collected in selected areas by using GPS map and by certain cutting sampling testing, and the soil is tested and also give remedial solution. This is the overview of our project. And why we go for the study? Because to save the land near the fire rock industry, because there is a lack of land and in Sivasi population. So we have to utilize the land for agricultural purpose, because there is a clearance between industrial and residential works, and we have to utilize the land for the purpose of growth of plants and productivity. To promote the agricultural activity means the soil is affected by heavy metals and some other pollutants. So these contaminant can be effectively studied, and what are the remedial measures to control this pollution and also improve the agricultural activities. And literature survey, these are the some of the literatures we are studied, and also the analysis of the water quality is also studied in Balu River at Daha, Bangladesh, and some of the water and soil parameters are tested in some case study activities. So in that literatures we got some of the testing procedure and how to interpret the values, and these are the procedures we have collected from this references. These are the some of the journals, and what are the methodology we have to follow. This literature review and collection of soil from site. We collecting the soil from different site, and determination of the pollutant in soil. What are the pollutant involved? There are a lot of pollutants are involved in the soil, and testing of the soil in quantitative manner, and interpretation of the resulted with comparative study, and give remedial measures for the soil. And this is the autoclave layout for the sample collection. This is very much important for sampling. The sampling can be done by V-cut method, and depth of sampling calculation is very much for soil property foundation. It's very depth onwards, the pollutant will be very less at the top surface. As per agricultural codal provision, the only depth go for up to 30 centimeter only. It's effective for soil testing. So we have to follow these guidelines and collecting sample from various locations. And these are the sample location we are collected in. We are collected 2 locations. Firax in Meenampatti, Sivagasi, and Firax in Muttalapuram. These location we are collected a sample and a GPS location, and sampling by V-cut method. The sample is passed through the MCU, and we tested this sample. And these are the soil properties we are calculated. Why we are choosing this property? Because these are the properties are very much important for agriculture. So we have to choose these properties are used in this study, and some of the macronutrients and micronutrients are included in this study. And the remaining slide will be handled by Anto Sharlina.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Santo Sharlina. I'm doing ME in Anna University, Chennai. We are tested the different samples like pH, EC, electrical conductivity, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, some micro and macronutrients. In tests like pH and electrical conductivity are tested in our college, Ramco Institute of Technology, and remaining tests are conducted in Tamil Nadu Soil Test Laboratory near Virudhunagar Collectorate. Next slide. These are the test details and their results. Calcium carbonate in the soil location 1 Meenambatti soil sample, which is high, and the electrical conductivity limits are 0 to 1 means harmless, 1.1 to 2.9 means critical for crop growth, and 3 and above injuries for crops. Here at sample 3 only 0.1, remaining are injurious for crops, and pH for 6 it is acidic, 6 to 8.9 moderate, and above 9 alkaline. Nitrogen, we are using a nitrogen distillation unit. The limits are 0 to 113 means low, 113 to 181 means medium, above 181 it is high. And phosphorus limits are 0 to 4.5 means low, and 4.6 to 8.9 means moderate, and above 9 it is high. We are tested phosphorus in calorimeter. In potassium, we are using flame photometer. It limits are 0 to 48 means low, and 48 to 113 means medium, above 113 it is high. Remaining iron, manganese, and zinc are tested in atomic mass spectroscopy, and their limits are for iron 3.7 is low, and above 3.7 it is high. It's 6.8 means it is satisfied for soil, and copper less than 1.2 means low, greater than 1.2 is satisfied for soil. Manganese less than 2 is low, and greater than 2.1 is satisfied, and zinc is less than 1.2, greater than 1.2 is satisfied. Our soil structure is sandy clay. Next slide. Location 2, these are the results. It is also a sandy clay soil. Next slide. There are remedial measures for the polluted soil. Here pH and electrical conductivity is high in the soil. To improve the soil property, we have to add gypsum to reduce pH and electrical conductivity. Gypsum will change the soil and slightly promote development for crops, especially in acidic soil. Without any big change in pH, it can improve the soil condition and they counteract the toxic effect of the soluble aluminum on root development. By adding gypsum in soil, it reduces the soil erosions, and after precipitation, it reduces the runoff of the water. Gypsum application also improves the aeration process and the water percolation through the soil profile. It also drain the water. It also reduce the phosphorus movement out of the field. Next. Change the slide. Gypsum also reduce the effect of electrical conductivity value. In soil, a high hydroscopic reaction is more, so the root take water from less density area and it become high density soil. And the benefit of gypsum in soil is it reduces the water density and the soil become high density, like that is cohesive. Salinity is more in soil to reduce The plant take water from low density area only, so soil cannot take more water due to high salinity. To avoid this problem, we can hold the water for 24 hours by adding water, stagnate the water, will remove the salinity in soil. Next slide. There are another methods like rainwater harvesting and stagnate the water. Conclusion of our studies to assessing the chemical properties of the soil near a firework pollutants area around a radius of 10 to 20 meter from fireworks, and variation in the nutrient and the deficiency in the major nutrients and micronutrients which you need for the crop growth. In our tested sample, it is suitable to cultivate the Manilkara sapota, gooseberry, Indian plum, sunflower, cotton, etc., except mango and lemon. These are the suitable crops in the selected firework soil. Thank you. These are the references we are collected the literatures for chemical parameter study and crop nutrient study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Sanjay Kumar, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Anto, Sherlina,
Good afternoon,
and
sir.
Ashwini.
Good afternoon.
It was a nice. It is a nice work, but my
Thank you so much,
basic. Yeah, nice work. You have done relatively good work. Again, my doubt is that we are all civil engineers, right? You are post-graduation in. You are doing post-graduation in structural engineering, both of you.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Basically, we are civil engineers. We are not agriculturalists, right? We did 4 years BE civil engineering, but again, we are not expertise in agricultural field, right? What are the essential nutrients for the development of a specific type of crop? We are not aware of that, right? Unless otherwise you have done additional courses on that, we are not aware of that. You have done an interdisciplinary work that is really good,
Yes, sir.
appreciable. But to
Thank
what
you so much,
extent
sir.
we are strong or we are equivalent to agriculturalists, that is my doubt, right? Basically, in civil engineering, again, we focus only on civil aspects, right? Especially in geotechnical, we study only about that low deformation characteristics of soil whenever structure is constructed on them. Now, these are the main things which agriculturalists should focus on. That is, what are all the contaminants present in the soil, which nutrients will be depleted, which will be harmful for certain type of crop. All these aspects will be dealt by agriculturalists. Basically, after completing UG or PG degree, we can't go into agri field, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can we get a job in agri department with the background of civil or structural engineering? No. Similarly, an agriculturalist, those who got expertise in agri field can't enter into civil field, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So your main focus, you have done a very nice work. Your main focus should be on civil engineering aspects, right?
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. We will consider it, sir.
Environmental geotechnology is a major developing area wherein we civil engineer, we should focus on, all these firecracker units are letting out a lot of chemicals. The chemicals are contaminating the top layer of soil. Whenever there is a rainfall, that water will percolate through the soil and then it will reach the groundwater table. So all those chemicals might contaminate the groundwater. Our focus should be on the harmful effects of water contamination, right? Not on agri point of view. I hope you can understand that, right?
Yes, sir. We will consider and check it, sir. Okay, sir.
Again,
Thank you so much.
You have done an extensive work, really good work. Under whose guidance you have done these work?
Sir, our author Venkatesh Perumal sir and Manikam Amalan sir and Rahul sir. These are the very much in cooperation.
Okay.
They are the very much motivated.
They are all your faculty, right?
They are really very very helpful for this work, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, pa, you have done a good work. But you also focus on water contamination, groundwater contamination because of all these chemicals being let out on soil. What will be the effect on groundwater? That will be the major study for an environmental engineer, right? From environmental point of view, to study on the effect of contaminants on groundwater, right? Not on agri purpose.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Excuse me,
Thank you
sir.
so much for your valuable comment, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Sir,
please,
myself, Dr. Venkatesh Verma, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for your comment, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I need to say one thing, sir. At the time of their project work, they can able to collect only the soil sample, sir.
Okay.
We
Okay,
got
sir.
only minimum period. For that sample also, we have sent it to the government part of site, sir.
Okay.
So
yes,
we are
sir.
unable to focus on water samples. We can continue this work, but they had only a little bit time, sir. That's the main reason.
Excellent work, sir. But the thing is that civil engineering point of view, we won't be much focusing on agri, that is crop cultivation perspective, because agriculturalists, they are expertise in that field, right? In the same manner, they can't come and rule our area, that is civil engineering. That's my point of view. If you are able to guide your students in that water contamination also as an extensive part of this work, extension of this work, that will be a very nice, really it will be a very good work, sir.
Yes, sir. So in my point of view, civil engineering and chemistry will be in good agreement for soil and water analysis. So that's the
sure,
purpose
sir.
of choosing civil engineering students. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable comment, sir. Thank you so much, Ramkoti.
The next ID C015, Mr. A. Kandasamy. Mr. A. Kandasamy. Okay, I think he is not available. The next one, paper ID C023, Mr. Kali.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, please present.
Present करें.
Sanjay Kumar sir, serial number 4 is not available right now, sir. Now we are moving to serial number 5, sir.
Okay, sir.
This is for the kind information.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have taken a note of it, sir. Thank you.
Sir, my screen is visible.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here, session chair, faculty member, and all the dignitaries. I am Madhusmita Biswal, BTech final year civil engineering student from Government Engineering College, Kodahandi, Odisha. I am going to present the topic development of concrete paver block using waste coconut fiber. The presentation content of introduction, literature review, methodology, mixed detail, result, conclusion, reference. We have gone through many of the literature and is given over here. Coming to the introduction slide, coconut fiber are those which are the pollution free, environmental friendly, and those not have any bad effect on climate. If this coconut fiber used in concrete paver block is called save the bioreserves, they can be act and green construction material. Coconut fiber is the fiber which has the better physical and chemical property. Additionally, it is renewable, cheap, high resistance to thermal conductivity, more durable and more ductile than the other natural fiber. Plain concrete is brittle metal with low tensile strength. Fiber alter the behavior of concrete. When a crack guarantees a certain level of the stress transfer between both faces of paver block.
conventional material along with coconut fiber are used to develop the CFC concrete, that is rotting out the concrete fiber. This is the material used: cement OPC 53 grade, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, water, and coconut fiber. And the flow chart of the proposed work is as follow: selection, project topic, literature review, study of material properties, mixed detail of the developed paper block, experiment study, test result and discussion. M20 grade mix of concrete paver block were developed as per the Indian Standard Code 10262/2009. Total 5 mix are designed and named as CFC 0, CFC 0.5, CFC 1.0, CFC 1.5 and CFC 2.0. CFC 0, certain 0% cement fiber, whereas the CFC 0.5, certain 0.5% cement fiber were replacement of cement. And CFC 1.0, 1.5 and 2.0, accordingly amount of the coarse aggregate, fine aggregate and water is the given the table. In this slide, the first figure show the fresh concrete placed in the paver block mold. The second figure is the hardened and the demolded paver block sample. And the outer dimension of the paver block is 250 mm length and 200 mm width and 75 mm height. The various tests performed on the paper block sample. Here the first one show the workability test of the fresh concrete. Second figure show the compressive test setup use CTM available at the laboratory of the capacity 3000 kilonewton. And the third one is the cross sample after compressive strength test, where it is the clearly visible that the coconut fiber present in the sample does not allow the sample to fail in the brittle manner. Workability test result using slump cone is plotted in this graph. It can be seen that with the increased percentage of coconut fiber, there is the drastic fall in slump value. And from the figure, one can observe the presence of the coconut fiber at the contaminant to the concrete. From the graph plotted between present percentage of the coconut fiber with compressive strength result, it is observed that up to replacement level 1.5, the sample are achieving its target strength and then reducing. 2% replacement also achieving more than 20 megapascal at 28 days, whereas it failed achieve the target strength. Here also similar trends following by flexural strength result and is performing very well due to presence of coconut fiber. And based on the test result, the following conclusion are made. In the mixed proportion, due to the implementation of coconut fiber, the costliest ingredient of the concrete mix can be reduced to the certain limit. Workability of the developed CFC drastically reduced with the higher percentage of coconut fiber, and also due to the presence of fiber, one can easily observe that the slump become highly dense in the mix structure. Target compressive strength can be easily achieved with the coconut fiber percentage of 1.5, whereas slightly fall in strength observed during the test of more than 1.5% addition of the coconut fiber. By increase the fiber content, the flexural strength also got increased. The fiber can be torn the massive skeleton of block, which restricting the broken sample to fall. Hence, it can be conduced to the paper block. Develop coconut fiber will restrict the crack and make block more durable the conventional block. The reference considered for the research, what's the reference? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Madhusmita Biswal.
Thank you, sir.
Sanjay Kumar, sir.
Sir, another thing, actually, this is basically a group work, right? I can see 3 or 4 authors. is it necessary that everybody should present, or anyone from the group can do the presentation, sir?
Anyone can present, sir.
Anyone can present. Okay, okay. Again, Madhusmita, it is a really nice work. But how far it is related to geotechnical engineering aspect, I don't know. Basically, you have done your work in materials, right?
Yes,
Building material, that is paver block, concrete paver block.
Yes, sir.
Are you replacing cement content with this coconut fiber, or this coconut fiber is added to that already proportion, available proportion of cement, sand, etc.?
So concrete material replacing with cement, sir.
Replacing with cement. So basically, you are going to bring down the cement content, and you are increasing the coconut fiber, coconut fiber. And based on the experimental results, we can see that there is slight decrease in compressive strength, right? As the percentage of coconut fiber increases, without any coconut fiber, the cement paver block attains maximum compressive strength. But with the addition of 0.5, 1.5 and 2, compressive strength gradually decreases. But you are saying that you are attaining target strength up to 1.5, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Up to 1.5%. Moreover, flexural strength is increasing because coconut fibers imparts tensile strength to the material, and thereby flexural strength increases. What about other parameters of paver blocks? What are the other desired parameters of paver block? What are the other tests that will be done on paver block? Can you name? In addition to compressive strength,
Water absorption, sir.
Water absorption. Okay, then water absorption, abrasion resistance. It should be abrasion resistance. It should have the required hardness. Have you done experimental study on those aspects?
Yes, sir.
Because the most essential thing for paver block, it should be abrasive resistant. If you add coconut, you work on that. Then I think so. If you add coconut fiber, the material will become more porous in nature, and its water absorption capacity might increase. I am hoping so. So long-time performance of paver block needs to be studied.
In future, we will be take care of this test.
Okay. So then only we can justify the usage of coconut fiber as additive in case of concrete paver blocks, right? You have to study all other parameters, as we have said. Yeah.
Yes, okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Other
sir,
experts, sir, you may please ask questions, sir.
Sir, so as you presented about the manufacturing of paver blocks, can you tested the wear and tear of the same, ma'am? As it is going to subject to continuous wear and tear, is there any test you carried out for that particular paver block?
Adela, sir, that's what I am asking. And the wear and tear, abrasion resistance, that
Yes,
should
sir,
be,
yes, sir, yes.
yeah, those needed to be checked. Sir, again, my
Right now, sir.
kind idea is that, sir, all these topics are coming under material, sir.
Yes, sir,
I hope because of
the thing is that, due to some mapping of papers during some session, due to shortage only, it is mapped in this particular session, sir. Really sorry
okay.
for the inconvenience.
No problem, sir. No problem, sir. Sir, we civil engineers should be able to guide students in all aspects, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
We will
as
conduct
sir
the
said,
study also, sir.
sorry.
So we will conduct durability study also.
You conducted or you plan to conduct? I am not able to get your language. Sorry.
In future.
Yeah. Okay. So please consider the suggestion since you are suggesting a product as paver block. So definitely you have to check the wear and tear. If the wear and tear is better, then only it is subjected to pedestrian movement or as well as for traffic also. If the wear and tear is not better, even it is not suited for pedestrian movement. So you please consider that in future work. Okay.
Yeah. See you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So,
Okay, sir.
thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the next paper ID C029, manufacture of payment blocks using waste plastics. Mrs. Amrita Kavi, Babin Kumar, Hariraj, Deena Dayalan, and Muhammad Ashik. Anyone is present here? C029, manufacture of payment blocks using waste plastics. Yes. So this is the last call. So anyone available? C029, paper ID C029, manufacture of payment blocks using waste plastics. Mrs. Amrita Kavi, Mr. Babin Kumar, Mr. Hariraj, Mr. Deena Dayalan, Muhammad Ashik. Okay, fine. Sir, we will move on to serial number 7, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Sure.
Manufacturing bathroom tiles using waste plastic.
Sir, yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, fine. Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, is it clear, sir? Audible?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, sir. Sir, I will present my presentation in another device, sir. Can you please admit me?
Admit, just a minute. So we have a network interruption already. We joined in mobile. Just a minute. Just a minute. Please be online.
Okay, sir.
So I hope you are one of the co-author of the another paper. Can you going to present that also? Manufacture of payment blocks using waste plastic.
Sir, no, sir. I think they are not joined yet.
Oh, either they will present or they will come.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. That's fine. Okay.
I will clear you after this session, sir.
Yeah, fine. So you please, after your presentation, you please text the same chat box. Okay, status. Okay. So right now we're going to present manufacturing of bathroom tiles using waste plastic. C030.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you admit me, sir, in another device?
You please try. We will admit. So,
sir, I was trying, sir.
Yep. Yeah. We have power cut here. So we are right now we are in mobile. Just a minute. So, dear participants, really sorry for the inconvenience. We have a power cut, so we already contacted our power house. So please be online. Mr. Ashik, now you please try.
Okay, sir. Sir, I am presenting Lohit, sir, not Ashik. I am Lohit, sir, one of the author.
Sorry. Now
Okay,
you
sir.
please try.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Ramco Institute of Technology for giving this wonderful opportunity to present our idea in this international conference. So, I'm Lohit P, student of Sri Sairam Engineering College, Chennai, and I was pursuing civil third year. So, our title was manufacturing of bathroom tiles from waste plastics. So, we have our project is under the SDG goal of industry, innovation and infrastructure, and 11th SDG goal of sustainable and cities and communities, and also SDG goal number 12, response, consumption and production. So these are the justification slide for our SDG number, SAP number and the target. So these are the next literature review. We have collected various literature review for our reference from the following journals. So next, I would present the following topics like what is the problem statement for our project, and next what are the materials used in this project, and what is the process to manufacture this tile, and what are the tests and results, and lastly what is the significance of manufacturing this recycled waste plastic tile, and conclusion. At first I would like to discuss about what is the proposed solution of our project. So nowadays plastic management is one of the major environmental crises, and waste utilization has become an alternative to disposal, right? So since waste plastic materials are burnt in municipal land without any use or any recycle and it is accumulated as landfill and causes plastic pollution, and which will affect the human health. So our objective of our study is to produce a recycled tile from non-biodegradable waste plastic. So next we move to what are the materials used in this. Okay, at first we are using polyethylene terephthalate, PET. Is a clear, strong, light plastic that is widely used for packing foods, beverages, especially in convenience size like soft drinks, juices, and water. Usually, this PET can be commercially recycled through washing and remelting, or by chemically breaking it down into components, materials to retain any new product. Since PET is very energy efficient packing material, although its raw material are derived from crude oil and natural gas, it enjoys a favorable sustainable profile in comparison to glass, aluminum and other containers. And also the recycled number of PET, polyethylene terephthalate, is 1. So the next material we have used is resin. Epoxy resin. Epoxy resin is known for its strong adhesive quality and making it as a versatile product in many industries. It offers resistance to heat and chemical applications, and making it an ideal product for any needing a strong hold under pressure. Epoxy resin is also a durable product which can be used with various materials like wood, fabric, glass, or metal. So, what are the methodologies that we have followed to make this recycled waste plastic type? First, collection of waste plastic. The waste plastic are collected from in our institutions like water bottles and the plastics that we are throwing unnecessarily. And manual sorting is segregation of plastic from any other dust and or any other particles. Then these plastic wastes or bottles are shredded into small pieces and they are washed to make more quality of waste plastic, and then the shredded plastics are added with the binding materials, that is resin. After adding the binding material resin, and the plastic is compressed in compressed with pressure, and then it is demolded. We can now see the picture of what we actually did. At first, this is the mold that we have manufactured using steel, and then we are placing the PET plastic that are shredded with resin, that is the picture 2. Then we have demolded the plastic from the mold, which is the first picture shows the top surface of the tile, and the second picture shows the bottom side of the tile, and the size of the tile is 30 cross 30 cross 1.5 in centimeters. Next, what are all the tests and discussions that we have conducted in these tiles? At first, we have conducted a thermal shock resistance of 2 specimens, and we have known that there is no visible defects that are found. And secondly, we have conducted a water absorption test on 2 specimens, and we have average value of 3.75% of water absorption in this tile. And then third, we are conducted a chemical resistance test on 2 specimens, and we have found no damages due to the chemicals, and there is no corrosion or any color changes have appeared in our tile. So at fourth, we have conducted a flexural strength test, and we have got average value of 35.25 Newton/mm square. And at last, we have conducted a dimension and surface quality test for quality size of this tile, and we have some deviations of 0.2 and 0.06 mm in its length and width, and we have some deviation in its thickness of 0.08, and in next tile we have exact size of it. And also at last, we have conducted a breaking strength on this plastic tile, and we have got the average value of 1549 Newton. Then what is the significance of using plastic tile over ceramic tile? Plastics, various types of plastics are collected, and it can be reused into any other products. High density PET are easily available in our society, and which are wastedly dumped into oceans or rivers. And the most significance of our project is even a poor can easily afford this tile, and this tile is also light in weight and provide good strength while compared to ordinary ceramic tile. And also the manufacturing cost of this tile is relatively lesser than the tiles which are available in the market. Plastic waste accumulation can be reduced, and it can give way to the eco-friendly environment, and people can live a healthy life. So at last, we have come through a discussion. Various tests were conducted in this tile, like water absorption, thermal shock resistance, flexural, and dimension and shape quality test. All these tests shows that the replacement of ceramic tiles with plastic tiles gives high strength, better bonding, and less water absorption, and more cost resistance, and also more heat resistance. Recycling is one of the strategy for end life of waste management of plastic products. It makes increased sense economically as well as environmentally, and recent trends demonstrate a sustainable increase in the rate of recovery and recycling of waste plastics. So these are the reference journals that we have used for our project. So at last, thank you for this wonderful presentation, and also we are thankful on of our Sairam institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lohit.
Sir, is it audible, sir? Hello.
Sir, Sanjay, sir. Yes, sir. Proceed, sir.
Yes, Mr. Logan.
Sir.
Basically, you have manufactured a plastic tile, right?
Yes, sir.
Plastic
Yes, sir.
using PET.
Sir.
PET bottle and resin.
PET bottles. Almost. Yes, sir.
Only two ingredients are there, right? PET bottle
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just shredded PET bottles, and we are using resin for binding, sir.
Resin. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then you have done some physical and chemical tests for characterizing your material.
Yes, sir. For any corrosion or any color changes, we have conducted chemical test and also thermal shock resistance test.
Okay. So it would have been nice if you have given the actual desired value of all these test results for a ceramic tile, conventional ceramic tile, and the results that you have obtained for your plastic tile. So in the way we can compare the properties, essential properties of a ceramic tile with that of your tile, that is plastic tile.
Oh, sir. Likewise, you are asking comparison between ordinary and what we have manufactured, right, sir?
Yeah. All the parameters. Okay. Say for example, flexural strength of a ceramic tile is this much. Generally, it will be in certain range. Flexural strength obtained from your tile is in this range.
Yes,
whether it is greater than the ceramic tile or less than ceramic tile. If it is less, by what percentage it is less? If you can give that aspect, then it will be easier for us to decide whether your material is worthwhile or not. Right? Then moreover, what is the cost of producing one tile? What is the approximate cost of producing one tile? Because you are using resin. Resin is a chemical which is costly material.
Yes, sir.
Right. So for a 30 cross 30 centimeter, 1.5 centimeter thick tile, what is the cost?
Thickness. Sir, we have no cost for the PET PET bottle, so only we have cost for only resin, sir. So it's around it takes like 40 rupees for each piece, sir. 30 to 40 rupees for that cost, sir.
Okay, 30 to 40 rupees.
Yes, sir. Because we are PET bottles, we are just taking in our around the campus, sir. For it doesn't cost, sir.
Again, as you might have listened to the previous presentation, that is coconut fiber added to paver block.
Okay, sir.
Since you are going to use this as a bathroom tile in the floor.
Sir, first, just we have a title like this, sir, and we can also implement in future. We are trying to as a roof tile and also in a floor or etc. Sir.
Okay, bathroom tile. Again, you should test the properties for wear and tear, abrasion, etc. Right?
Okay,
that is the most important thing.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
What about water absorption value? You said that it is around 3.3.
3.4. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I think it is more than the desired value, allowable value.
Okay, sir.
Please check that.
Okay, sir.
But again, it's a nice work, nice startup work.
Okay, sir. But we have just currently we have just manufactured it, sir, and we have doesn't implement for our society, and in future we are trying to implement it to our society for sustainable technology, sir.
So you do cost comparative study between conventional ceramic tile and your tile.
Okay,
right?
Sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Sir, Chokalingam sir and other moderators. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Lohit.
Yes,
so
sir.
as
Yes, sir.
you got plastics in your campus itself, but
Yes,
sir
sir.
rightly asked what about the cost. So for your present work, you can obtain the waste plastics in your campus. But
Yes,
for
sir.
commercialization, you have to work out the cost. So cost only will play a major role. Even
Yes, sir. For even
this is
yes,
also
sir.
we have a invited talk on cost management on sustainable materials.
Yes, sir. Today
When
topic.
you compare with the conventional tiles, you have to talk with cost. At that time,
Okay,
you can't
okay,
say in our campus we have freely available pit bottles. That alone we used. We can't say. We can't
Okay, sir.
justify in a public domain. Okay.
Okay,
So as sir said, you please work on the cost. And I have
Okay,
one
sir.
more question.
Yes,
So can you move on to your methodology, please? Can you move on? Can you move on, please?
Yes, sir.
So here you mentioned that setting of plastic into small. Either you
Yes, sir.
relied on manual machine or a manual shredder. So which one you preferred? That type of information you didn't told here.
Sir, manual shredder, sir. We have shredder manually, sir.
Shredder the plastics manually. So then what about the size? So you manually shredder the plastic means each plastic will come up with the different size, you know. So is there
Yes,
any
sir.
uniformity in terms of size of the plastic you shredded?
Sir, we have a sieve, sir. At first we have manually sorted and we have dumped into that sieve and we sieved and what is the retained that we have taken, sir.
Yeah, what about the sieve number that you have to tell here, you know? We have a lot of sieves. Right,
sir,
from
yes, sir.
75 meters, we have up to 80 mm sieve also available.
Sir,
have used
like this, we are not using, sir, yes, sir.
You said that you have used the material which is retained on that seed. Retained,
Yes,
right?
sir. Even, sir, past materials, sir. Past materials. Sorry, sir. We have used with the uniformly passed materials.
So you should have mentioned the sieve size. What size
Okay,
of?
sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, which sieve passed, which sieve retained, that you have to mention. Okay, because
Okay,
you are playing on a manual shredder. You shredded the plastics using manually. But
Yes, sir,
nowadays
yes, sir.
commercially shredding machines also available. So the thing
Okay,
is that
sir.
you can get uniformity here. So that's
Yes,
the
sir.
thing here.
Yes,
So
sir.
once you rely on manual shredding means differ from person to person.
Okay,
You
sir.
can cut the plastics into different size. Your friend, your co-worker,
Yes,
colleague
sir.
also
Yes, right.
cut the plastics into different size. So that particle size will play a major role in manufacturing of tiles. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
that you please remember. Okay.
Okay, sir. In future, when we are implementing in a large scale, we are consider this, sir.
Definitely, you please work on initially you start working on the cost. Okay.
Okay,
And at the
sir.
same time, during your initial slide, you told some target values, 9.1, something like that. So
Yes,
how,
sir. Yes,
what
sir.
to here? Can you elaborate on the same?
Sir, this is
But we have STG, but
Yes,
what
sir.
is coming to reference here? I am not aware. So only I am asking 9.1,
Sir,
11.3.
it's sir, it's especially for that if we have goal number 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. As per norms, this the every goal has a target number which is available in as per norms they are predicted, sir. Which is I have mentioned that, sir.
Okay. Anyway, please carry on your good work. Try to
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Again, Rohit.
Sir.
Another doubt.
Yes, sir.
So all your tiles are of standard size, 30 cross 30.
Yes, sir,
In
yes.
size and thickness is 1.5 centimeter.
Yes,
What
sir.
is the weight of the tile? After pressing and molding
Yes,
and
sir.
setting, what is the weight of the tile which are obtained?
Sir, it's weight around 200 to 205 kg, sir. That means grams, sir. Grams, sir.
200 grams.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
just more light in weight, sir, when compared to ceramic tile.
Okay. Then what is the weight of plastic which you have used in that tile? Out of that 200, what is the weight of plastic alone?
Yes, sir. That we have we haven't measured, sir. We just filled in just into the mold, sir. We have not measured how much quantity that we have filled in it.
That should be maintained uniform for
Okay,
all the tiles. In order to achieve uniform properties,
okay, sir.
the plastic content in your tile should be maintained same throughout for all the tiles.
Okay, sir.
That is a major thing.
Yes, sir. After
Moreover, the
demolding, okay, sir.
weight of the tile is very less.
Okay,
I don't
sir.
know how it will perform under high loading conditions.
Okay, sir.
Especially if it is mounted on floor. I don't know, you have to work on it. And the split test ஏதோ ஒன்று போட்டீங்களாப்பா, breaking test
Yes,
in
sir.
terms
Yes,
of
sir.
Newton.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is the standard value for standard value expected out of ceramic tile?
Sir, it's ceramic tile. It's breaking strength is around 1,600, sir. Its standard must be greater than 1,600, sir.
1,600 Newton.
Yes, sir. Newton, sir. We have, but our tile we have got 1,526 and 1,572, sir.
Okay.
But as per specifications, the breaking strength of ceramic tile must be greater than 1,600 newtons.
Greater than 1,600.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's slightly lesser than the actual value, expected
Yes,
value.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When compared to ordinary tiles, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Lokit.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Lokit, the final conclusion from my side is, as sir said, you please carry on cost management, and at the same time, you please represent, whenever you're going to present your findings in future, you please compare with conventional ceramic tiles.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, I will put separate comparison between, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and one final question from my side. So you mentioned all the codes of international standard organization. Already IS codes are available for ceramic tiles. Why not you didn't prefer the IS codes? Especially IS 13712 is available for ceramic tiles. Why you didn't prefer the IS codes for your plastic tiles?
Sir, especially this.
ISO codebook.
Sir, I have taken the IS codes for. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have mentioned this IS code for the test only, sir, not for I have taken ceramic tiles, sir. For test processes, I have mentioned the IS code, sir.
So you please compare the test mentioned for ceramic tiles by Indian standard codes also. Since you're going to market your product in our country, you know. So even though it is compiling with the ISO norms, even you're going to market your project in commercially your product in Indian market means it has to fit well with the results of Indian codal position. Okay.
Okay,
so
sir.
that you please
Sir.
keep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
please
sir.
carry on your good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the next paper ID is 038. Create land use and land cover map for Nellore district.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Logit.
Sir, they have presented in the morning, sir, morning session. C039 is available, sir.
Yeah, fine, madam. Fine. So, Sanjay sir, you please make C038 they presented in the morning session itself, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So, C039 automated design of horizontal alignment of highways. Ms. Aishwarya, Evelyn, Blessy, Pooja, Ritika, and Sweta.
Sir, shall I present my scene, sir?
Yeah. Yes. Please go ahead, please.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. I am Evelyn Blessy, final year student from RMK Engineering College, Department of Civil Engineering. Today, I am here to present on automated design of horizontal element of highways. Let me introduce my teammates, Ms. Aishwarya, Ritika, Pooja, and Sweta. Moving on to introduction. Manual method of data analysis in any domain has been replaced by the automation in coding technologies. Humans are using computer programs to improve technology in variety of ways. So we have provided the horizontal alignment of highways infused with C programming. As road geometric horizontal design includes the radius of curve, super elevation, extra widening, transition curve, shift, and setback distance. Based on the input, the program will retrieve the horizontal element based on IRC codal provisions. Next, I would be explaining the design parameters. So these are the design parameters which have included in my design is super elevation, extra widening, length of transition curve, and setback distance. So this is my program. Firstly, I have first the user would be getting from the user I will be providing the design speed value and the length of the curve value. Firstly, I am going to we have introduced the radius of curve, that is radius of curve, that is the ruling radius, is the limiting value of curvature for a given speed. So this can be calculated by v squared divided by c g into e plus f, where the v is the design speed value, g is acceleration due to gravity, e is super elevation, and f is coefficient of friction. So as per IRC guidelines, the f and e value are constants, where e is 0.07 and f is coefficient of friction, which is 0.015. The user can also take the value that have been fetched from IRC guidelines. These for expressway we have given 520 meter, and for national highway and state highway we have given 360 meter. For major district road we have given 230 meters, and other district road 155 meters, and village road it's 90 meter. The user can either select the value which have the design fetched, or the ruling radius of value which has been given in the table as per IRC. Secondly, I have designed the super elevation. Super elevation is the ratio of height of outer edge width respective to the horizontal width. So we have this is the super elevation. So nearly 4 super elevation formula is v squared divided by 254 into r, and 4 design steps have been written. First step is for check for the super elevation. So first, as per IRC, I'm going to check the super elevation, check for super elevation. If it exceeds 0.07, the given by IRC guidelines, the program will also retrieve to it, and the minimum the minimum super elevation value 0.07 will be provided. The next step will be check for coefficient of friction. Check for coefficient of friction will be maximum 0.15. So if the design is exceeding the 0.15, the design again retrieve, it will be providing this statement: the provided lateral coefficient of friction value must be limited to 0.15 as per IRC guidelines, and it will take the value 0.15 to the next step. The third is calculating the value of restricted speed. So as if an unknown user provides more than value design speed, greater value if he provides, means in my design the value will be restricted here. So that is the allowable velocity of the curve. Here in this value, the design speed is restricted to an allowable velocity. Next is and it will be, the statement would be there. Either the design is safe or not safe. I have provided its statement here. Next is the extra widening. Extra widening is horizontal curve to avoid off-tracking due to wheelbase. It is split into two: mechanical widening and psychological widening. For getting the total width of the road, if it is one lane, we'll add this extra widening plus 3.5 meters, or if it is a 2-lane road, we would be adding this extra widening with plus 7 meters. Next is the length of transition curve. Length of transition curve is when a vehicle is suddenly introduced to a horizontal curve, the driver feels so discomfortable. So we are providing transition curve to it. So this is found out to be the 3 formulas. So first is based on the rate of change of centrifugal acceleration, and second one is the design of rate of super elevation, and third one is followed by the empirical formula. So the design would be fetching the maximum value from it, and the design will be proceeded to the next step. The next step is the shift. Shift is setting out of curves, and shift formula is LS square divided by 24 into R. So this is based on the radius as well as the length of transition curve. Next is the setback distance, is based on the length of the curve, side distance, and radius of horizontal curve. So based on these three values, LC and side distance as well as the radius of the curve, the setback distance value is predicted. So at last my program is finished here. So future scope of it, so I will run and show it. So future scope, further development in this domain is only I have provided one lane and when 2 lanes. If national highway provides multi lanes, so that design I have not included it. So I should get improved to that, as well as vertical alignment I have not provided it. So these are the 2 progressive developments. So I should improve in that. That's all. Thank you, sir.
So it's excellent work, Pa.
Thank you.
So as I am currently handling highway engineering, I am very happy with your work.
Thank you, sir.
With my curiosity, I am asking, can you run the program?
Yeah, sure, sir. So from the user, you can select anyone, sir. Enter the manual value or design suite, or you want to choose from IRC, sir.
Sir, you may please give your option.
Yes, sir.
So I have to tell right now, you are asking me.
Yes, sir.
We can go with the manual one, madam. We can give the data. Yeah.
Okay, sir. What
so I'm not able to see anything in screen, so only I didn't told anything. Now I am only seeing the LS equal to now it's visible. Yes. Yeah. Value you can please consider 85 kilometer per hour.
Okay, sir. Lanes, sir.
Two lanes you please consider.
So this stopping side, sir. This you want to, sir, is down here. Is it visible, sir? So you here.
Yeah.
You want to enter the value of ruling radius, or you want to here a value of ruling radius is given, sir. To 258, the program has fetched. So you want to proceed with that, or?
Yes. You please proceed with ruling radius or ruling.
Okay, sir. Length of the curve, sir.
Length of the curve you please consider around 250 meters.
Okay, sir. So here it will be visible, sir. Ruling radius, super elevation, value. So the 3 steps. First, check for super elevation and check for coefficient of friction and the allowable speed velocity.
Yes.
Extra widening and length of the transition curve and setback distance.
Yes. Very nice. Sir, one more question here. So all the values you are coming with a lot of decimal places. You please round off to the nearest value.
Okay.
So for you, all the values you have decimal places up to 5 to 6 decimal places.
Yes, sir.
You please see here the superlation also 0.124178. Likewise, even total width also 7.700299. Even value of LS centrifugal acceleration. So you please say, even in textbook also, I think you may aware. So based on the calculation, you are getting some value. They are round off to the nearest value. They say like that. They mentioned,
Yes, sir.
Can you get my point? What I am saying?
Yeah, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So you please work on the same. And one more thing, why you preferred C rather than Python?
So I am very much comfortable with C. So.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Because now the whole world is moving towards Python, so only I asked.
Okay.
And one more thing, can you come to your code.
Sir.
You please come to transition curve design, please. Transition curve. So as you said, we're going to opt the maximum value of the transition curve for length. So one is based on centrifugal acceleration, another one is introduction of superposition, another one is empirical method. That for the introduction of superposition, we have 2 methods, but you mentioned one method only, I think so here. So the payment is rotated about center line and the payment is rotated about inner edge. Which one you preferred here? There are 2 cases possible. In the case of design of transition curve. That introduction of supervision may be either about the payment is rotated about central line or the payment is rotated in
Yes, sir. They have considered about center line, sir. Because only in places where the flood level is going to be high, we will usually go for not immersing the height of the road below the actual level. So otherwise, for the advantage of cutting and filling for material saving, we'll usually go for the center line rotation. So they have considered in that way. Maybe we can ask them to consider both.
Yes, ma'am. As they asking the user about which one they are preferring, like this, for that particular design also they can opt the user which one they are preferring, either payment is
Yes,
rotated about central line.
yes, sir. Valuable input, yes, sir.
Then it will be better for the user also, madam.
Yes. So they have developed an app also. So for which they are not letting out the code right now because they have developed in JavaScript. Yes.
Okay, I understood, madam. So you please include that also, madam.
Yes, sure. Valuable input, sir. Thank you.
Even they can include, as she said, even they can include vertical tools, both the type of vertical tools, submit tools, as well as tools.
Yes, definitely.
Calculated supervision, they can consider grade compensation also.
Yeah, agree.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have not included the hill roads parameters right now. So we have just tried this for the plain roads, not for the hill roads at least. So we will try to include that. Yes.
Even they can include camphor also, madam. Based on the terrain, they can include camphor also.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, sir.
Take my sir.
Yeah, again, excellent work by the students.
Thank you, sir.
This is what really industry people expect from graduate engineers. We should have technical knowledge. Other than that, the essential thing for any civil engineering graduate is you should be aware of any coding, software coding, especially as sir wrote in Python or in C or C++. This is what industry people expect. And as well as you should be very strong in Excel calculations. Okay, in most of the offices, all these calculations are not done manually. They have their own coding. So good on that. You have worked on it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, keep it up.
So the last paper of the session, sir, that paper needs to be included in the evaluation form, sir. So really sorry for that. This is the carry-on paper from the formal session, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sudhakaran, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you please share your screen. So this is the last paper of the session, sir. So please share your screen, Mr. Sudhakaran.
Okay, sir. Sir, whether my screen is visible to you?
Yes, your screen is visible. You please go to your presentation and make it slideshow. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Tani Selvan and my batchmate is Sudhakaran. Our guide is Mr. Madika Mabalan sir and Venkatesh Perumal sir. So our topic is analysis of natural coolant on the rooftop to lower the room temperature. So our topic is about natural coolant paint that when we apply on the rooftop or any other part of the building, we can reduce the temperature inside the building. So we chose this project due to address two major problems. One is global warming, where our construction industry is largest emitter of CO2, and one other problem is the plant that proposes Juliflora plant, which is abundantly available in our state. the Tamil name of that plant is Seema Karuvela Chedi. So, yeah, next slide, please. So, our objective of this project is to get environment benefits using this roof cooling paint, and we can also save the energy by reducing the use of artificial air conditioners and also the environmental benefits of this. And as a result of this, our occupants inside the building will be feeling comfortable. Next slide, please. Our methodology for this project is collection of proposed soliflora, which is abundantly available, which is also available in our campus also. Later, we extracted the leaves of this proposed soliflora and took out the properties of these leaves. Later, we added the extracted properties to the conventional paint and created samples in different ratios and conducted the thermal conductivity testing. Finally, we got the result. The material and resources that we used for this project is proposed soliflora, cooling paint which is conventional paint that is available in the market, Sauslate extractor which is used for the property retention, least is apparatus to study about thermal conductivity of the product. Next slide. This is the proposed soliflora and this is Sauslate apparatus.
Next slide, the mold preparation. As per norms itself, 3:1 ratio denoted in the painting material. Here 3 denotes the coolant paint and 1 is the extraction water from that proposed soliflora for making the preparation of sample. In the hard cardboard sheet, we should apply a grease with the diameter of 25 mm. Why the dimension should be denoted means then only the heat should be transferred eventually in the material. Now the liquid consistency of paint should be applied in first coating. After 4 hours the primary coated dried, the second coating should be applied in the same sample. When the secondary coated dried, both the material should be bilayer sample. After 4 hours, the material should be taken off to the testing. The sample diameter and thickness were measured with the vernier caliper and micrometer screw gauge respectively. For testing of sample, this is the testing setup equipment. The equipment used for this work employed electrically heating without the need of cooling measurement. Unlike that, the Lee-Chatier's method, which utilizes a stream chest to provide a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius on one side of the sample and subsequently cooling measurement in order to calculate the heat flow through the sample. The specimen has to be spaced like a sandwich structure. At the beginning of each dimension, the power from the stabilized direct current supply was turned on until the average temperature of the sample reached the desired value. This is the copper vessel, consists of 1/3 of the water. By vaporization process, the steam is go through by this tube and the hollow cylinder is heated. After that, the material of paintable coating is to be heated. Finally, the temperature degree Celsius should be calculated by this thermometer. This is the experimental work result for concrete having the thermal conductivity of 0.77 watts per meter per second and mortar 0.105 and conventional paint is 0.018 and the extraction paint is 0.009. while comparing this conventional paint and the extraction paint, half of the percentage of thermal conductivity should be reduced in this conventional and the extraction paint. By geometrical design, by using ANSYS software, to find out the thermal properties of any material, the ANSYS software will be suitable to refer in software side. On that day, February 1st, 2022, the highest temperature is 36 degrees Celsius in the atmospheric range, and in a comfortable zone, the temperature range should be 25 degrees Celsius after applying the coating of the roof terrace. This is the analytical work result of the concrete having the thermal conductivity of 0.019 watts per meter per second and the mortar of 0.157, and the conventional paint having the same thermal conductivity which should be applied in that surface, and extraction paint having 0.009 watts per meter per second. For the conclusion, at the sample of 1.5 mm thickness, thermal conductivity of 0.0019 watts per meter per Kelvin, conventional paint. While comparing this conventional paint and the extraction paint, where extraction paint gives the better result from our project. Finally, when it is two samples are compared, 0.5 degrees Celsius ratio will 0.5 degree Celsius will be reduced in the temperature. For further development, the same extraction water is added in the both mortar and the concrete, and find out the temperature after using that extraction in both mortar and concrete. These are the references which should be used for our project works. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Sudhakaran.
Yes, sir.
Basically, you are going to extract a paint, right? You are going to prepare a paint out of that Julifes papapara.
Yes, sir.
Proposis julifera, that is Carivelum leaves.
Yes, sir.
By some chemical process, you are extracting. What you are extracting actually from those leaves?
The water should be tested to the CSIR secretion. The property should not get to come.
Sudhakaran sir is asking what you are extracting from that particular leaves. He is not asking where you.
Sir, may I answer?
Yes, sir.
Sir, actually this proposes only for as a property to retain the chillness. So while we use this property of this plant by extracting using these leaves.
What are you extracting from those leaves, sir? Basically, you are doing distillation, right? Some sort of some equivalent to that process, and you are extracting something, and you are making a paint out of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if that paint is applied over the top of roof, you are saying that the thermal conductivity is reducing by 50% when compared to the conventional paint, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the thing which you are extracting out of the leaf, sir?
Yes, sir. That leaves possesses that property of retaining the chillness. Say if the atmosphere contains some sort of moisture, so the paint can easily retain that chillness.
So still, I am not getting what actually you are extracting out of those leaves. What are you extracting? Any specific chemical compound out of that leaf, and you are using that chemical for your manufacture of paint, or what?
No, sir. Actually, this is an trial and error method. So basically, what we found out in the paper studied, we studied the papers and found out that this plant contains some sort of properties. So by doing the trial and error method, we did that. We didn't go deep into what chemical it possesses.
Okay. So finally, you are going to apply the extracted, the thing which you are extracting out of these leaves. That chemical is combined in the form of a paint, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What are the other materials which are used for making that paint, other than the extract from these leaves? What are the other used for those paints?
Sir.
So this extraction water is added to the coolant paint, sir. While comparing this conventional paint and coolant paint, while we are adding that extraction water, by comparing these two, this extraction water paint should come out, give the better result.
Oh, normal cooling paint and the extracted water of these leaves is added to the cooling paint, and that water treated cooling paint is compared with the conventional cooling paint, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whether you are going to apply this over the top of that terracotta tiles in the roof, or simply the mortar, does it need to provide any terracotta tiles over the roof, or only, without any terracotta tiles, you can as such give the coating over the concrete slab?
We are applied over the concrete slab only, sir. And also further future work, we should apply it in the mortar also, sir. For they are comfortable to the human being.
Okay. Again, that cooling paint, the performance of cooling paint over several years is a questionable thing, sir, if I'm not wrong. Right. Then if you are adding this water, extracted water to that cooling paint, for how long years, how much years it will work? Do you have any idea about that?
No, sir. But we are give the bilayer coating, sir.
2 layers of coating.
Yes, sir.
So thickness of a single coat is 1.5 mm.
1.5 mm, sir.
Okay. Again, the longevity of the paint coated paint needs to be studied, sir. If you want the performance for a longer duration of period, longevity study has to be done. The main thing, because over the roof there will be large thermal variation. Adverse environmental effects will be there. There will be rain, there will be sunshine, there will be extreme climatic temperatures. Any material will shrink and contract. It will shrink and expand during temperature variations. So even if there is any micro crack in that 1.5 mm thick painted coating, the purpose won't be served. So the material paint coating should withstand adverse temperature effect. So longevity study needs to be done.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Sir, Chokalingam sir and other moderators, sir, please, sir.
Sir. Sudharan, yes, sir. Sir, please continue the work on durability aspects. So how it is performing, you please carry on a long-term study. As in the case of concrete, people are conducting 28 days, 56 days, 90 days. So like this, you please conduct on a weekly basis, monthly basis, or even to yearly basis also, you please conduct. Okay?
Okay, sir.
That is one thing. And at the same time, as sir said, the slab is subjected to adverse environmental conditions. So as you said, you already carried out bilayer coating. You please increase the number of coating and how it is behaving also you can consider in future. Suppose instead of having 1.5 mm for every layer, you please decrease the thickness and increase the number of coating, number of layer of coating, and how it is behaving. Either the thickness is playing a major role, or the number of coating for on the finished slab is playing a major role. On that aspects also, you please work on that. Okay. In addition to that, cost that will also again play a major role. Okay.
So in the economic point of view, it is affordable to the human beings.
Yes, we can say, but again the number matters, you know. So how it is affordable, that you have to present. So during in your presentation, you didn't say any information related to that. You are saying it is affordable, but in user point of view, you have to say, as in the case of conventional coolant paint, it is 1 liter so and so amount. As in the case of our coating, the temperature is reducing by so and so degrees Celsius, and it will be amount this much. Likewise, you have to quantify your data. Okay. So just the overall statement, it is affordable to common public is not sufficient. Okay. So hope you got our point.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So you have to work on two different aspects. So longevity aspect. So in terms of days, 7 days, 14 days, even month, or even 2 years. And at the same time, you can increase the number of layer by reducing the thickness, or you can keep the thickness as constant or increase the number of layers. Maybe by increasing the number of layers, there may be a possibility of decrease in temperature. Or you can reduce the thickness 1.5 mm to 1 mm, and you can increase the number of coating and how it is behaving. That also you can check on it. Okay.
Okay.
And another thing, nowadays cool roof tiles are available. Most of the people are preferring cool roof tiles, even for residential purpose, rather than the conventional terracotta tiles. But they haven't, they don't know about the longevity and performance of cool roof tiles over several years when compared to terracotta tiles. People are using cool roof tiles because it reduces thermal conductivity in a much better way when compared to conventional terracotta tiles, clay tiles. So you should have compared your results, thermal conductivity after coating your paint, that is cool paint infused with water extract, with that of cool roof tile. What will be the thermal conductivity of cool roof tile or any conventional terracotta tile? And this is the thermal conductivity. Okay, you should have given that comparative study. That would have been still better.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Nice work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request all the participants to give your valuable feedback in the link provided. Certificate will be provided to all the papers authors within 3 to 4 days. Google Form link will be shared to YouTube by today in order to get the details regarding the authors and applications to issue certificates. Procedure for downloading the certificates will be emailed to you later. See you in the next edition. Now it's time for vote of thanks. On behalf of Department of Civil Engineering and the entire fraternity of our institution, first of all, I extend my sincere thanks to Almighty for making today's session 4 on the domain geotechnical engineering resounding success. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our session chair, Mr. R. Sanjay Kumar, Associate Professor, Tyagaraj College of Engineering, Madurai, who spared his time to grace this occasion and shared his valuable inputs to the session 4 presenters over online platform. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
I extend my sincere thanks to our Principal, Dr. L. Ganeshan, Vice Principal, Dr. S. Rajakarnakaran, and Dr. S. Dharmar, HOD of Civil Engineering Department, for their encouragement and constant support to conduct this session for our conference in a well-defined manner. Also, I thank all the presenters for this session for your active participation. Last but not least, a big thanks to all the participants, faculty members and students who attended this session. Please fill the feedback form which is posted in chat box. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay Kumar, sir. Happy to share the session with you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. It was my pleasure, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So participants, so please be online. We are going to start the valedictory session of the conference soon.
பண்ணிடுவேன். வெங்கடேஷ் சார்.
Yes, ma'am.
வெங்கடேஷ் சார்.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am? Ma'am, can you hear my voice?
Yes, Venkatesh Burmal.
Okay, ma'am.
Venkatesh sir. Vote of thanks சொல்லுங்க சொல்லிட்டேன்.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Now I will present the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team. Good evening to everyone present here. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of the first international conference on sustainable technology in civil engineering and applied sciences, ICS TCA 23. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt thanks to our chairman, Sri P.R. Venkatramarajah, for his inspiring support and constant guidance towards organizing this conference. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to our CEO, Dr. R. Venkatraj, for encouraging us to conduct this conference. I am indebted to thank our principal, Dr. L. Ganesan, who has been an active force in guiding the faculty and students towards the growth and development. I also thank him for his direction in organizing this conference. Thank you, sir. My special thanks goes to our Vice Principal, Dr. S. Raja Karnagaran, for his timely suggestion and advice in conducting this conference. Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to thank our conference conveners, Dr. S. Dharmar, HOD Civil, and Dr. K. Basarikudi, HOD of Mathematics, for selecting us to organize this international conference this year. I also wish to thank our sponsors, TechApps Consulting, Chennai, Modern Scientific Company, Coimbatore, Indus Industries, Chendur Builders and Traders, Rajapalayam, AML Instruments, Pyramid IAS Academy, and Trinity Traders for their kind support in sponsoring our international conference, ICS TCA 2023. My wholehearted gratitude goes to our GM admin, Mr. K. Selvaraj sir, heads of departments, faculty coordinators, student coordinators, lab technicians, and other non-teaching staff members who helped and supported us in many ways in arranging these events. We always remain grateful to press and media for their constant support and coverage. Last but not least, my big thanks goes to all the invited speakers, session chairs, presenters, and participants for making this conference a memorable event. Once again, thank you one and all. Thank you.
Dear faculty, kindly stand for national anthem.
இதுல நான் பண்ணி இதுல கொடுத்து வச்சு